Well, this is gonna be hell. As promised, here I am, back again, this time to rank every single episode of Family Guy. All 300 and whatever of them. This isn't gonna be fun. Family Guy is an adult animated comedy that first premiered all the way back in 1999. Despite initially being seen as nothing more than a cheap imitator of the way more successful Simpsons, to the point where it was even cancelled twice due to unpopularity, the show since then has gained a cult following, allowing it to be brought back, and sadly, beaten into the ground, where it airs today, currently on its 19th season. I really loved Family Guy when I was younger. At first I didn't want anything to do with it, I thought it was lame. Why? Well, because South Park told me so. But alas, I decided to watch some of it one day, and found myself enjoying it a ton. I loved the wacky characters, the fast-paced comedy, and... No, it really was just the humor. But I mean, the show was only ever really trying to make you laugh, so it's not bad at all that it was able to achieve this. Like I mentioned, however, I eventually lost interest in the series, mainly due to the characters becoming extremely unlikable, and the humor just not being my kind of thing anymore. Did I just grow out of it? Or was it really on a decline? I'm curious if the quality worsening will be as gradual as The Simpsons. Again, during that marathon, it was pretty clear to see that there wasn't just a perfect season, followed by an abysmal season. They were steadily getting worse and worse until we have what remains today. So I wonder if it'll be as apparent with Family Guy. Well, without further ado, I guess it's time to start my Family Guy marathon, so take a seat, play a game, go to bed, I don't really care what you do while watching these, and let's begin with episode 1. Here it is, the first episode, Death Has a Shadow. Have you seen the original version of this episode? It looks like utter shit. I know, it's confusing to start by talking about something unrelated, but it fit nowhere else. It looked weird. That's all I have to say. It's really strange to see just how solid of an episode this is. Usually the pilots to these shows are vastly different compared to the rest of the series, but nah. Other than a couple character designs, this is pretty much Family Guy as we're gonna know it. Same characters, same humor, although a little more subtle. I always loved how to introduce the concept of cutaway gags being a frequent occurrence. They just have like 3 characters stand around the table and list off 3 different gags at once. Also, it's odd to think that the first cutaway gag they have in the entire series is a Hitler joke. Anyways, this episode revolves around Peter losing his job at the toy factory due to general incompetence, and accidentally is getting paid $150k a week through welfare. I think it's a pretty good plot to have for your pilot. I've never been a fan of show pilots that only ever aim to introduce characters to you. Like, the story is almost non-existent, it's solely just throwing characters. So I appreciate how this episode does a solid job at introducing the Griffin family to us through a story that highlights aspects of their character. Peter is incompetent but ultimately well-meaning and wants to provide for his family. Lois is a nag but deeply cares about her family. Meg is a generic teenage girl. Stewie is evil. Brian acts as a straight man to Peter. And Chris... Well, Chris is just sort of there, but still, it's done well.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
Get ready to see this replayed a million times throughout the video. I could talk about the art and how rough it is, but I'll give him a pass. It was 1999, and also their first episode, so obviously things aren't going to be as polished. Like the scenes where it feels like Peter's eyes are twice as big as they should be. Anyways, like I said, Death Has a Shadow is overall an extremely solid start to the series. But over the next few episodes, ratings slowly started to decline more and more. Could they not stick to this level of quality? Let's find out. Episode 2, I Never Met the Dead Man. This episode revolves around Peter accidentally knocking out cable in all of the town, and trying to find other stuff to occupy himself with now that there's no TV. Wow, only in the second episode we're already doing this kind of plot. It's not a bad thing, I actually enjoyed this one quite a bit. I feel like it starts quite slow. I wasn't all that into the opening storyline with Meg learning how to drive, and it was pretty cuntish of Peter to pin the crash on his daughter, only for her to get harassed by people in town. But once it gets away from that, and focuses on Peter going out and learning to love the outdoors, it does get good. I guess the one bad thing about this still being so early on in the series, is that we've got to do those generic storylines that every sitcom does. This one doesn't do much to stand out in that regard. They have to do that thing where the family all realize that they like the Peter that sits around doing nothing, because they get tired of doing everything with him. Like, yeah, I definitely couldn't have seen that coming. But I'm sure once we get way deeper into the series, I'll start to miss these simple, quaint stories. I also feel like this one does a much better job at showing you each of the Griffin's individual character quirks. The first episode was definitely more directed at showing you Peter, so it's good to finally see more of the family overall, especially Meg. Boy, you're gonna see. Season 1 really likes Meg. Saying that, I do wish a little more of the comedy were focused on the actual family. I wish more of the humor revolved around them, because somebody had a fucking field day coming up with cutaway gags for this one. I swear to God, it feels like they have one every 20 seconds. They are funny though.
God's sake, you guys. You think I'm some simp who can't live without TV?
Lastly, I think this episode has a pretty weak resolution. I didn't really buy Peter's forced reset back to loving TV, and I know how much Seth loves Star Trek, but I didn't find the William Shatner stuff funny. But I guess that's just me showing my age. Either way, I still think this is a solid second episode. I'm going to be putting it under the pilot because I believe it has a better story, but this one is good too. Chitty Chitty Death Bang. Jesus, another episode with death in the title, really? Wasn't that like the original idea behind Family Guy or something? That each episode was going to revolve around death in some way, and that's why the titles are all like this? Let me know in the comments, because I genuinely forgot where I heard that from. This episode is about Stewie's first birthday, with Lois not wanting to have to organize a party so she can spend time with her children. So Peter must try and find a way to have a freaking sweet birthday after messing up the reservations made. Meanwhile, Meg makes a new friend who turns out to be part of a cult that wants to drug and kill her for religious reasons. Just do something with Chris already. It really is surprising how much they do with Meg early on. She gets more attention than Brian, Lois, Stewie, and Chris. It's odd because she hasn't become the punching bag yet, which makes it a little less uncomfortable to watch, I guess, but as a result she's just boring, just an average teenage girl, and I don't care about whatever mundane issues she's gotta deal with. Peter's mundane issues, however, I'm all for that. I really love this aspect of the episode. The scene of Peter and Chris visiting the Chuck E. Cheese party place and ruining the reservation they have is really funny. It highlights the best parts of Peter as a character. He's an idiot, but a lovable idiot. You know, he means well in the end, and therefore he's a very fun character to watch. I think the weakest part of this one might be the Stewie plot. We're only 3 episodes in and you can already feel they've sort of started stretching the stuff to do with him. I'm glad that they will eventually tone him down because he's pushed way too much as a one-note bad guy here. He's too unrelatable and unhinged that he ends up feeling so segmented from the rest of the family, and his stories never end up contributing much and feel like pace breakers. This one is okay. The stuff with Peter is definitely the highlight, but it's brought down a lot by the uninteresting Meg and Stewie stories. Chitty Chitty Death Bang is gonna go at the bottom of the list. Mind Over Mutant. Yes, just like the Crash Bandicoot game. This episode is all about Peter learning not to take Lois for granted so much. With him being under house arrest, he builds a bar in his basement, which becomes the new hotspot in town. However, he starts to get jealous after realizing that people are coming for Lois instead of him. Meanwhile, Stewie is trying to create a time machine so that he can do something that I forgot. I usually blank out during these evil Stewie bits because we already know that he's gonna fail by the end. This one starts very strong. Not only is it our introduction to many mainstays such as Cleveland and Quagmire, but it also manages to be really funny. The part with Peter at the football game is funny, and the scene with them at the supermarket was also a highlight. My main issue with the episode, however, is that it's just really mean. Peter's really obnoxious here, actively wanting his wife to feel. And I understand that it was all done in favor of the ending where he realizes how much of an ass he was being, but then they pull that dumb time reset ending where the episode never actually happened. It's expected since this is an episodic show, and they couldn't give Peter such a drastic character change in episode fucking 4, but I don't know, as a result it just ends on a sour note. It's weird how these episodes seem to be getting worse and worse. Hopefully they manage to pick up again soon. I'm gonna be putting Mind Over Mutant at the bottom of the list so far. Oh wow, yeah, that's right, I always forgot Joe wasn't a character who was there from the beginning. A Hero Sits Next Door is all about Peter needing to get someone to play on his company softball team, and so enlists the help of his new neighbor Joe. Joe Mama. Ha! Got him! But starts to get jealous once everyone around him starts to like Joe more than him. Yeah, so it's a generic, my neighbor is more popular than me episode. It's not a bad thing. I still think this one manages to be solid. It's got a lot of really good moments, but I'm glad they never continued this sort of rivalry of the two of them. Peter really isn't the sort of character who needs a Ned Flanders. It finally feels like they're beginning to get into the style of Family Guy that we're more used to today. It's becoming less and less about the plot and more about telling jokes. And in regards to this episode, I think that's a good thing. Don't really have a ton to say here, it's just funny. A Hero Sits Next Door is gonna go under Chitty Chitty Death Bang, but above Mind Over Mutant. The sun also draws. Wait a minute. Does that mean that Chris is finally gonna get to do something important for once? Thankfully, yes. Chris gets his first episode where he's the main character. Alright then, let's see what comedic and storytelling potential this guy has. My main issue with this one is that I like this stuff with Chris a lot, but it stops being about him halfway through. Chris is forced into all these activities by Peter, but he doesn't know how to tell his dad that he's interested in art, and doesn't really want to do any of the shit he's being forced into. It's a cool setup. A son wanting to tell his father that he isn't interested in following the same path as him. It just sucks that it derails into the family going on a trip and getting sidetracked by losing their car at a casino because Lois gets addicted to gambling. Geez, you're really not doing yourself any favors with those Simpsons comparisons, are you, Family Guy?
3 days. That's tomorrow. We gotta get going.
Thankfully, I feel the episode ends rather strong, with Chris finally admitting to his dad that he wants to be an artist. And I actually really love this subtle moment where Peter accepts Chris for who he is, but as they're hugging, he looks at Chris's art in a disapproving way, or in a way that shows he doesn't really believe in him still. I love that. It's very realistic, and I can't wait to see how they develop this further. This is the part where I joke about the fact that they never revisit this concept in the next 19 seasons, but it just disappoints me more than anything. The sun also draws as going right under a hero who sits next door, but above Mind Over Mutant. I think Brian Portrait of a Dog is the first genuinely great episode of Family Guy, and not just because it stars my favorite character ever, the Chad Brian Griffin, but instead because it's one of the first ones to show us that there is indeed a bit of depth to these characters, that they're not all one-note stereotypes used to fill a role. Up until this point in the series, Brian was simply used as a street man to Peter, someone to listen to all his problems and then set him on the right path. But here we have a plot where he actively goes against Peter and doesn't do what he says. This already just inherently makes him more interesting. And this develops further, with him starting to question how much he and his input is really valued in society, with most seeing him as nothing more than just a dog. This one is very good. I think you should go and watch it. I'm not going to talk about it for long, because I already made like a 20-minute video about Brian's character where I discuss this episode in more detail, so go watch that if you want to. And I'm putting Brian, Portrait of a Dog, at the top of the ranking. And that's Family Guy Season 1. Overall, it's not a bad start. I'd argue some of the episodes aren't all that great, like The Sun Also Draws and Mind Over Mutant, but a majority of them manage to be very funny. And it's interesting to see Family Guy at a point where it was still trying to be your standard American sitcom. Let's see just how they decide to develop this with Season 2. Did you know that this video took 5 months to make? I've been trapped in a room, that entire time, doing nothing but watching Family Guy. All day, every day. So it seems I've got a bit of stubble on my chin right now, so it's good that I just got this huge package sent to me by Manscaped.com, filled with many amazing men's grooming products. This video is sponsored by Manscaped.com. Manscaped offers the best tools and liquid formulations for your body. They hooked me up with this all-in-one Performance Package 4.0. Check it out, it's got the Lawnmower 4.0 body trimmer, with waterproof trimmers and advanced skin-safe technology. They even sent this wireless nose and ear hair trimmer, deodorant, and look, for a limited time you can get all this plus 2 free gifts. 2! The Shed travel bag and boxer briefs. So go to manscaped.com today and get 20% off, plus free international shipping, plus 2 free gifts when you use promo code LSMARK at checkout. Guys, how many times do I have to say it? It's only like 4 videos now. Buy it, and thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. Back to hell. Season 2 is off to a pretty decent start, I suppose.
But I was wrong.
And now you're dead. Score 1 for Peter. Shh.
The family inherit a mansion, and because Peter wants to make sure he can treat Lois the way in which he thinks she should be, he decides to keep all the help despite not being able to afford it. That's sweet. Again, Peter was a very likable character in these early seasons. I don't even mind that they turned him into such a huge pretentious prick at the end. The only reason he tried to start acting proper was so that he didn't embarrass Lois. Everything has a solid reasoning for why it happens, and it helps you in being able to sympathize for him. The humor has also improved a lot, especially in the cutaways. This episode has some good moments, but it's never really laugh out loud funny. Also, This House is Freaking Sweet is a terrible song. I completely forgot this was the first song in the series, and it did not set a good precedent. Glad they got better the more they went on. Again, this is an alright start to the season. Shows you that it's mostly going to be more of the same with minor improvements here and there, such as the animation and writing. Look forward to seeing if it continues to get better. We get to meet Peter's dad for the first time, who turns out to be this massive prick Christian guy that just wants to work all the time, and hates spending time with his son. You feel so terrible for Peter. All he wants is for his dad to love and be proud of him, but he's constantly shit on. Boy, I sure can't wait for my sympathy towards him to turn into absolute loathing. But let's appreciate it while it lasts.
I'm putting my foot down. Hey, Brian, buckle up.
This episode's okay, I guess. I've never really been a fan of Peter's dad as a character. He's just too mean without a hint of humanity to him. I get that's the point, but because of this I don't buy the ending at all where he says that he actually loves him. But I guess it is cathartic to have Peter finally stand up to his dad and tell him that he doesn't like him either, realizing that if his father doesn't care for him, then he doesn't need to feel bad about not liking him. I'm going to be putting this one under Peter Caviar Eater. In terms of comedy, they're both about in the same level, but I cannot stand Francis as a character. He brings the whole thing down so much. Oh boy, Family Guy's taking a Y2K scenario. Peter becomes convinced that the world is going to be destroyed at the turn of the new millennium, which was actually a real concern at the time, and as a matter of fact he turns out to be right. So we follow the family trying to get to the elusive Twinkie factory in order to get some food. For someone who's not usually into these what if episodes, I actually enjoyed this one a ton. Mostly for the comedy. I like shit like the Randy Newman part, Chris singing his walking song, and the whole ending was really unexpected but in a good way. The visuals are also extremely impressive. For a single episode, they had to completely redesign every single set and give each new character a new post-apocalyptic design. They put a ton of effort into this one. That's not even to mention the very first chicken fight. And for as repetitive and boring as did later become, this first one only lasts like a minute and is pretty creative. I'm not gonna give it shit for what the later ones did. The only aspects of this I didn't enjoy was the part of them rebuilding a new society. I always forget about that part and assume it ends with them discovering the Twinkie factory. I don't know, it just feels like they're running out of steam by this point. Still though, a very good one here. Gonna be putting it at the top of the list so far. Whoa, looks like I spoke too soon. Brian in Love is one of my absolute favorite episodes of Family Guy, because of how real it all feels.
Wonderful, and while we're at it, we can light up a doobie and watch porn. Yeah?
This to me was the proper start of Brian's expansion as a character, where he really breaks out into his own. After going to a therapist, Brian realizes that he's in love with Lois, and this situation is obviously treated with the severity that it so deserves, with Brian of course feeling awful about this because of all Peter's done for him. And that's not to mention the perfect ending. It'd be really tough to try and continue the show from an episodic standpoint after such a reveal, but they handle it perfectly, with Lois being aware of how Brian feels, but lets him down in a way where he's also able to appreciate the friendship they share, and how that's enough for him. I don't know, if you want to see me talk more about this one, again, I go over it in my Brian character analysis video. One of the sweetest Family Guy episodes, but also one of the funniest so far.
Oh my god! You can talk!
Top of the list. Love Thy Trophy is an episode that could have really sucked. I hate the plot it has. It is so generic and sitcom-y, but it is entirely elevated through its comedy. So after winning a trophy for Best Float in a Parade, the residents of Spooner Street, specifically Peter, Joe, Cleveland, and Quagmire, I guess no one else lives here, start to fight over who gets the trophy and become at war with each other. Yawn. Again, it is elevated entirely through the jokes. This one is hilarious. It's got shit like the joke where Peter draws a mustache on everyone's photo, but then erases Cleveland's, the part where Stewie explains to all the kids how their countries are at war with each other, and my personal favorite,
Lois, Barney,
Quagmire, Peter,
Loretta.
It's nowhere near the best episode so far. It has a Meg B story that I'm really not fond of, it's just kind of boring. I really wish they'd stop doing so much with her. But for what could have been a pretty terrible one, they turned it around purely through the writing, and I appreciate that.
that boy smelled a hot dog. Couldn't help it. We're right in. Ha 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 ha.
Love Thy Trophy is going above Holy Crap. Death is a Bitch is another one of my favorites. This is when they really started getting out there with their story ideas, with Peter pretending that he's dead in order to get out of paying a hospital bill, and so Death comes to take him away. But stuff like this is important, you know? Shows what makes Family Guy stand out from other sitcoms like The Simpsons. Death is just an incredibly funny character, and it makes the whole thing work. He's just such a prick that you can't help but love him. Not to mention the amazing performance given by Norm Macdonald. Really glad they bring this character back a bunch.
And where it says sex, I'll write no thanks, I'm dead.
The ending with Peter having to become Death is also a nice little turnaround. It's funny to see him killing people by accident. Creative idea and wonderful execution. What more could you want? Not to mention it's another episode with Death in the title, but actually manages to revolve around Death. This one is going above Da Boom, but under Brian in Love. R.I.P. Norm Macdonald. This is another one with a really generic plot. Lois becomes the director for a local play, and feeling like he's not good at anything, Peter decides to come in and turn the whole thing into his vision, so that he can feel the satisfaction of it. I don't like this one. You're just waiting for the predictable moment where Lois blows up at Peter, and then he embarrasses himself on stage. Although it is funny how the entire town ends up loving what he made. I think the progression is what I hate the most. You just know that Peter's gonna start slowly taking control of it the second he comes on board, and it highlights the most unlikable traits of his character. The only thing I get out of this one is the occasional laugh, but other than that, it's not great. Putting it under holy crap.
What kind of person would I be?
A bitch?
I Am Peter, Hear Me Roar starts incredibly promising. I love the opening where Peter can either choose the mystery box or a boat, and he picks the mystery box.
A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything. It could even be a boat. You know how much we've wanted one of those.
But once they start getting into the feminist stuff, I lose interest. First of all, it takes forever to actually give him the turnaround and being more feminine. And when they do, we just have like 5 minutes of Peter acting like a woman. That's the joke, and they don't drag it on for very long. But that brings up the question of why bother in the first place if your main story doesn't fill up very much of the runtime. This one is mostly made up for by the few good moments at the beginning. If you watch this one, I'd recommend you stop watching once he goes on the retreat. The moral is literally that Peter should be misogynist.
Come on, Lois. You're acting like this is the first time I've ever done something stupid. You remember the time I was supposed to get that boat? A boat's a boat, but the mystery box could be anything.
Peter, that just happened 10 minutes ago.
Almost makes up for the rest of it. Almost. Putting this one below holy crap, but above The King is Dead. If I'm Dying, I'm Lying reminds me of like a bad Simpsons episode. Chris and Peter want to bring back a TV show they like, so Peter pretends that his son is dying so they'll bring it back. This turns into one of those classic, oh no, our lie is getting bigger and bigger episodes. Then because that plot wasn't interesting enough, by the end it turns into the town thinking that Peter is a healer, and who the fuck cares? It's like one of those Simpsons plots where you know they couldn't stick to one story, so it keeps changing up until the very end. Reminds me a lot of Bart's Inner Child. I remember having a similar issue with it. Chris is just such a nothing character. He doesn't do anything. I'm beginning to understand why they never do anything with him. He's boring. He works best for a one-off joke here and there, but he can't really carry a story for the life of him. By the end, there is no conclusion or consequence. Just ends. Putting it at the bottom of the list, it sucks. Peter and Lois both run for school president, oh boy. For, again, such a generic plot, they managed to make it work through the few funny jokes that it has. Actually feels like a better version of The King is Dead, with Peter ruining something for Lois for no real reason. Except in this one we actually see his turnaround in the lesson he learns. It feels natural. In the other one, Peter is praised for what he did, but in the next scene he's apologizing to Lois. Like, what made you realize this? This one feels like a more thought out version of it. Gonna be putting it above Love Thy Trophy. It's alright. Oh boy, another Chris episode. Surprise, surprise, it sucks. It's a shame too, because I think everything in this one up until the Chris stuff is hilarious. Such as the opening that randomly has Brian being played by an actor for no reason. It's random but funny. Kinda wish he was played by this actor for the whole episode and they just never explained it. Kinda like the guy who hangs around the Simpsons house in the Poochie episode for no reason. Also, the stuff with everyone at the theme park is really awful but in a funny way.
Bob misses his mommy. Bob misses his mommy.
Like, I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I don't know, I can't help it. I like the part where Peter calls Bob a pissant. I never thought I'd hear him say that. Again, though, this is a Chris episode. I like that they return to the drawing stuff, neat bit of continuity, but it's so predictable, you know exactly what's gonna happen with the twist villain. The best stuff that happens during this segment is the Flintstones joke with Peter. It was really subtly done. Overall, it's just whatever. Starts off good but quickly declines in quality. Going above If I'm Dying, I'm Lying. You know what I just realized I never mentioned? How Meg's voice actors changed from Lacey Chabert to Mila Kunis. I just wanted to mention this because Lacey Chabert was the voice of Princess Elise in Sonic 06, and as a kid it blew me away that in the official history for Sonic the Hedgehog book they bring up this fact. Family Guy is part of Sonic history, it's wild. Anyway, this episode's alright. It actually marks the introduction of Adam West, a mainstay secondary character. But it's about Meg spying on her family and they get a reality show made based around her life, with the family wanting nothing to do with it, but eventually starting to appreciate the pros of being a celebrity. I love how modest Peter is with trying to get his time in the spotlight. It's really charming.
You know, some people think that dandelions are weeds, but, you know, I always think, who the hell decided tulips were so great?
Again, it's pretty good. It has some nice moments, like the ending where Meg learns to appreciate how weird her family is, and a lot of the jokes make up for the plot. I'm gonna be dropping 15 minutes of shame under Death is a Bitch. Here we have the very first Road to episode, wow. I think what makes this one so special is that it's one of the first times we see Bran and Stewie actually interact with each other in a meaningful way, where you can see them go from rivals to friends, and it feels really believable. This is all paired with another excellent Brian story, with him once again seeing his therapist and wanting to go and visit his mother, who he felt like he was abandoned from at a young age. And I like his moment where he realizes that he actually has a pretty good life as it is, and appreciates what he has. I remember as a kid I thought this was actually the worst Road to episode, because it was the least wacky and entertaining. But looking back, it's definitely up there as one of my favorite episodes of the series. You get a fun little adventure with two great characters, have some nice heartfelt moments, and a freaking sweet song. Now this is where Family Guy's music started getting good. Also, the posing in this number, especially on Brian, is extremely expressive and good. I love it. I'm putting Road to Rhode Island above Death is a Bitch, but under Brian in Love. Definitely go check this one out. Here we have the Kids Do Drugs episode.
Holy crap, I am freaking out!
After a bunch of kids at school are caught licking toads, Peter decides to sneak in undercover to tell them that drugs are for squares. I really liked this episode up until a certain point. Peter organizing his plan and then executing it with that fucking banger song is all really fun, but it feels like it should have ended around here, instead of starting up an entirely separate issue of Peter being cooler than Meg, and him backing out of going to the prom with her. It's sweet, I guess, but felt a bit unneeded. Like, I thought this episode was about the kids doing drugs, not Meg's popularity status. Either way, it's still a solid one. Not amazing, but for what it is, I enjoyed it quite a bit. Gonna be putting it under Running Mates. Meh, I don't care for this one, it's pretty boring. Lois becomes a flight attendant and Peter uses it as an excuse to take free flights, with them getting lost in a foreign country. It's just boring and the jokes aren't all that funny at all. The best part about this one is the subplot with Stewie falling in love with the girl at his preschool. It's just nice seeing this sweeter side to him, and I like his Frank Sinatra cover a lot. Only sad thing is, this again is a B story, meaning it doesn't get nearly as much focus as the Lois stuff. Would have much rather that be the secondary one. I mean, hey, this episode gave us the introduction of the evil monkey, however. It's gotta be worth something. I'm putting this one above A Picture is Worth $1,000, but under The King is Dead. I like this one quite a bit. Peter is tasked with taking this mafia guy Big Fat Polly to the theater, but they eventually start to become friends and their friendship is pretty sweet. You know, it's believable. This leads into Polly trying to kill Lois as she's coming in between them, but then Polly dies halfway through, so now it's about Peter and Lois trying to call off the hit on her. It's just weird how quickly this character is killed off for no real reason. Makes me wonder why he was there in the first place, just have someone else place a hit on Lois. For as messy as this story is, they make up for it with the humor. It's a very funny episode, especially in the first half. Don't have a ton to say, it's alright, I enjoyed it. Gonna be putting it above Running Mates.
Well, we call you normies.
This episode went in the complete opposite direction of where I wanted it to, yet I am somehow completely fine with that. After feeling insecure about his weight, Peter decides he's gonna help Chris get in shape. The whole opening with Chris feeling bad about himself is really sad, and it only gets worse when the plot almost entirely stops focusing on him, as Peter gets surgery to make himself look skinny, and so completely abandons Chris to join the Quahog's Beautiful People Club. I love Peter's first design when he's just skinny like a sausage. He looks like something Butch Hartman would draw. He's built like Timmy Turner's dad. This episode is all around great. Despite ignoring the Chris stuff for a while, they still build off of it in good ways, such as Stewie taunting him only to become obese himself, and I really like the ending where Meg decides to compliment Chris, which cheers him up. It's simple stuff like this that really makes me like these characters, makes them feel like a family. And the Peter shit is just so random and nonsensical that I can't help but enjoy it. I love that he ends up crashing his car because he can't stop looking at himself in the mirror. This is one of the best so far. I'm gonna be putting it under Death is a Bitch, but above Da Boom. It's a good one.
Peter, I guess you learned a pretty valuable lesson.
Nope. Hey, Lois!
What?
Diarrhea!
Just charming. Peter finds out that due to a technicality, he owns his own country consisting of only his house. Yes, just like Caucasia. This episode is boring. I don't give a shit about any of the country stuff. I could name all the entertaining moments from this one on one hand. There's the Can't Touch Me song. That was funny. I already mentioned the diarrhea joke. And, the ending is funny.
Like, can the family understand the baby, or what's the deal with that?
Yeah, that's really it. The rest is uninteresting. Don't bother with it. I'm gonna be putting it under The King is Dead. It's still so weird to me seeing Peter care so much about Meg. To get college credit, Meg joins the school paper, and Peter tries to get her a story about some celebrity being gay. I noticed with this one they're really beginning to use Adam West a ton. It's like they could only afford to get him in the booth for an hour and try to get the most out of it by giving him like a dozen different appearances. Once again, I don't have a lot to say, it's another boring one. So boring that I initially forgot to even put it on the ranking and only found out when I double checked. Literally, just go onto YouTube and look up Family Guy Big Stewie. That is the only part worth watching.
Hey, Stewie, how's the weather up there? Very fair. Like our prices.
I'm putting this one below The King is Dead now. The best thing about this episode is that it has the iconic hurt knee segment. This one is alright. My main issue with it, I think, is that the story is a tad unfocused. It begins with this whole drawn-out Willy Wonka parody with Peter and Brian, but then when they get back it turns into Lois finding out Peter is good at the piano while drunk and abuses that to win a competition. The way they connect these two disparate ideas together is well done, but nothing much happens with this concept. Lois feels bad about what she did, they do it anyway, then she continues to feel bad about it and the episode just ends. Like, what was the point? The best part about this ending is the sad Hulk song with Stewie, that's it. I'm putting this one under Da Boom. For as unfocused as the story is, it makes up for it with the humor. This episode sucks. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it for long. Peter tries to teach Chris some responsibility, so he gets a job at a golf course. Chris gets jealous of Peter spending more time with Cleveland's son, and so he spends time with Quagmire. Whatever, I don't care. The only good part of this one was the ending. It was sweet, but that's all. Putting it under Damn It, Janet. Damn, season 2 was a massive step up from the first. Can't believe how much better the show has gotten in such a short amount of time. Not every episode was great, but none of them were flat out bad. The worst one was just boring and that's all. However, a majority of them were pretty solid. Can't wait to see where we go from here. Season 3 kicks off with a Brian episode. In this one, he becomes a police dog, helping Joe find people taking drugs in through the airports. This causes Brian to then get addicted to drugs himself, and we see his whole dilemma needing to go to rehab and recover. This is a very funny one. There's so many good gags in here. Having Peter go to rehab with Brian was a great move, because it gives us some of the funniest moments in the show so far.
What's your name?
My name? Griffin.
There's not much else to say, it's just a super solid Brian and Peter one. Although it's interesting that it actually ends on a cliffhanger, with Brian announcing that he's leaving for Hollywood, so he can follow his passion of becoming a writer and director. I guess we'll see what they end up doing with that. But for now, The Thin White Line is an incredibly strong start to Season 3. Sadly, I don't think Brian Does Hollywood is anywhere near as good. It seems like he's not having much luck breaking out into filmmaking, until he's approached to direct an adult film, which he desperately tries to hide from the family when they eventually come over to visit. There's also some, like, mind control thing with Stewie, but they do nothing with it. Forgot he was still evil, honestly. I think Brian's realization that he needs his family happens way too fast. It just seems like they're trying to get things back to the status quo as soon as they can. It's definitely not bad, I still think it's quite sweet. But for being a two-parter, it really didn't seem like this was the direction in which the previous was going. Would have preferred it being more focused. Still though, it isn't awful. There's a couple trademarked Family Guy funny moments, just not nearly as many as the last. Brian Does Hollywood is obviously going under the previous. So Peter's place at work is bought out by a cigarette company, whom Peter becomes the spokesperson for. It's decently funny, I guess, but overall I find this one quite boring. It's got a couple good moments such as the suck-up robot he's given, but for the most part I started to tune out during all the long speeches about how bad smoking is. Not much else to say, it's whatever, bottom of the list.
Baba Booey, Howard Stern's penis, Baba Booey, Baba Booey, Baba Booey!
After a storm in the town, the Drunken Clam is destroyed and replaced with an English pub, so Peter and friends have to try and get their old bar back. Meanwhile, Stewie befriends the daughter of the pub owner, and he basically just tries to make her speak normal, you know, not British. But like, Stewie also talks British, so it doesn't really make a whole ton of, you know, sense. Anyways, hey look, you can see the bottom of Lois's animation cell. That's cool. This episode's alright. I like the British jokes a lot. Stereotypical, of course, but who cares? They're funny. I'm putting this one at the top. I don't know why, I think it's a lot more fun than the Thin White Line. The main aspect of that one I liked was the rehab segment, but when I think back to it, that only constituted to like 8 minutes of the whole episode. This one is just consistently funny the whole way throughout. I fucking love And the Wiener Is. And surprisingly enough, it's a Chris episode. Those usually suck. Peter takes solace in knowing that he's better than his son at everything. This is until he finds out that Chris has a bigger dick than him, which caused him to be insecure about it. Meg also gets bullied during a school event, so Lois and her plan a revenge prank, which actually ends up being extremely dark.
Hey there, sweetie. How old are you?
16.
18? You're first.
Mom!
I like where this is going. Giggity, giggity, giggity.
This one isn't the most profound, it doesn't have the most relatable or deep plot. It's just really, really funny, right? Every single joke works. That's when Family Guy is at its best, in my opinion. If they don't want to tell serious stories such as Brian and Love anymore, I'll take this any day of the week. Top of the list. So to avoid his anniversary to allow him to go golfing with his friends, Peter sends Lois around town on a wild scavenger hunt. However, Peter ends up suffering a near-death experience, and so Death needs to show him how he got with Lois in the first place. To begin, Death's voice is way worse. Norm Macdonald, this ain't. Guess there was scheduling issues or whatever, but other than that, this episode is great, I love it. It's a super focused one. There's barely any cutaway gags to speak of, maybe none now that I think about it, but it's cool to see just how Lois got with Peter to begin with. It's sweet seeing the relationship develop and shows why she'd care about him. The dude gives up $1 million for her. I'm gonna put this right under And the Wiener Is. You should check this one out too, it's very good. So Lois gets into Kung Fu, and Peter starts to abuse this by having her beat people up for him. This then leads to Peter becoming afraid of her, and Stewie negatively learning from her violent tendencies. I'm not a fan of this one at all. There's a couple funny moments such as the imaginary bear fight and stuff, but for the most part it's either boring or uncomfortable. The part where they all get mad at each other and start fighting was more off-putting than gut-bustingly hilarious like they probably thought it was. It goes on for way too long. Like I said, not a fan. Bottom of the list.
Peter, maybe you shouldn't say anything bad about the network.
Oh, why? What are they gonna do? Cut our budget? I'm gonna go get a beer.
Whoa. Seems like the season is starting to take a bit of a decline because I don't think this one is all that great either. Meg and Neil join the news team as interns, and when they think they're gonna die, they end up kissing each other, with Neil going on to share this with everyone in town, causing Meg to become a laughingstock. It's just boring. In contrast, I think the Stewie stuff is way better, with his new bike getting taken by a bully, with him starting to torture the kid to get it back. I just wish they devoted more time to it. This could have easily been the A plot, but as is, this one is whatever overall. Not bad, but nothing special. The best part of this was easily the "this guy's a phony" running gag. It's so dumb. I'm not sure if I've ever talked about this before, but I really hate Renaissance Fair episodes. I know that's oddly specific, but I don't know. I just have like a list of settings that I hate in cartoons, and this is one of them. Peter becomes self-conscious of his job, and decides to become a joust at a fair, as he greatly respects this guy who plays the Black Knight. From this we follow a fairly standard don't meet your heroes story. Maybe I set my expectations too low, but I actually find myself enjoying it. It's nothing amazing, but, you know, it's alright. It shakes things up for a bit, which I think is necessary. And so for that, I'm going to be putting Mr. Saturday Night above Lethal Weapons. I love that this one picks up right where the last left off, with Peter needing to find a job. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to mention that his boss died in the last one, so he needs a new job now. So with Lois and Meg away on spring break, Peter is able to spend 50 grand on a new boat, so he can become a fisherman. However, when he's unable to pay it off, he has to rent out the house, as well as go with his friends to find this giant fish that's worth the money needed. I like this one a lot. It introduces some mainstays such as Seamus, and it's got so many great moments. Like, I love that the family who move into the Griffin house also allows the Griffins to still live there too, so they have to share everything like beds and such. And the Meg and Lois subplot also isn't too bad either. I love this one. Everyone is just so nice to each other. I'm gonna be dropping this one above the Thin White Line.
I don't want to go to my room. There's an evil monkey in my closet.
Peter wants another baby and it upsets Stewie, so we get one of those episodes every show does about the kid trying to stop the parent from fucking. The Star Wars parody is boring. Nah. All this one really does is introduce Bertram. Under Brian does Hollywood. Can't believe it took him this long to introduce Herbert. Again, I forgot he just wasn't always a thing. After a criminal starts to come after Chris, the family need to relocate to the south, which is basically where the main source of comedy comes from.
Okay, now you. Oh, sorry, I forgot to roll yours down.
I love this episode a lot for how funny it is, but I also appreciate the arc Chris has here, where he needs to learn to be more comfortable around girls. He has a very sweet relationship with the girl, and it even relates to the beginning of the episode with what happened back in Quahog. Wow. You may think that seems obvious and not worth praising, but I wrote this part after watching season 11. This is to be praised while it still can. I'm gonna be putting this one above Death Lives. It is wonderful.
So, Peter, where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Doing your... son?
This is another very good episode. I like that it explores Brian's struggle with being a dog, trying not to give in to his urges, which he eventually does. Getting Carter's prized-winning race dog pregnant. Because of this, Carter takes Brian to court to make sure that he can never see his puppies. And the family all need to come together to help Brian make his case. I love this one a lot. I especially enjoy the dynamic between Peter and Brian, with him screwing up Peter's chance of getting closer to Carter. But he eventually does give in by the end to tell the court about how great of a dad Brian will be. Oh boy. That line sure is going to come in handy later. I'm going to be putting Screwed the Pooch under Death Lives.
Ah! Ah!
Peter tries to show Chris his deep Irish heritage, but is surprised to find out that his ancestors were actually black. I am not touching this one. It's a funny episode, but there are way too many poorly aged jokes that could not exist today. Like the Quagmire Can I even say that? Like... Well, look, I'm just moving on. Just cut to the... I don't like this one at all. Not only do the kids have some shitty sitcom plot where they run across some money and have to decide who gets to keep it, but Peter also helps Joe get into the Special Olympics and gives him steroids in order to win. This then starts to get to Joe's head and he starts being a prick to Peter. I don't know, the characters are just very unlikable. Both of them. And even worse, there aren't very many funny jokes. I at least could have looked past the premise if it made me laugh. But alas, I'm going to be putting this one under Lethal Weapons. It sucks. Oh wow, I always forgot this wasn't a season 2 episode. Honestly, with the rougher animation style, I wouldn't have been surprised if it were a holdover from then. Look, it's Zombie Chris in the background. And I love this face Joe makes here, the animation is so shitty. Similar to the Simpsons Christmas special, this one focuses on Peter needing to get presents for the family, but they do a good job at giving it its own unique spin. Lois, who throughout the episode is the cool and collected one, always looking on the bright side, goes berserk and tries to tear down the town Christmas tree. The build up to her breakdown was well and subtly done, it doesn't feel like it came out of nowhere. It's not great, but I still do like this episode. It's alright and has a funny ending. Go check it out if you wanna. Gonna put it above Peter Griffin, husband, father, brother. This episode is amazing. Hands down my favorite episode of Family Guy so far. I love it. Made me cry. But you know what? I've already talked endlessly in my Brian video about how much this episode means to me, so instead I'm gonna hand the mic over to Toonrific Tariq, who made his own great video about this episode on his own channel. So take it away, Tariq.
How the fuck did I end up here? Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows is an episode about Brian having to take care of an elderly woman, Pearl, per the judge's wishes after a DUI. While cold to each other at first, Brian and Pearl open up to one another once he learns about her past as a failed opera singer. Oh, and Peter raises a bunch of baby birds or something, huh? This is one of the first episodes that comes to mind whenever I think Family Guy. It's one of the only episodes in its entire run to go directly for the emotion, without the fear of having to punctuate it with a gag. Brian and Pearl's relationship is relentlessly sincere, man. They really make you feel the payoff in the end. Fam, and the song Brian sings to show her what she's missed, you can't get any more top tier than that, son. I still get a really good laugh out of, so let's go see the USA, they'll treat you right unless you're black or gay or Cherokee. It's animated really well, the music is phenomenal, all of the jokes hit like crazy. This one is just, it's a classic. Don't go into this episode thinking that this is how every episode is, though. Family Guy does a lot of different stuff, even this early in its run. There's definitely funnier episodes of Family Guy, or ones that are like a little more complex. But there is a very, very select few that have more character. It's the perfect articulation of the kind of show that Family Guy can be when it wants to.
Going at the top of the list. No shit. I like that this one starts with Peter still being a fisherman. It's a neat bit of continuity. Anyways, this episode starts off a little messy, but actually ends up being really great. I initially wasn't a fan of how they abandoned the Brian acting plot they were setting up, but I really love where they go with it. So Stewie ends up going to acting school instead, where he butts heads with this girl Olivia, who he has to partner with to stay in the class. I like that they still remain enemies. There's no part where they suddenly become the best of friends. They hate each other throughout it all, and their personalities really clash, and that works for the better. They have a song that I really love too. Their whole dynamic is the strongest aspect of it all. The subplot with Meg is also alright, with Peter and Lois needing to learn how to accept different lifestyles for their daughter's happiness. It's good. Hey look, this guy just walks away and then fucking pops out of existence. What a good episode. I'm gonna be putting it right under Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows.
This next one is for all the ladies out there.
Brian and Stewie get stuck together like in every single sitcom ever.
Fortnite?
The strongest part of this one is Peter and Lois needing to take a trial separation where they date other people. I think they're trying to do way too much at once, which causes it all to feel extremely quick, especially the marriage counselor stuff and resolution. They basically consist of only minute-long scenes. But it's all made up for by just being a funny episode. A lot of great jokes. Gonna be putting it above the Christmas one.
Dance with me, Lois. Dance the dance of life.
Another Road to, although not called that for some reason, but either way. It's sad to see that this one is nowhere near as good as Road to Rhode Island. I like the side plot between Lois and Peter, with her just trying to support him. The song is good and the visuals are great, but I just feel like it was all over the place. There's nothing consistent about it. It's not focused on a central location. Brian and Stewie's goal is to go to England, but they end up going all over the place. Barely even feels like they went to England because we spent barely any time there, and I don't think the art direction does enough to differentiate all the places. It's not bad, but Rhode Island is hard to follow up, and European Roadshow does not follow up. Understuck together, torn apart.
And his name is...
So this, I think, was Family Guy's attempt to do their own treehouse of horror, except instead of being confined to just the horror genre, it's just 3 random stories of whatever they want. The one where Peter gets a genie and wishes for no bones is meh. Not funny at all and felt better suited for a single cutaway gag. The superhero one is decent. I always like those sort of concepts. And finally, the Little Rascals party is also alright. Overall, a pretty decent experiment, but it just feels like most of these would be better suited for one-off cutaways. Glad they never really stuck to doing this consistently. It's going to go under Brian Does Hollywood. This was actually a banned episode of the show. Pretty sure it was either because of the subject matter or possibly the one Disney song parody got them in trouble. Anyways, how is it? Very offensive, but very, very funny. That is all. Under the Do or Die in Dixie.
You better watch who you're calling a child, Lois. Because if I'm a child, then you know what that makes you? A pedophile. And I'll be damned if I'm going to stand here and be lectured by a pervert.
Wow, what a good season. Honestly, if the show had ended here like initially planned, it would have been a wonderful send-off. Despite the couple mediocre episodes here and there, a majority of them were great. Really feels like they had perfected the style of comedy they were going for, while balancing it with deep dramatic character moments. Sadly, that wasn't the case. So when Family Guy was brought back for a 4th season, they released this movie called Stewie Griffin: The Untold Story, direct-to-DVD to promote its return, which is why so much of its runtime at the start and the end is devoted to talking about what the characters were up to while the series was cancelled. Anyways, how is the special? It's flawed, but still pretty good. I think my main issue with it was probably a mandate from Fox, and it's that it doesn't feel like a movie. It feels like 3 separate plots strung together with a loose, overarching story, relating to Stewie and how he feels like he doesn't belong in the family. But because each episode needs to be aired individually, every 20 minutes or so we have to have the current scenario reset everything back to basics. It's done fine enough with the second and third, but the first feels almost entirely disconnected. And it's a shame because this is the only time, as far as I remember, that Family Guy were even given the chance to do a big special movie like this. Hopefully they get to try this another time without the lame restrictions, because it causes the road trip part of the film to fall flat in its face. It goes by way too quick. Anyways, it still makes up for it by being pretty darn funny. There's a lot of good gags here. Good to see the writers didn't lose their magic after being off the air for so long, but I just can't help but feel like overall it's being held back. A solid collection of 3 good episodes, but when put together fail to really deliver on feeling like a movie. I had this in the PSP as a kid. Still own that copy actually. Took it on car rides all the time, I fucking loved it. So season 4. Family Guy's back. And boy, do they sure want you to know about it. Opening the episode with a long joke about all the shows that they think they're better than.
Yeah, I know, Ralph. Right to the moon.
Genuinely surprised though at how solid of an opener this one ended up being. I thought they would have lost their magic a bit with all that time off the air, but no, this is a good one. Peter and Lois decide to go out on a second honeymoon, after feeling like their marriage has reached a bit of a roadblock. And so we have this big action adventure involving Mel Gibson. I also enjoy the subplot with Brian and Stewie needing to act as parental figures to Chris and Meg, with them gone. At this point they've completely ditched Stewie's world domination side, and that was definitely for the better. He's way funnier this way, I think. A very solid start to a promising season. Hope they keep it up. Brian decides to become a teacher at Chris's school, and has a great time teaching them. That is until he gets transferred to the delinquent class and struggles to help them. Another good Brian plot. Again, I'm writing this part after currently sitting through season 13. It's hard to go back and remember a time when Brian wasn't presented as a pretentious moron. This is voiceover Mark, also, not written Mark, speaking after watching season 18, and I agree. Chris also has a crush on his new teacher, who it turns out feels the same way towards him, so now he's got to decide whether or not to kill her husband. It's a very funny episode. The bear gag was great, and I noticed they're really starting to lean into the rule of 3s.
Heads up! Heads up! Heads up!
Another good one. I'll put it under North by North Quahog, but that doesn't mean it's bad at all. Meh, I'm not really into this one at all. The plot feels all over the place, like they never really got the chance to actually settle on one specific idea. It starts with the women getting tired of Quagmire being so creepy, so the gang need to help him get better. But then he saves someone's life and it becomes about Peter wanting to get some sort of recognition too, so he's going to be the first person to eat the most coins. But then that causes him to become blind and now he has to deal with that. What? That's not even to mention the hilarious chicken fight. Whoa, how random. That sure comes out of nowhere. Aside from a couple funny jokes, I wasn't into this one at all.
He was watching me go to the bathroom.
Well, clearly he thinks you're attractive, Lois. It's a positive thing. Thank you, Glenn, for complimenting our family.
Going at the bottom. Meg wins a makeover and becomes a famous singer, with them creating a family band.
Help! I've escaped from Kevin Spacey's basement! Help me!
Well, they sure were ahead of their time. Are we sure it's not Family Guy who's predicting the future here? I enjoy this one. It has quite the predictable plot, like you can tell it's leading into Meg becoming too much of an asshole to deal with, but I think it's just charming seeing the family all together, it's nice. Also, this fourth wall ending really fucking pissed me off as a kid. I remember hating the idea that all the characters were aware of being in a scripted TV show because it broke the immersion I had in their world. Glad to see I haven't changed a bit. Putting this one above the last. Another big continuity change to the series, with Loretta cheating on Cleveland with Quagmire. I like that it focuses on Cleveland bottling up his emotions. He's always been shown to be quite the submissive character, so it's cool that they get to play around with that. This episode also has so many iconic moments. The Eid song, the Peter Copter, Rock Lobster, wow. I enjoy it quite a bit just for trying something new. It's not the funniest episode around, but it's still pretty solid. I think the story makes up for that. I'll be putting it under Don't Make Me Over. Can I even talk about this one? It's aged pretty dreadfully. So Peter finds out that he's mentally... I don't know what's okay anymore.
Perhaps.
It's a funny episode. There, that's as far as I'll go. Next, just move on. This one is weird. It starts being about the gang helping Cleveland get a new wife, but like 5 minutes in they completely abandon this, to focus on Brian getting on The Bachelor and falling in love with the girl on it, only to find out that she was just faking interest in him for the show. I wish more time were given to this, instead of the weird Chris story that's just like, it's like Little Shop of Horrors parody or something, or instead of a plant, it's a pimple on his face. Yeah, I don't know, it's still alright. Nowhere near my favorite though. It's going above the last one. This one sucks. Meg is so unlikable. Not only does it have that long drawn-out vomit joke that everyone thought was the funniest shit ever when it came out, but we also get a story about Peter selling Meg to the Goldman so he can pay his tab. This leads into Meg not wanting to be Neil's girlfriend. That is until he gets a new girlfriend himself, and now she suddenly wants to be with him. What a bitch. This one is shit, going above Blind Ambition. Lois becomes a shoplifter, and to escape from Joe, the family moved to Chinatown. It's okay.
Oh my God, it's Jackie Chan! Oh my God, it's Jackie Chan! Oh my God, it's Jackie Chan!
Whoa, 2 Lois episodes back to back. This time she becomes a model, which causes Peter to be jealous. The story is whatever, don't really care for it. Not to mention the cutaways are starting to drag on longer and longer. The highlight here is the side story about Stewie hiring Brian to work at his fake company. It's just super mundane but oddly charming. I liked it a lot. Overall, a decent episode. It's got some funny bits, but it's mostly boring. Above 8 simple rules for writing a very long episode title. Meh. This is another unfocused story that isn't very funny to compensate. Brian gets in a relationship with this girl, which affects the amount of time he's willing to spend with Peter. So as a result, he goes off and befriends James Woods, who is definitely the highlight. He's a fun character. He even has a nice little song about him to boot. My main issue is that they completely abandon this Brian girlfriend stuff after this, so they can both become friends again, making James jealous. It all feels very rushed and probably didn't need the girlfriend shit to still work as well. I'll be putting it under Blind Ambition. After struggling with his fishing job, Peter and the gang get lost at sea. When he finally returns 6 months later, he's come to realize that everyone has moved on without him, with Brian and Lois even getting married. I hate this one, it feels like the true jump the shark moment for Family Guy. I feel so bad for Brian, he hasn't even done anything. He steps in, takes care of the kids and gets a job, but then Lois cheats on him with Peter and everything goes back to normal. Never to be discussed again. I seriously forgot this wasn't a What If episode. Awful. Not very funny either. Peter's Christmas album was the highlight. I'll be putting it above the last. Oh my god, Season 4, what is happening to you? You started off with so much promise. Jungle Love is so forgettable. Chris gets sent to South Africa and Peter wants to stay because they treat him like a king. The only notable aspect is that it establishes Peter working at the brewery, which is his current permanent job. Oh yeah, and Chris singing is funny, they animate him well. That's it. Shit episode otherwise. This one starts out with something about Stewie killing Saddam Hussein. They really want to present Stewie as this ultra badass. It's kind of awkward to sit through in retrospect. Despite that, PTV managed to be a good episode. It has a lot of good commentary on television censorship, with Peter creating his own network. The FCC song is very catchy as well. Sadly, I think it begins to overstay its welcome when it becomes about Peter going to Washington to make his case. Feels like they do that a bunch, but it's still good. Under North by North Quahog. Meh, it's okay. The ending about cheating is funny, but it's just another episode that endlessly shits on Brian. The A-Team stuff is incredibly repetitive too. Lois thinks that Peter and Stewie need to spend more time together, so we finally get to see them bond for a change, with both of them torturing Lois.
Are you sure? It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time.
Forgot how little of a setup that had. Either way, this is a good episode. It's a neat switch up in the dynamic. And the stuff with Herbert and Chris is funny too. I like the little shop at Horrors party. It's a lot of that this season. Peter finally finds out that he's fat, and begins to embrace that lifestyle. But this is poorly timed, however, as Lois' long-lost brother is on the loose, with him being in prison for strangling fat guys. So they have to, help him not get killed or whatever. He's voiced by Robert Downey Jr., that's the most memorable part.
Is it lonely up there on your pedestal, Patrick?
A majority of this one is just fat jokes. And they're very funny. Good job. Peter's dad returns, wanting to get Stewie baptized. However, when Peter realizes that he can be part of any religion he wants, he decides he's going to start his own, dedicated to the Fonz from Happy Days. This one isn't very funny. The cat cutaway gag is the only good part. Ah yeah, Family Guy episode number 69. And thank God it's actually a pretty good one. It's a fun little exploration of Brian's alcoholism, with him feeling like his life is useless, but coming to find stuff to occupy himself with. That being singing in a group with Frank Sinatra Jr. Oh, this is probably Seth's dream come true. It even has a fun Meg story, where she pretends to be a lesbian to gain new friends. 2 for 2. Well, hope to see more like this. Shapoopy is so fucking long and pointless and random, but it is too good to care. Peter gets taken in by Tom Brady to play on their football team, but quickly becomes his enemy because of his showboating. It's alright. I'm not a fan of the Brian and Stewie stuff either, it's just too exaggerated. It's just Stewie torturing Brian for 7 minutes. And I don't really know why, since it's established that he has the money to pay him back in his bank, so why didn't he just fucking give it to him? Not a great episode in terms of story, but it does make up for it by being very, very funny.
Wow, what's all this?
Oh, this? Oh, I just came from work. I'm a secret agent astronaut millionaire.
Nah, I'm not a fan of this one. Quagmire falls in love with Peter's maid and marries her, but eventually wants to get rid of her because she's a crazy bitch. It all just changes so much for dumb reasons. Suddenly Quagmire acts all proper just when he needs to be, his wife starts acting abusive just when it helps the plot progress. The Wheel of Fortune opening is funny, but after that I drop off. Bertram returns after Peter donates his sperm, except now Stewie and him are enemies with each other and have a playground war. Meanwhile, Lois starts to get fat, which upsets Peter. It's okay. Has a couple funny moments, but there isn't much else to say.
You're just a hungry little fella, aren't you? But those are my nuts! Ah, no! Oh, God, no! My nuts! My nuts!
Dude, this is a funny episode, but the story is fucking awful. Mayor West is caught dating Meg, a minor, and Brian tries to expose them. There's a lot of funny gags here, such as the cool claymation cutaway, and I'm pretty sure the Ding Fries are done moment is the first meme they've ever covered, but I can't ignore this terrible premise.
I got so caught up in taking down Mayor West that I just lost sight of right and wrong.
You were right, he was dating a child! It's fine. Again, I don't really like Carter as a character, so it's mostly boring to me. After writing a sex novel, Carter gets sued for publishing it, and so they have to find a way to get rich quick again. It has a couple good moments, but again, for the most part, I couldn't care less. Don't have much to say.
It's gonna be quite a different place with him gone, that's for true.
Brian's cousin Jasper can't get married, and so Brian has to make gay marriage legal. This is really an episode of its time. It could not be made now, considering a majority of the town, including Lois, are homophobic. It's alright though. It's got a good plot, but it's really not all that funny. Peter accidentally upsets an ancient Native American burial ground, and so has to try and figure out how to settle it.
Propane.
There are a lot of cool visuals in this one, I like it a lot. I feel like it should have ended when Stewie is rescued though. Kinda goes on for 5 minutes longer than I expected to, but it's still a good funny episode.
What's going on? I heard a noise. Is somebody downstairs?
Oh, God, Meg, you startled me. I'm sorry.
This is an anthology, but despite me not liking those, I actually ended up enjoying this one a ton. Feels like an episode of nothing but cutaways, but I don't care because it's consistently very funny, even as the iconic I did not care for the Godfather moment, so that's worth something. It's just the first part of the Stewie movie. I guess they put it like this so they could split it into 3 individual episodes. It's just part 2. You guessed it, part 3. Season 4 is an odd one. It starts off strong, begins to get a little mediocre in the middle, and then finds its footing again by the end. It's clear this season is a little different from how the show was before, definitely aiming more in the comedic direction rather than being character driven, but it still manages to be very funny, and I think that's what's most important. Hopefully we can have a few more seasons like this before it goes to shit. I love Stewie Loves Lois. It does not care at all about telling a serious story and focuses all its attention on random jokes, and it's great. Peter believes he was molested after getting a prostate exam and sues Dr. Hartman. Peter acting so scared and innocent is always really funny to me, and this episode is nothing but that. The Stewie side plot is good too.
Mummy! Mummy! Mama! Mama! Mama!
What?
Hi.
I thought that was the funniest shit in the world when I was a kid.
Mama! Mama!
What?
Get the vaccine.
Great premiere to the season, we're starting off strong. Peter's mother wants to get out there again, and ends up dating Tom Tucker, which Peter becomes delighted about, as he gets to act like he has a dad who cares about him. Again, it's just so wholesome. Peter sells this entire episode. I love that Tom is really nice to him.
Hey, champ, you want to watch Chicken Little?
Yeah!
And what does a chicken say?
Once again, it's just funny. Really feels like they've refined the dumber style of humor Season 4 was going for. This episode has so many iconic moments. The first Cleveland bathtub joke, the roller skating scene, and especially...
Hippo hop. Woohoo! Yeah, baby!
Other than that, it's a pretty funny one. Not as good, but I still enjoy it a lot. I'm not a fan of the tank stuff, but when they get into Peter working at the store, it improves a ton. Saving Private Brian isn't amazing, but it has quite a few funny moments. Reminds me a lot of the Simpsons episode actually, with Brian and Stewie heading out to war, with Brian trying to prove to himself that he can get through the training without quitting.
They'll come after you like Peter went after that hockey coach. Oop, no clip. Oop, thought we had a clip. Nope, okay.
Well, only 5 seasons in and they're already parroting it. Oh cool, this is the first intro fake out. So Peter blows off all his fingers, and Lois needs to take over for him at work. While at the same time, Brian finally gets his first and only permanent girlfriend, Jillian, while Stewie makes fun of her for being dumb. It's kinda mean how they all make fun of her. They're all so fucking judgmental. But Brian is also a prick though for only dating her for her looks, so they're all assholes. I'm not a fan of this one clearly, but still, it isn't awful by any means. And it is a neat idea how they keep the relationship going. Hopefully it gets better the more it goes on.
God? What are you doing here?
I was just passing through on my way to see The Matrix.
We can relate to that. No fake.
Stewie is afraid of the Tooth Fairy, which feels a lot like a Season 1 plot, you know, him misunderstanding baby things as being threatening. Peter also becomes abstinent after Lois's sex ed class is cancelled, and replaced with a shitty fear-mongering one. It's okay, I guess, has some funny moments, but definitely not the best of the season so far. This is a very funny episode. Olivia returns, and Stewie tries to act more adult to appeal to her. I like that it results in the two of them acting like a realistic married couple. It's pretty funny. I also love the subplot about Peter falling in love with girl movies and trying to make his own. I loved this one, putting it up there on the list. This one is kinda creepy, with Meg falling in love with Brian and wanting to fuck him, but it does have a couple good bits.
So, Meg? How was school?
It also marks the beginning of the epic Cool Whip jokes. Haha, he says it incorrectly.
It's not a movie at all, Brian. Just 3 episodes back to back.
Thank you. After Brian sells Rupert at a garage sale, Stewie and him need to set out to rescue him.
Lois, I don't come down to Burger King and tell you how to do your job.
I like this one a lot, it's very funny. I even like the Peter and Meg plot, where he learns that he actually likes her company. Although it does have a terrible moral, he basically just says, I'll be nice to you in private. Still though, it's a good one. Solid episode. Meh. Peter's dad dies, but then he ends up finding his real one is from Ireland. As an Irishman myself, I actually like the Ireland stuff a lot, but it doesn't come into play until the episode is near over.
But there is one thing, Mickey. You knocked up my mom and never called her again. Yeah, so what? So what? So let's dance!
The Stewie shit is also weird with him enjoying it when Lois hits her. Aside from a couple funny bits, this one is very average. The highlight of this episode is Peter beating up the kid and acting like a child. The rest is whatever. Stewie becomes obsessed with tanning. What a concept. Peter becomes a redneck and it's not very funny. I'm not a big fan of this one at all. It's just about Quagmire staying at the Griffin house and exhausting all the funny jokes they can do with that. Again, it's a Simpsons plot.
Little mustache here, and maybe a big old dumb guy smiley mouth. And a couple of eyebrows with one raised up like you're saying, say what?
Oh no, it's Cal Art's octopus! I hate this episode, it's dreadful, it just really feels directionless. Peter and Bill Clinton become good friends, but then Lois fucks him and she feels guilty about it. So then she allows Peter to fuck someone too, so they're even. It's the start of their marriage downfall, I think. It's gonna get incredibly annoying later on, and I do not look forward to it. No Meals on Wheels is about the Griffins starting up a restaurant, which consists of about 3 minutes of the episode's actual runtime. It has like 3 different beginnings. First of all, it starts with Peter trying to stop Mort from mooching off of them, then it becomes about Peter finding a pair of pajamas and shocking people with them, and then the family find a coin that's worth 50 grand and decide to use it to open a restaurant. Why not just start it with them finding the coin? The shock plot wasn't that funny. I don't know, not funny is how I describe the whole episode. They're getting way too comfortable with their jokes that run on forever and ever. I think this one currently has the record with a joke about Peter and Lois listening to a really long opening song for a show that goes on for like 1 minute and 20 seconds. I wasn't all that interested in the handicap plotline that started with Joe either. They don't give Peter enough of a reason to start to resent him, so it comes off as really forced. This season started pretty strong, but I don't know what's happened. This episode sucked. For every joke that got a chuckle out of me, there were at least 5 more that went on for way too long and weren't funny at all. I'm going to be putting it at the bottom so far. After Lois becomes an organist at the church, oh yeah, remember she played the piano? Stewie vomits after drinking some wine, so the Griffins escape and hide in Texas until the heat blows over. This is just like a worse version of To Do or Die in Dixie. That one at least had the sweet plot with Chris and the girl, but this is just 22 minutes of jokes about Texas and conservatives. And like I had to see it a million times in the Simpsons video, I know almost nothing about American politics or stereotypes, and I've never been to Texas, so a majority of the humor is lost on me. The only enjoyment I get out of this one are the occasional funny cutaways, like the donkey one. But again, this one is just kinda, I'm putting it above No Meals on Wheels. Oh yeah, I also appreciate Peter's little tirade about overprotective parents getting mad about the shows their kids watch. Oh, that was good.
Maybe you shouldn't be letting your kids watch certain shows in the first place if you have such a big problem with them.
Whoa, do my eyes deceive me? Could this really be another Chris episode? Those only come up once in a blue moon, so what were they saving up for?
I can just pee in my bed all day.
Chris gets kicked out of school and now needs to find a new one to attend. So then, whoa, wait a second, wacky chicken fights, oh boy. That joke sure hasn't gotten old yet. I sure am glad this one goes on for 5 minutes. At this point, I'm convinced they're only here so they can blow all their animation budget so it doesn't get deducted next season. Although the subversion with him going out to dinner with him and his wife was a little funny. This episode sucks though. They have so much filler that by the time Chris actually gets into his new school, there's like 7 minutes left to actually do anything with it. At that point, I just completely lost interest. Aside from 1 or 2 funny jokes, it just feels directionless. It's going at the bottom of the list so far. This season is really going down the drain. In between all the unfunny drawn-out jokes such as the Donnie Most one, It Takes a Village and I Married one managed to be decent in the end. After losing all their hair in polluted water, Lois decides to run for mayor of Quahog, with Peter learning to appreciate all the perks he gets from having a wife as a mayor. There's not much to say other than it's funny. It's got a lot of good jokes that land pretty well, like Lois's 9/11 speech.
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna be dropping this one under Hell Comes to Quahog, but above Saving Private Brian. Hopefully this season ends on a high note with the next one. Peter goes back in time to relive being 18, but because of time travel shenanigans, he ends up screwing up the timeline to the point where Lois is now married to Quagmire. I actually really enjoy this episode. It reminds me a lot of the Simpsons one where Homer gives Marge to Artie Ziff for the day, but this one is way better. It has an extremely good balance of a nice story with very funny jokes.
Ronald Reagan? The actor? He's president?
I'm always a fan of time travel fuckery episodes, and it's cool to see Peter actually act like he cares about his wife and try to win her back. I'm going to be putting this one at the top of season 5. They really ended on a good one. Hope this is a sign of things to come because wow, has this season been very mediocre. It started and ended strong, but oh boy, were those ones in the middle extremely forgettable and boring. I'm at least glad they've started to abandon trying to have a heart. Season 4 felt like it was doing so out of necessity, and not a genuine interest in delving deeper with the characters. So it's good they're only aiming to be funny now, but like everything else in the show, I'm sure they're gonna screw it up somehow. I was initially wondering why this season were only 12 episodes long, and I think I found the reason. Seth blew the fucking budget here with this episode. That was actually just a joke. It was actually shortened because Seth participated in a strike with the Writers Guild, and so Fox started producing episodes before Seth was done with them. Blue Harvest is a 45-minute Family Guy special, where they basically do an abridged version of the first Star Wars movie, except with Family Guy characters. This episode is really a case of being in the right place at the right time. This was right around the time when internet parody cartoons were beginning to boom, so it's no shock that this was a massive hit. But looking back at it today, yeah, it's still pretty good. I don't think there's much point in going over the plot, since it's literally just Star Wars. Although I was a little surprised that they decided to give Chris the role of main character. I think he said more lines in this one episode than the entire rest of the series put together. But for the most part, it works really well as a parody of Star Wars. I've never even seen the original Star Wars before, and I still managed to laugh at quite a few of these jokes. Although sometimes I wish they had tried to replicate some more cinematic shots to add to the parody instead of sticking with the usual basic flat perspective they always have. Either way, this is a solid special. No surprise they end up doing the other two films eventually. Season 6 is starting off pretty strong. Let's see if they keep it up. After Peter starts to spend more time with Brian's girlfriend Jillian, he convinces her to ask Brian to move into her apartment. Brian is such a prick here, basically admitting that he never wanted a committed relationship with her. It's just too bad that scene is overshadowed by the hilarious Simpsons jab, where Quagmire fucks Marge against her will, and then proceeds to murder all of them. Wow, Family Guy is so edgy. Bet the Simpsons are gonna think twice about mocking him now.
Ay, caramba, Mom and Dad are dead. Oh no, who will pay for my saxophone lessons?
Meg also gets a job at a supermarket. Pretty sure we did that last season, but alright, cool. All that happens is Chris also gets a job there and gets along with the manager more than Meg. I like Chris and the manager's dynamic a lot, but much else happens with it.
Where is the chase and how do I cut to it?
Wow, you're smart.
What?
Overall, this episode sucks. Brian just comes off like a huge prick that really are laying the groundwork down for destroying his character. He relies on Stewie to pay for his rent, and that's just pathetic. I'm going to be putting this one under Blue Harvest, obviously. Only good thing is Brian has finally broken up with Jillian. I like how this episode starts a lot, with Peter and gang starting a local men's club that becomes a new hotspot.
No, why would I say that? It's not even a word.
What isn't a word?
Bonerific.
But once they actually get into the plot, I start to lose interest. I actually like how realistic Joe's dilemma is, in the way where he doesn't want to feel like a burden on his wife. That's really sad. But after getting surgery that allows him to walk again, and getting his friends to do a lot of extreme sports with him, he just turns into a huge asshole. So naturally, they shoot him in the legs, and they're all friends again. Aww. Meh, not a fan. It's too simple. You're just waiting for the moment when Peter and gang get fed up with Joe. Again. I'm going to be putting this one in between Moving Out Brian's Song and Blue Harvest. At least this one managed to be somewhat humorous at times. Like the joke acknowledging how many characters sound the same.
You know, Peter says we sound alike. Really? I don't hear it. Actually, I think I do hear it now.
Oh my god, they're finally doing it. An episode about Stewie succeeding in killing Lois. Is this Family Guy's jump the shark moment? So after Peter and Lois go on a cruise, it makes Stewie realize how much he misses her, which makes him further realize how he's slowly forgotten to kill her over time. So he decides to actually go out and kill her, and he succeeds, wow.
Bye! Bye! Bye!
This episode's okay. Once Lois dies, I feel like it stops being as funny. Although there are some good jokes, such as Chris not even being told about her death. But it still managed to remain above a lot of the other ones from around this time, because the concept is just so interesting. I mean, we're watching how the family would cope for like a year after the loss of Lois. It's kinda cool. It is a little lame how it starts to go into everyone thinking Peter killed her. Like really, Joe thought he'd find evidence in the trash can of his house a year after the murder? And it works! But either way, this is a pretty neat episode. Not perfect, but it's nice to see them actually deliver on this concept they've been building up for so long. I'm going to be putting it under Blue Harvest. I wonder what they're going to do to reset this mess they find themselves in. Let's find out. In this exciting conclusion to the thrilling romp, we find out that Lois actually managed to survive after getting shot by Stewie, and because of this, Stewie drops his innocent facade and becomes the ruler of the world. This one is basically about taking the previous episode's concept and pushing it to its absolute limit, with Lois going into Stewie's weapon room and taking his gun so that she can go and kill him herself.
No, just kidding, you suck. No, just kidding, you suck.
Queer.
Queer?
This episode is actually great. Making the situation way more extreme does a good job at getting you more invested. Plus this one is just way more funny. I laughed a lot at so many of the jokes like the American Idol cutaway gag and all the comments Brian makes towards Joe.
Ha 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 ha, you're in a wheelchair.
Stewie's song sucks though, it's one of the worst Family Guy songs. I don't care at all that it was cut out of the syndicated version. You should go watch this episode. It's one of Family Guy's best. Even has a cool little nod to Seth's other show, American Dad. I'm gonna be putting it at the top of the season 6 list. I will say though, it definitely does feel like a jump the shark moment. I wonder what they're gonna do after this to keep the show interesting. In this episode, Peter becomes extremely patriotic to his country. In what is possibly the most forced opening gag in the series so far, he hears Herbert singing a patriotic song and then falls in love with America, wow. But after this, Peter tries to get all the immigrants sent out of Quahog, only for it to backfire and get fired from his job for being an illegal immigrant himself. From this, the episode just turns into the Griffin family working for Lois's parents with other immigrants, where Peter learns that, wow, immigrants are people too. Glad to see he needed to learn that. Still though, I enjoyed this one despite the plot. It makes up for it with Peter's odd jobs, and the scene of him trying to get citizenship is a pretty funny one. I also very much appreciate the Toby Keith reference, the musical genius who wrote and performed Red Solo Cup.
I think I'm perfectly capable.
I'm gonna be dropping this one under Stewie Kills Lois. Can't believe the plot Peter actually wants to start caring about his daughter warrants its own episode. Remember when him liking her was the status quo? After Meg gets in a coma, it causes Peter to become extremely overprotective, and obviously as a comedic twist, it makes it so that she starts pushing him away more. Whoa, what a turn of events.
Hi, Dad.
Listen, Brian, I take a bullet for Meg.
Meanwhile, Brian and Stewie buy an old rundown house with the intent to fix it up and resell it. As a B-story goes, this is a good one. It's fun seeing Brian get more progressively pissed off with Stewie, and they have a lot of great interactions here. It's consistently funny and has an interesting concept, although I'm not that into where it ends up with the whole pregnancy scare thing, and the second Conway Twitty joke is overdoing it, but either way, I'm glad to see the season is going way better than the last. Gonna be putting this one above Blue Harvest.
Ugh, that's the ugliest thing the fat man's grown since that horse leg.
Hey, Peter, have you seen my...
This episode is great, I love it a lot. Both of the stories work well, I think. Stewie decides he's gonna go into high school in disguise for a bit with Brian, so we can see his adventures in trying to become popular. Meanwhile, Peter has a stroke and... No! Well, okay, so it's just not much of a story, it's kind of just... Peter has a stroke. And we watched like 5 to 10 minutes of stroke jokes. And while in poor taste, I can't lie and say there aren't a lot of jokes that are amusing. Like Peter singing while driving in his car. It's dumb and stupid, but I don't know, it can be quite humorous at times. I like this one a lot. What it lacks in story, it more than makes up for by just being wacky and fun. I'm putting McStroke above Peter's daughter. James Woods makes his grand return to the series, with him stealing Peter's identity and taking over his life. He's way more entertaining in this one, thankfully, compared to the previous. They flat out just make him this insane villain, and I love how everyone just has to play along with him claiming to be Peter. They also allow him to go to fucking town and let him swear up a storm.
You beat her too, you little fag.
Can he say that? It's also just another nice return to a classic Brian and Peter team-up. We haven't seen one of those in a while. They've definitely been leaning more into him pairing up with Stewie in the recent seasons. Also, I love this turnaround of Quagmire. We did not need to see him from this angle. That whole opening skit was really funny in general.
You don't all wear a poop sack? Damn it, Bonnie! You lied to me about the poop sack!
This one is pretty good. I like it a lot. I'm gonna be putting it under Blue Harvest. I already talked about this episode for a while too in my Brian character analysis video, but I think this one could have been really great. Brian takes Lois and Peter to the city of Massachusetts, where he starts to come on to her, upsetting Peter. I just wish this more serious subject were handled with some more respect. Peter shouldn't immediately forgive Brian after fighting for 2 minutes, and Brian should have showed more remorse for what he did. I think it's fine if they want to revisit the crush he has on Lois, to show that he's still capable of giving into those urges, but this was not the way to go about it. I'm putting it at the bottom of the season 6 list so far. I like that this one is somewhat of a continuation from the last in terms of Brian's character. After feeling like he's failed at love once again, he tries to get with a girl he used to know called Tracy, only to find out that she has a son that he's never met before. This episode sucks. It's not funny at all, it has so many jokes that not only fail, but to make it worse they drag him on forever, like the Matthew McConaughey bit that goes on for like a minute straight. Brian is just so unlikable, I don't know why they set out to make him the biggest prick imaginable. He just doesn't want to spend time with him and learns that he needs to be there for him. But then after this we don't see him again for like fucking 10 seasons, perfect. It really just seems like they're running out of ideas, so they're introducing all these new plot points to try and shake things up a bit. I'm gonna be putting this one underplayed again, Brian, it sucks so much. Peter gets a pirate and it makes him want to become a pirate. Yep, we're really at that point of forced. The Chris plot is a little better with him having a crush on an intern vet. I like the moment when he sees her and randomly starts singing, but as a B story it means that we can't really do a lot with it. This one is kind of shitty overall. Peter being a pirate just isn't that funny of a concept to me. It's just too out there, I guess. I'll be putting it above Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air. This season was alright. There was a lot of hits, but also a lot of misses. Its highs were some of the best episodes of the series, but its lows were some of the worst so far. One thing's for sure though, and it's that you can definitely feel them running out of ideas, with them having really mundane setups for episodes that lead into really exaggerated shit that makes no sense. I can only imagine it'll get much worse as we go on. Season 7 kicks off with Love Blackshally. Oh boy, we're really shaking things up with another episode about Brian's love life. I sure am glad last season didn't already end with like 2 of those back to back. In this one, Brian meets the girl of his dreams, and really believes that she's the one because they both have so much in common. Well, okay, actually they both only really have atheism in common and spend each scene just making atheist jokes, but trust me when I say they hit it off. This is until Brian finds out that he's been cucked by Cleveland. The way this relationship bombs is just fucking obnoxious. Stewie for some reason convinces Brian not to have sex with her, and Brian for some reason goes along with this dumb idea, leading her to believe he's not interested and to fuck Cleveland instead. But then in the last 5 minutes it completely shifts to Cleveland's perspective, where he's thinking about getting back together with his old wife Loretta, and Peter needs to convince him that she's no good. Like, what the fuck happened? I thought this was a Brian episode. I don't know, everything is just starting to feel lazier, especially the jokes. You know, the Cool Whip thing was kinda funny as a one-off gag, but for some reason they just love repeating the whole, uh-oh, Stewie pronounces a word weird and it pisses off Brian gag. Like, does it really need to go on for a minute every time? I get the joke.
No, I think because of Cleveland, she's close enough to the main cast that it might be a little weird.
Really? We're filming! Okay, sorry. Ring the doorbell.
This was the only somewhat entertaining thing in the whole episode. The rest of it sucks. It's either confusing and obvious where the story is headed, or completely boring, no in between. Better hope the season starts picking up soon, because this is a terrible start.
It was my understanding that everyone had heard.
Heard what?
Brian, don't!
Yep, we're finally here, the infamous Surfing Bird episode. I thought this was the funniest shit in the world as a kid. I remember standing up and recording this on my TV with an iPad so I could rewatch it whenever I wanted to. But after not watching the episode since then, I gotta say, I still like it a lot. I don't know, maybe it's because it's a meme and that's why I think it's funny. The animation of him shimmying back and forth just looks so bad, and I like the scene of Brian and Stewie destroying the record. If Family Guy is gonna stop trying to be serious and character-driven, this is how I'd rather them do things. Just be completely idiotic and wacky. And thankfully the rest of the episode builds upon this, with Peter meeting and befriending Jesus fucking Christ for some reason. And then we go through the whole generic plot of someone becoming so famous that they forget about their friends, but it being done with Jesus just makes it way more entertaining. I hope to see more of this Family Guy in the future. The last episode was just trying way too hard to be serious and make you care about whatever shit was going on. This one just doesn't care at all and I love it. Oh wow, another Road To. It feels like we haven't had one of those in a long time. What a weird idea for one too. Brian and Stewie going back in time to World War II. This is the first introduction of Stewie's time machine, which he just like built off screen, but Mort Goldman accidentally travels back in time, so the two of them have to go to Poland to get him back. This special is okay. I feel like a lot of the charm of these episodes left with Dan Povenmire, the creator of Phineas and Ferb. He directed a lot of the early Road To's, and I can only assume was a large player in making those as good as they were. I don't know what it is exactly, there's just this lack of adventure to everything going on, despite all the action and amazing visuals. It just feels like everyone is never in any real danger, since most of the stuff going on is in service of a reference. Like, I have no clue what this is, it just takes me out of it. Saying this, there are a couple gags that I like, such as the Little Shop of Horrors reference, and some of the Germany jokes were pretty funny. So overall, it's not a completely joyless experience, but this is definitely the worst Road To so far. We didn't even get a charming musical show tune. I remember being really disappointed by that as a kid. putting this under I Dream of Jesus. Peter gets an unlimited gas card, and the family decide to take a road trip to the Grand Canyon. But Stewie accidentally gets left behind in a wacky Home Alone-esque scenario. This one's okay. The road trip barely plays into it, it's mostly just scenes of them sitting in the car, including like a 1-minute sing-along of the Griffin singing some song. I'd be more upset by this, but I genuinely really enjoy it when cartoon characters sing. I don't know, I love amateur singing.
Peter, watch the road!
Lois, get off my back, will you? I'm trying to watch TV.
I'm putting this one above Road to Germany. The stuff with Stewie trying to survive by himself by getting jobs and stuff isn't the best, but the Peter and Lois stuff more than makes up for it. I like when Lois finally tells Peter off for being an idiot and Peter gives this big dramatic speech, it's really funny.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target. Yeah, you're right. I talk too much. I also listen too much. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you, but I don't like to hurt people's feelings. When you think what you want about me, I'm not changing. I like me. My kids like me. My friends like me. Because I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
I think this is a good episode all around. The start with all the jackass stunts is a solid opener.
Yeah, we wouldn't want the bees to get mad. I hate you, bees! I hate you, bees! I hate you, bees! I hate you, bees!
And it does what the series has sorely been missing in these past few seasons, and that's actually make a good Brian episode. After the family realize that Brian is getting pretty old, they decide to get a new dog which they literally just name New Brian. And Brian becomes jealous of how well he's been able to get along with the entire family. I love the transition from him going from being innocent and delightful to intentionally taking over Brian's spot in the family and being all evil about it. This one is very good. It actually manages to deliver on some of the more emotional moments it attempts as well. And the ending where Stewie just straight up murders him was shocking, but in a good way. I'm putting this one at the top of the season 7 list so far.
No, pie isn't really pie without Cool Whip.
Oh, for fuck's sake, again? In order to get a promotion from work, Peter needs to repeat the 3rd grade, and so he heads back to school. I mean, hey, at least it's nice to see Peter at work again. Feels like he hasn't been there in ages, you forget he even has a job. Meanwhile, Brian and Frank Sinatra Jr. buy the club they perform at in an attempt to turn it around and once again make it a hotspot, and so let Stewie renovate it into everything they hate. I'm not that into the Brian plot, you can immediately tell what direction it's going in, but the stuff with Peter going back to school, while a really dumb concept, is pretty funny, he just acts like a child the whole time.
Oh, God!
Daddy?
Oh, God!
Pretty decent one overall. The Peter stuff more than makes up for the boring Brian stuff. If you're willing to turn your mind off and accept the nonsense for what it is, you'll have a good time. I'm putting this one above Baby on Board, but under I Dream of Jesus. Finally, after 7.5 seasons, Bonnie gives birth to her and Joe's child, whom Stewie falls in love with and tries to grab the attention of her. Meanwhile, Joe gets himself in a tough spot with hospital bills, and takes out a loan from a loan shark, so the gang try to help Joe raise money to pay him off.
Look what they did to me! My legs are useless now!
This is a pretty cool one. I liked it well enough. Where it leads into also feels pretty natural, with them needing to eventually break into Mr. Pewterschmidt's vault and a fairly funny Ocean's 11 parody. And Stewie's works for some random fun, such as his guitar song and music video. I like that part a lot. Saying that though, there are a lot of jokes that drag on for way too long. Like the gag where they cut Peter into that one celebrity freaking out on set that I forget the name of. Legit, it goes on for like 2 minutes and never once is it remotely humorous. This one is going under Baby Not On Board, but above Road to Germany.
That's the guy whose chin looks like a balls.
Peter buys a horse with brain damage and we get 7 minutes of silly horse shenanigans before he gets rid of it and needs to pay off the damages it causes.
Some of the milk in the fridge is not milk, it's horse sperm. I'm a horse breeder now.
Peter decides to partake in medical experiences in order to pay it off, and he gets injected with a gay gene. Yep, we're really at that point. I actually like this one. Peter becomes a lot more charming whenever he becomes gay, and it clearly sounds like Seth is having a lot of fun voicing him here. This is another fun one. Not the funniest or most interesting episode so far, but for what it is, I enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm putting it above Ocean's 3.5, but under Baby Not On Board. Stewie gets stuck on the roof while Peter was supposed to be babysitting him, and so when he looks through a cabinet he finds a winning raffle ticket that allows him one free round of golf with O.J. Simpson, who he then befriends. Wait a second, those two things don't correlate at all! This episode sucks. It takes forever to actually get into the plot. By the time Peter actually meets O.J., there's only 8 minutes left.
and I just don't understand what message they're going for here. Peter is seen as an idiot for trusting OJ, but all the characters who hate him are presented as exaggerated straw men, and at the end it just leaves me confused. Also got a lot of really drawn out jokes that feel incredibly forced, like they knew what they wanted the joke to be, but had no idea how to naturally get the characters there, so they just do it anyways.
Yikes! Looks like I need a distraction. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Twitty.
Oh, come on, that one wasn't even clever. Want to get an idea of how long these jokes go on for?
I wrote the entire segment to this episode while the gag was going on. And it's still going.
This one is going underneath lovable, actually. It sucks.
We don't want you in our town, Simpson. We don't love you like we did in 1993. Go!
That sucks. Lois becomes a spokeswoman for Fox News, which creates some conflict between her and Brian. But fuck that, the real standout star of this episode is Peter and Chris. With Lois working at a television station, they try to make an animated cartoon to pitch to the network, and it is hilarious. This is one of the rare times when the endless shitting on Meg works every single time, because it's just so insignificant with them hating all of her ideas but not wanting to tell her, and when you finally get to see their cartoon by the end, it's wonderfully dumb.
Chris, can I talk to you in the kitchen for a sec? I don't think she's getting it.
I know she's not getting it, but
There's no but. She's not getting it.
Well, what the hell do you want to do?
She's poison.
Absolutely, she's dead weight.
Cartoon episodes about characters making a cartoon are always some of my favorites, and this is no exception. This episode is going way high up there. Although not at the very top, since we do have that rather boring Brian and Lois plotline to slog through. It's going above Baby Not On Board, but under Tales of a Third Grade Nothing.
Anybody got any more jokes? Stewie? Anything funny? No? Brian? Meg? Chris? No? All right.
Among us.
Don't think it, don't say it, don't think it, don't say it, don't think it. After not getting his question answered at a Q&A, Stewie transports the cast of Star Trek The Next Generation to his house. Meanwhile, Meg becomes a born-again Christian, with her trying to show Brian that there is a god. You know, since he's an atheist now.
That's right, folks. It's going to be a Meg episode. Stick around for the fun. There's the clicker. No one would blame you.
Oh, thanks. Don't mind if I do. For real though, this one is just so boring. It's just an excuse for Seth to rant about his atheism for a bit, with the big point being, God doesn't exist because some women are ugly. Yeah, no, we're moving on. This one is going above the juice is loose. The only good part is the ending with Adam West.
Why are you saying it like that?
Fuck off, I get it! Oh boy, another Brian activism episode. This time he wants to legalize weed and gets the help of Stewie to do so. The best part about this one is the bag of weed song. Other than that, once again, it's just rather boring. It takes so long for weed to actually become legal. By the next scene, we're already at the point where it's becoming illegal again, with Carter and Peter creating a hate campaign against it and Brian selling out his beliefs so he can finally release his book. Although their hate video was pretty funny.
Hey, I got a great idea. Let's kill 6 million Jews.
Hooray! Yeah, I'm on board. How did you come up with that?
I got the idea from while I was smoking pot.
Oh, there it is. Give us some of that.
Ha ha ha. Perhaps later.
This one is mediocre. Has some good bits, but some boring parts too. It's going above Road to Germany, but under Ocean's 3.5. After getting beat up by Joe's daughter, Stewie gets on steroids and...
Chris Griffin, you are undoubtedly the most unpopular boy in school.
I am? What about Smiley McGee over there?
Hello.
I don't know what it is about this one in particular. I just have nothing to say. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Conway Rochelle.
But I've barely even seen Family Guy.
You're going to talk about this damn episode, and you are going to like it.
I mean, I watched the pre-cancellation seasons, but sure, why not? Okay, so in this episode, Stewie gets beat up by a girl, which embarrasses Peter, so he takes Stewie to the gym and decides to give him steroids, which makes him freakishly strong and muscular. Then there are a few scenes where buff Stewie acts like an obnoxious musclehead jerk, particularly to Brian. Then at the end of the episode, he wakes up and the steroids have worn off and he has a bunch of extra flabby skin, and Brian is gonna beat him up, but he jumps out the window and flies away like a flying squirrel. That's literally the entirety of the Stewie plotline in this episode, which is titled Steroids. I didn't leave anything out. There's really not much to say about it other than I don't particularly like looking at muscular Stewie. He frightens and upsets me, but I think that's what they were going for. The bulk of this episode is actually devoted to a pretty generic story where some popular girl named Connie decides to date a loser just to see if she can make him popular, so she chooses Chris. However, she actually ends up falling for him because he's nice to her and they begin dating for real. However, as soon as Chris actually gets popular, he turns into a complete jackass and dumps Connie, who then becomes unpopular and has to team up with Meg to get revenge. Their plan is to show an embarrassing video of Chris at a school assembly. In this case, it's Chris doing the Buffalo Bill dance from Silence of the Lambs. So then they do it, and now Chris is unpopular again, and then the episode is over. The most important thing you need to know about this episode is there's a scene where a character says that Chris smells like Fred Flintstone's ass. Then there's a cutaway joke where Fred Flintstone angrily reacts to this, but like he's not part of the scene, he's just addressing the camera, not the character. So I don't understand, is he just like watching the episode of Family Guy or what? It doesn't make any sense. Overall, this episode was great. I mean, it fucking sucked and I hated it, but it was great. Back to you, Mark.
It's going under Road to Germany, but above Love, actually. Oh, fucking boy, another Brian relationship episode. So Brian's ex-girlfriend Jillian is getting married, causing Brian to get upset and date another girl, only to realize that he chooses to only ever date dumb blondes and gets intimidated by the fact that his girlfriend might be smarter than him for once. They just make him shallower and shallower.
I mean, he's everything I have, especially since my mom died of cancer.
This one isn't too bad if you ignore how awful Brian is in it. It's got plenty of good jokes. I appreciate them going through the effort to actually get the late night hosts to do their gags in live action, and the father-son talk with Peter and Quagmire is hilarious. Plus, it's not a bad message about judging a book by its cover, with her actually being quite smart and talented despite people assuming she'd be an idiot.
Bruce Jenner is a woman. An elegant, beautiful Dutch woman.
This is like the opposite of poorly aged. This one's going above Baby Not On Board. Dude, you have no idea how pissed off I am. I just looked at this episode like, wait a second, this isn't episode 125, this is episode 124 in my script, and I had to go back through the past 100 episodes looking for the one I missed. Can you imagine if I did that at the end of this video? I'd kill myself. Anyways, this is a little anthology of 3 Stephen King books, but with Family Guy characters. It's alright. The first one is boring, the second is decent, and the last one is alright. Once again, anthologies are not my thing.
A month went by before Andy said 2 words to somebody. As it turned out, that somebody was me.
Vagina boob.
Cleveland's Jamaican cousin is in town, who is a psychic, and so she tells the story of one of Peter's ancestors. God damn it, we already did one of these! I don't care, I'm sorry, these past episodes just bore the hell out of me. Season 7. You can definitely feel the series starting to run out of steam at this point, with many episodes just making me scratch my head like, who came up with this? They weren't all bad, there were some alright ones, but a majority were whatever. The highs weren't as high, but the lows were some of the lowest. I will say, however, I don't think there's a single episode yet I can flat out call awful. The worst we've gotten is just boring and inoffensive. I wonder when the truly awful ones are going to start setting in. And with that, let's get a move on to Season 8. Oh damn, I didn't realize this episode was so old. I remember I had this season on DVD as a kid and would play this one all the fucking time. Road to the Multiverse follows Brian and Stewie getting stuck traveling from alternate universe to alternate universe. There isn't much of a plot to follow, and I honestly think that's for the best. The thing people remember this one for are the unique universes they go to. And there must have been an insane amount of money thrown at this for all the different sets they had to design. Like, could you imagine how much this Disney parody probably cost? Now this is how you blow your budget, not a fucking chicken fight. Something I noticed while watching in order is that Brian and Stewie's relationship has taken a noticeable shift from this point. At first they were friendly rivals, that turned into a friendship, that for some reason turned into Stewie being in love with Brian, but now their dynamic is just Stewie acting smart, then Brian trying to be smart with Stewie, and then him shitting on him. It can be funny at times, but I don't know, it gets a little old. Either way, this is still one of Family Guy's best. It's just pure creativity. If you haven't seen this one yet, go and watch it. I want to refrain from spoiling too much. I'd be surprised if it doesn't end up at least in the top 20 overall episodes. I like that this episode randomly starts with a Super Friends intro parody instead of the normal one.
And Meg.
This one is just all around random. It opens with Peter getting obsessed with this cardboard cutout of Kathy Ireland, and we just have to watch him be in love with her for 10 minutes. I think we are really getting past the point of no return from him just being a complete idiot now. After this, the big plot for this one is that Lois finds out her and her children are Jewish! I mean, hey, it's cool seeing that guy from season 3 make a reappearance at least. Along with Peter's dad, wow. This one's alright. The story is whatever, but it's pretty funny.
Alright, today we're gonna play soccer.
Huh, that was easy.
I like the part where Stewie repeats a joke he said earlier and Chris calls him out on it. Gonna be putting Family Guy under Road to the Multiverse. Season 8 is off to a pretty alright start so far. I remember how that usually goes though, so I won't keep my hopes up. The best thing about this episode is that it follows through on a gag from Season 2 where Brian was replaced by a random actor, with Chris being replaced by a foreign exchange student for this whole one, with the student being a fucking elephant. It's great. So Dan Aykroyd and Chevy Chase move across the street into Cleveland's old house, and upsets Peter once they call him unfunny. Brian and Stewie decide to investigate this with them getting involved in this big spy mission where they need to find a sleeper agent, and I do not care. It's just a big parody of 80s movies, and I really don't care for spy parodies no matter the show. I much prefer the B story where Peter, Quagmire, and Joe start an improv group. It's just dumb fun. This episode sucks though, I don't care for it at all. Even as a kid I hated when it aired. I don't know, just something about it felt off.
I haven't been this... since I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing, but...
This is the Roadhouse episode. That's all you need to know.
Now you are gonna hold down that football until Charlie Brown kicks it. You got that?
Other than that, we have another fucking Brian getting with a girl plot. This time the dilemma is that she's too old, despite Brian being like 50-something years old himself. It's just miserable. Everyone is so judgmental again. I don't like it. I wish they'd just stop with these Brian love stories because they all end up the same way. It seems like everything is going fine until Brian does something that fucks everything up. Find something else to do with this damn character. This one is very funny, so that makes up for the same old story we've seen time and time again on this show.
Ghost.
But that seems to be a common theme of this season so far. Bad plots, but good jokes. Gonna be putting it above Family Guy. But boy, am I sure hating the direction in which these characters are going. Everyone is such a fucking prick, I despise them all in this episode. This is an interesting one. Stewie is obsessed with Hannah Montana and tries to go to her concert so he can meet her. Meanwhile, Chris finally wants to prove that the evil monkey in his closet exists. So, that's cool, they're finally doing something with that.
Hey, Chris, you want to practice kissing again?
It's just... I want to keep saying we're getting there, but it's sad to admit, I think we already are there. I like the twist that the evil monkey is actually nice and becomes more of a father figure to Chris than Peter. He's the most likable character in this show now. I enjoyed this episode. Surprisingly, when everyone in the family isn't acting like pricks, this show can be quite pleasant. And Stewie and Miley's subplot is also pretty fun. I like their generic teen song that they share. Gonna be putting it under Road to the Multiverse. Stewie creates a dumb servant to do shit for him, with him then giving an even dumber one to Brian. Meanwhile, Quagmire finds out he's a father after some nonsense between Peter and the supposed ghost of Ronald Reagan, whatever. It's alright. Again, Quagmire isn't my favorite character, and just seeing him have to interact with a baby isn't the laugh riot I think they were expecting it to be, so I'm just bored for a majority of it. It's mostly picked up through the Brian and Stewie plot. Well, I shouldn't really call it a plot, it's more so just them being dumb for 22 minutes. But I don't know, it can be kind of humorous at times.
You boys have been very naughty. I'm gonna have to assign you extra homework.
Darn it, fractions are so hard. What'd you get for number 4?
She said don't share answers!
Putting this one underneath Family Guy, but above the spy one.
It's him! Hey, Cleveland!
Why didn't you tell us you were back, buddy? Oh, it's a lamp.
After realizing they missed Cleveland, the gang look for a fourth member to add, kinda like the South Park episode after Kenny died. They end up with a guy called Jerome, who ends up making Peter jealous after finding out that Lois used to date him. I like that he calls her Loose Lois. That's the same thing that the Kiss guy called her back in season whatever that was. However, this is nowhere near as interesting as the subplot where Brian finds out that Quagmire hates him, which results in the ultimate fucking roast, where Quagmire just lays out every single thing wrong with Brian's character. It's so cathartic. Although, a little less cathartic when I realized that the writers turned Brian into an unlikable prick knowingly just so they could call themselves out on it.
Ah, taking a break, huh? She's a hot piece of ass. And from the looks of it, she likes it rough.
That's my sister, Brian. Her boyfriend has been beating her mercilessly. The last thing she'd want right now is to be objectified.
Boy, that is just that is just an awful piece of foreshadowing. Oh my god, I can't believe it. They've actually managed to have a good Brian episode this season. What are the odds? Brian accidentally hits a dog with his car, and after torturing himself with guilt is astonished to find out that nobody actually cares about what he did. This causes him to contemplate the importance of his own life. Just like the other genuinely good ones, I won't talk about it for terribly long, but my only real complaint is the rest of the townsfolk seem a little too out of character here. Like, there's a scene where everybody, including Peter and Lois, tried to literally kill and eat Brian. But other than that, I like it a lot. Go check it out. I'll be dropping it under Road to the Multiverse.
Oh, it sure was nice of you to invite us out on your yacht, Mr. Pewterschmidt.
This is the most entertaining moment of this episode. Peter has to run Lois's dad's company and gets mad with power. Once again. Generic story, but is brought up by the humor.
Keep it up, Lois. I might fire you.
You wouldn't.
Does the name Lacey Chabert mean anything to you?
Okay, I'll behave.
Yes, you will.
Just time-stamping this as it's the first of many, many jabs at Lacey Chabert that do going forward. This is going above the Jerome episode.
Hi, I was gonna catch The Big Bang Theory tonight and wondered if you wanted to come over and watch.
What? What is that?
It's a comedy. It's on CBS. I'm really into it.
I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch it with you.
Peter gets amnesia. Yeah. Acknowledging it doesn't make it any better. Oh yeah, R.I.P. Family Guy and Adult Swim. It's decent. It turns into Peter cheating on Lois because he doesn't know any better and needs to make a decision to commit to her. Gonna be putting it above Business Guy. It has a few good moments. Look at how lifeless the animation has gotten. If a character isn't talking, they're just standing there completely still. Hell, even if they do talk, they just blankly stare into your eyes, not moving a muscle. It's creepy. So Brian and Stewie find out that Meg is dating a convict. And honestly, I gotta say I was barely paying attention to this one because I kept focusing on the fact that Meg's hat is a different shade of pink to her shirt. Why? Why would they do that? Don't you think it'd be easier and a better color scheme to make him the same pink? Whatever. This one's okay. It's got a couple of good moments like Peter looking through the TV guide, and I like that it randomly ends with the Simpsons credits. And it's interesting to see Meg have the upper hand over her family for once. I'm gonna be putting it under Family Guy. Uh-oh, here it is. One of the episodes to spark the most controversy. Chris falls in love with a girl who has Down syndrome, and Lois gets obsessed with going to a psychic. But who gives a shit about the Lois stuff? It contributes fucking nothing. She's acts clueless about everything. The Chris stuff honestly doesn't make any sense to me why it's so controversial. Despite the kinda harsh lyrics, I like the Stewie song a ton. It sounds great. It really highlights the best parts of Family Guy's orchestral soundtrack. Although the thing is, when you have a song that goes on for like 4 minutes, it means that you don't really have a lot of time to do anything with the plot itself. It is nice seeing a Stewie and Chris team up though. This episode's whatever, it's super forgettable. Just look up the song on YouTube, it's the best part. Meg gets a new boyfriend for like the 3rd time this season, and Lois decides to also get with him. Perfect. She's such a bitch and takes no responsibility, immediately blaming Peter for it. Meanwhile, Stewie gets on the American reboot of Jolly Farm, except playing as a girl, with him falling in love with one of his co-stars. It's alright, it just becomes a plot of Stewie struggling to balance keeping up this facade with also trying to get with her. Gonna put it under Business Guy, it's kinda boring. What a truly dreadful episode. Just seems like it's trying to be offensive for the sake of being offensive. Begins with a musical about Terry Schiavo, which believe you me is hilarious. Then it leads into Peter being a paparazzi, which is just the same as the Simpsons episode with the same plot. And finally we end it with the amazing plotline of Peter being sexually harassed by his boss at work, with nobody believing him.
If you don't have sex with her, you're gay. You can't win.
Again, it's just super mean-spirited. That kind of humor can work, but you gotta at least treat it with some kind of class. The message we end up with is that Peter shouldn't care about being sexually assaulted, and fuck her anyway. And that it's okay if you get harassed by a woman, because that woman might be very lonely. Great. Bottom of the list. It's not even funny to make up for it. For some reason, this one starts with a random Star Wars parody that isn't interesting, but the CG is surprisingly solid. Has nothing to do with the rest of the episode, which has Brian getting his pilot picked up for a TV series, but becomes upset once it starts being turned into something he hates, even with a surprise appearance from James Woods. Meh. The stuff with Brian is decent, I guess, despite it being about him being a pretentious asshole again, but the Meg and Chris subplot is truly terrible, with them giving Stewie a huge gash in his head and instead of taking him to the hospital they try to hide it from the rest of the family. This thing causes it to get infected and even Peter joins in on it, with them finally chucking him underneath a car and having him get run over. I just don't get who can find this funny.
You could always grab the vacuum and clean up the living room floor.
Oh, sure, I'll take care of that. Are you, running off to your job?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
This episode is going above the spy one. It sucks. After the news convinces everyone that a black hole is about to destroy the world, Peter announces to the family that he hates his children, before it's then revealed to be a simple April Fool's prank. What a great guy.
Oh, have you not heard? Heard what?
Jesus, how many times are they just gonna call back to jokes from back when the show was relevant? Do something new for Christ's sake. Honestly, I gotta say, I don't think this episode is as awful as it should be. It's getting to a point where I have to start ignoring how unlikable all the characters have gotten, and how they barely feel like a real family anymore, and just focus on whether or not they manage to make me laugh while being awful. And despite the really terrible plot, this one has a few good jokes that make me laugh, like Peter's King of the Black Guy bit and ending with him playing Call of Duty.
Now, which one do I press to shoot now? Damn it. Ah, crap.
This one is going above Brian's Got a Brand New Bag. Very surprised I liked it as much as I did. I am extremely conflicted on Brian and Stewie. It does a lot of things that I really like, yet an equal amount of things that I hate. It's one of the most experimental episodes of the entire show. It features Brian and Stewie getting locked in a bank vault for the weekend and passing the time. It is also one of the few episodes to have no cutaway gags. For as much as I can appreciate the ambition here, I think what it really brings it down is the humor. I love this one as an exploration of Brian's character. The scene where he tells Stewie about how sometimes he thinks about giving up and killing himself is extremely sad, and recontextualizes a lot of stuff to happen previously in the series. But I can't enjoy it as much because I'm too busy remembering the 5-minute scene of Brian being forced to eat Stewie's shit. I'm glad as a kid I could only watch the 22-minute syndicated version, because the actual running time is like half an hour, and it does not have any right being that long. Brian and Stewie is super middle of the road. I want to put it higher, but that would be to ignore how dreadful the humor is. It's going above Dial Meg for murder. Quagmire's dad comes into town to visit, being touted as even more of a ladies' man than him. This is until they actually come into town, and reveals to everyone that they're trans and want to get a sex change, with Quagmire being very against this.
I made a crumble.
Oh, how thoughtful. Throw it away in the outside garbage.
I am not even touching this one. It is aged extremely poorly. I'm not even going to attempt to talk about it. I'm putting Quagmire's dad underneath Quagmire's baby. Noticing a pattern here. In a parody of some movie I've never heard of, Peter, Quagmire, and Joe go out to Virginia in search of the funniest dirty joke ever told. Hey, they even bring back Cleveland for a guest appearance after having left the show for like a season ago. Have I mentioned that already? I have no clue, whatever. For what it is, it's an alright little adventure episode. It's nice seeing the guys actually go somewhere that isn't just the same 3 sets for a change. I tell you, the structure of this show is like a live-action sitcom despite all the cartoony visuals. They act like they only have access to a handful of sets. Gotta be putting the splendid source under Go Stewie Go. For what it lacks in good jokes, it makes up for by simply being something new. Jesus Christ, how many specials can you have in one season? The best part of this one is the shitty CG elephant they have run across the screen in the opener. It's just more of the same, and that's a good thing, I guess. Star Wars 2, except with jokes in between. That's all. I've never even seen these original movies. I don't know what I'm to say here. Hey, Ricardo, you watch Star Wars. You talk about it. I'm gonna go rest. All this Family Guy's giving me a fucking headache.
Alright, well, surprise, that was terrible. It was really bad. The thing that I've noticed with Family Guy is that there are a lot of tropes, and, like, from someone who didn't watch a lot of Family Guy as a kid, has only watched it in brief spurts recently because, like, you or Kasan have had it on TV. The main trope with the show is that it's just pop culture reference in place of X, or this Family Guy character in place of X, or this mean-spirited joke in place of X, and like the thing that they're doing is they're obviously parodying like this behemoth of a pop culture franchise, like the most beloved pop culture franchise, and they're taking like all of these recognizable scenes and they're just doing that with every scene rather than doing something creative or new. Like instead of a Wampa, it's Cookie Monster. When Luke crashes his snow speeder, he'll call some like name brand service provider that people use in their cars, but there was this scene towards the end of the movie, like when Han Solo's like Peter Griffin's Han Solo like walks into the dinner room scene with Darth Vader, and the giant chicken plays Boba Fett, and it's literally him going, "Ha, the giant chicken plays Boba Fett," and that kind of exemplifies the episode. It's just like this thing in place of this thing. It's really cheap comedy. It's not funny. It's just standard Family Guy stuff, but in the world of Star Wars. And it's not funny, even as a Star Wars fan. And that's the thing, you probably have to be a Star Wars fan to, like, get a lot of the jokes. So it's definitely not for everybody. And coming from, like, a massive Star Wars fan, it definitely wasn't for me.
Thanks, Brosif. This one is going under doggone. It's solid. This episode had been banned from television for a long time, only being released on DVD. Why is that? It's an abortion episode. An old friend of Lois wants her to carry your child, and after agreeing, the friend dies. So now Lois and Peter need to decide whether or not to have the kid. They don't. I like that ending a lot.
We had the abortion.
It's okay. It being banned gave it such a hyped build-up, but when you watch it, it's just whatever. This season was definitely way worse than the others. The highs were nowhere near as high and the lows were extremely low. The characters have taken a bigger hit this season. They're all just becoming so unlikable. Especially Lois and Peter, they just come off like they hate everyone. Sure hope that gets better. Spoiler warning, I already know it doesn't. Dude, you have no idea how hyped I was for And Then There Were Fewer as a kid. An almost 1 hour long Family Guy special featuring a large group of characters being stuck in a mansion one night with a murderer on the loose. This is definitely one of my absolute favorite episodes of Family Guy. It balances a super interesting story with a lot of great jokes. Much like all the other ones that I think are amazing, I'm gonna refrain from spoiling too much, but I think it's really cool how they were willing to do something like this. Everything works. The drama, the comedy, the wonderful orchestral music. How they were willing to kill off some secondary characters permanently? What a great episode. This is what I want to see more of from Family Guy. A genuine effort. Season 9 marks the beginning of the show being in HD widescreen. Finally, we can watch the wacky Griffin adventures in 1080p.
Here's what you used to see.
Good night, Mike.
Good night, Carol.
And here's the stuff you missed.
I gotta say, this new intro is terrible. The characters are so much more lifeless, and I really hate the awful gradients they added to everything. Reminds me a lot of the Simpsons one. This is one where they were very much starting to push Brian as a more hardcore liberal. However, when Rush Limbaugh comes to town, he completely has a turnaround and becomes right-wing, with Lois trying to point out the hypocrisy to him. It's just another example of Brian's character regressing so much. It's like the new writers only understand his basic character traits like, he's a liberal, he's an alcoholic. And they write stories based around those few things. Makes him come off as super up himself and pretentious. Everybody's a straw man here. I despise watching him interact with Lois in any episode now, despite them being presented as really good friends early on. Has a nice song though. Putting this one, unsurprisingly, under And Then There Were Fewer. It sucks hard, one of the worst of the series so far.
Rush Limbaugh was right all along. Conservative republicanism is the answer. Good. Good for Brian.
After Peter catches Lois's father Carter having an affair, he uses it as blackmail against him to do whatever he wants. Until he doesn't 10 minutes later and reveals what he did. So now Peter and Carter must— oh, for God's sake, it's not an unlikely pairing if you keep doing these same fucking episodes where Peter does something bad to Carter and so needs to help him get him back on his feet.
Mama, may I have cookie?
No, Diabito. Roll back to kitchen.
Oh.
As far as these stories go, it's one of the better ones, I suppose. I like the scenes where they're genuinely having fun with each other, but most of it is just miserable. I'm sick of these episodes. I hope next time they use Carter they decide to do something new with them. That'd be nice. Gonna be putting this one above excellence in broadcasting. It's only slightly better than the last team up between these two.
I'll set the mood. Ba 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 bird, bird, bird. Ba bird's the word.
I swear to fucking God, stop it. I mean it. Has it really taken them 9 seasons to have a proper Halloween special? I think this may be it. Wow. Let's see where they go with it. There's not much of a plot to speak of with this one. We just follow each member of the family going about their Halloween activities. I enjoy the Peter one along with the Stewie and Brian one. It's fun just seeing them go around trick-or-treating. Stewie just being a normal child works pretty well here. And the less we say about the Chris and Meg plot, the better.
Hey, get out of here! This is my house!
Overall, it's a solid episode. Nothing all that notable about it, but it's simple and fun. Gotta say, though, I'm really not a fan of the color scheme for the new nighttime sets. Brian is this really ugly sheet of grey. It looks like shit. I remember once in my English class in high school, the 20-something-year-old teacher used screen caps of Stewie and Brian from this episode in her PowerPoint presentation. Wasn't even related to English. Halloween on Spooner Street is going under And Then There Were Fewer. Lois gets into boxing, and uses it to let all her anger out towards Peter, quickly becoming the top boxer in Quahog. Pretty sure we already did an episode about Lois getting into fighting, but okay. This one is way less interesting, despite both having the exact same plot about it being tied to her relationship with Peter. It just becomes a Rocky parody with her retiring and then coming back out for one last fight, and I don't know, it's just sort of a worse version of the old one. I dozed off for most of it. The fight at the end was well animated though, I'll give it that. Hats off to you, underpaid Korean animator. Gonna be dropping this episode under Halloween on Spooner Street. I mean, out of all the Rocky movies, why parody the third one? That's like the second worst one. You know what? Here's every Rocky movie ranked. 2, 1, 5, 3, 4. There you go. Thanks for watching. I like the neat bit of continuity here with Brian getting all his unsold books sent back to him, and so he sets himself on writing a purposefully shit book that he knows will sell well. The episode immediately takes a nosedive, however, when Brian's book becomes a bestseller and he starts to buy into thinking it's actually amazing and he's some profound writer. Naturally, like every other story he has, becoming a pretentious asshole. He just starts becoming a prick, especially to Stewie, who's the guy who got him the book published in the first place. If you're interested in watching another episode of Brian being an unbelievable C-word, then boy, is this the episode for you.
Oh. Well, at least it's not raining.
Putting it at the bottom of the list so far, I cannot stand it at all. I appreciate the ending being all live action, that would have been a bitch to set up, but it does make up for how shitty the substance is. Thank God, another Road to episode. Hopefully this can save us from an incredibly mediocre season so far. This one is a Christmas special about Stewie and Brian going to the North Pole, only to see that Santa is overworked and depressed. I'd recommend checking this one out, it's pretty good. The songs are especially great. It's nice to finally get back to a more nice version of Family Guy, where every character isn't a miserable ass. The best thing by far, however, is that during the first song they changed one of Peter's lines to "Poo on you." However, in the DVD version he says the far more funny line, "Suck my dick."
Suck my dick, it's not enough.
I'll be dropping Road to the North Pole above Halloween on Spooner Street. Seems like these specials are all they're really putting their effort into anymore.
Here you go, Peter. It's on the house.
So, what do you think?
With Obama coming to Quahog, Chris and Meg have to write a speech for him. This episode is actually pretty good and emotional when it becomes about Brian killing himself to save Peter. But instead of talking about that, I'm gonna have my friend Sonny come in and read out the letter that he had to write to Obama when he was in school.
My reaction to the Union Address. My reaction to Barack Obama's speak is that it moved me because he speaks that to win the future, we must create more jobs for our generation. He also speaks about how he challenges us to help make the energy we use be made of water, sunlight, and nuclear power for cars and houses. He also encourages parents to tell children to turn off the TV and computer and do their homework and get the education they need. He speaks of the students who are successful in school but are not from the US, so when they finish school, they go back to their country to work against us. Barack also talks to improve broadband internet for better online help, such as by using ebooks in class, for doters to video chat with patients, and to let firefighters see diagrams of builds on fire to help save people get out safe. I agree with Barack on his speech about how children should go to college and get a degree, for us to have greener cars and houses, and for us to have a better future. Barack gave a compelling speak, and it moved me many ways.
Beautiful. Going underneath Halloween on Spooner Street, the highlight here is Stewie's reaction to Brian giving up his kidney and killing himself. Brian does one nice thing this season, wow. Can't believe Family Guy managed to have a genuinely good emotional moment. It's nice to actually feel invested for once instead of absolute boredom. I like the parody of the Hulk it opens on. That's all I really have to say, it's boring. We finally learn more about the female anchor in Quahog who's replacing Diane Simmons, but it turns out that she has it out for Lois, as she bullied her back in high school. Meh, not a fan. I hate that it turns into Lois being outed for being in a porno movie in her 20s, I just don't care. Putting it under Welcome Back, Carter. As a kid I hated this one when it came on.
Hiya, lame asses!
Whoa! Whoa! We were having a nice time!
I've got a sole finger.
I don't give a crap. We got bigger problems.
After a mishap at the theater, Peter and Bran are sent to a month of Alcoholics Anonymous. The pacing in this one is just terrible. Family Guy has a real problem when it comes to pacing, I've noticed lately. When your episode is only 22 minutes, you gotta delegate your time properly to make sure you fit in all the important parts. But scenes that should only go on for like a minute instead take an eternity. For example, Peter and Bran turn the AA meeting into a drinking party. But oh no, the cops are coming, so they gotta hide. In any other show, this would lead to a 30-second long scene of the police coming in, saying they've hit all the alcohol and then leaving. Simple. But in Family Guy, it leads into a 4-minute fucking long musical number that means nothing in the grand scheme of things. I don't know, it's not a huge deal, but by the time they've done their song, there's only like 7 minutes left of the episode, and it still doesn't really feel like the plot is kicked off yet. They try to bring Death in after Peter dies in a car wreck, and it's cool to see him again, but he has barely any time to do anything. He's only here for like 3 minutes. It sucks. Overall, this one is boring and forgettable. The best part of it is where Peter sings the cat dog intro, and his Mr. Boo song isn't too bad either. Glad to see the music is the last thing in the series they still put effort into. Gonna be putting it under Baby You Knock Me Out. Another Chris episode, and I gotta say, this is actually one of the better ones. After Peter and Lois feel like he needs a hobby, Chris befriends this old German puppeteer, only to find out that he's can I say that on YouTube? Well, one of those things that 13-year-olds on Twitter always accuse people of being. I don't know, it's quite the simple story. It just becomes Chris and Peter being trapped in his basement with Herbert, needing to save them. But it's got some alright jokes. I think it can be quite funny at times.
Quick, shoot him, Chris. What are you waiting for? How do I know which one to shoot? What? How do I know which one is the real dad?
I like this one. It's nowhere near the best the series has to offer, but in what so far has been a pretty terrible season, this was a breath of fresh air. I like their old person fight at the end. He dies in a fairly realistic and gruesome way too. I'm putting German Guy above New Kidney in town. To add to the list of episodes that feature Meg falling in love with some random person, we have her going crazy and trying to get with Joe instead of a dog. Even the writers understand how repetitive it's getting.
Well, look, all I'm saying is, I remember when Brian had a similar difficulty with Meg. Maybe she's prone to quick and severe infatuation.
Yeah, with a dog, not a cripple.
Meanwhile, after realizing that he's kind of lost his edge, Stewie accidentally creates an evil doppelganger of himself that goes out on a killing spree. Hey, remember when I had my own edgy doppelganger? Oh my god, here he is now! This episode's okay, I guess. I'm not really a fan of the Meg and Joe stuff, it's just the exact same setup and payoff as the Brian one. But the evil Stewie one is interesting enough. I really like those plots. Although I do find it odd how they do the exact same thing from the last one, where the character holds a gun and doesn't know which to shoot, except this does it unironically. Still though, I liked it well enough. Putting it above Baby You Knock Me Out. Alright, see you in another 2 years I guess, don't ask why my voice is different. The family does one of those generic sitcom stories, where the kids are the parents and the parents are the kids. Meh, it's not all that great. It features a lot of those annoying drawn-out jokes, such as a 2-minute scene of Carter struggling to destroy a park bench. How silly. It takes way too long to even get into that story. The first 8 minutes is about Peter owning a dirt bike. Jesus, how many of these openers are just, Peter gets blank? It's a fucking bike, how interesting can it be? Spoiler warning, not very.
Alright, time to make all those popular kids pay for ignoring me.
Peter, no, you're just a normal high school kid.
Oh. Hey, Lance, it's off. Throw this phone away, Lois.
I like that everyone around town just accepts this as a normal thing and allows Chris to work Peter's job and the parents to go to high school. It's not amazing, but for what it is, they do all they really can with this premise. Gonna be dropping it under German Guy.
I think we should go live with Mom.
I just heard all of that, and I just want to say this family is fucking disintegrating.
You got that right.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, crap. He's in love again.
My thoughts exactly. Brian gets depressed about the fact that he doesn't have a girlfriend, and so takes Quagmire's class on getting love. This then leads to the two becoming at war with each other, with Brian getting with Quagmire's old girlfriend, and Quagmire getting with Brian's old girlfriend, Jillian. They're both just assholes. I don't think either of them were in the right. I gotta say though, at least it was interesting. But by the point they get to here, there's only 4 minutes of the episode left. They shouldn't have wasted so much time on the pointless Peter dry cleaning story yet amounted to nothing. Dropping Tiggs for 2 below Welcome Back Carter.
Hey Tyler, are you on your way to algebra?
Yeah, I'll see you there.
The preceding joke was brought to you by Men.
Men, we don't know what we did.
You are gonna see this type of joke with that shitty white text so much going forward. Get ready. Lois's sister comes into town and gets into a relationship with Mayor Adam West, with Lois worried she'd just have her heart broken again. Listen to Lois's audio quality here. It's all fucked up. You can hear the microphone peaking.
Goodbye. Where are you going?
As of today, I'm stepping down as mayor and leaving Quahog forever.
Because of Carol?
Sounds like one of my videos. I don't give a shit about the plot. I think the joke's elevated a ton. Adam West is still a really funny character. No matter what point in the series, he's definitely the best part about the episodes he's the focus of. It's alright. It'll be going a bit higher on the list, but that doesn't mean it's amazing. Putting it above Trading Places.
Oh, by the way, I should tell you I've got AIDS.
What?
Yeah, they're right over there waiting for me.
Ready to go when you are, sir.
Poor guys, they both have AIDS. Not okay!
There's not even like a joke or a pun in that title, it's just straight up The Big Bang Theory. Stewie decides he's gonna keep going back in time to fuck with Brian, such as stealing the iconic peanut butter jelly time bit. But this starts to backfire once Bertram returns and uses the time machine to attempt to kill one of Stewie's ancestors, Leonardo da Vinci. I don't really have a ton to say. When they get to Italy, it's got some pretty ambitious, yet dated visuals, with the CGI buildings, but I guess I still appreciate the effort. It's just sort of boring though. Gonna be putting it underneath a New Kidney in town. This episode is terrible. I really hate it. Bonnie was never a character that I particularly liked, but from this point on I actively start to hate her, with her and Lois going to France so that she can cheat on Joe. She's just an irredeemable bitch from this point on, and her character only gets worse and worse, where they're actively hating Joe and wanting him to die. The only somewhat good part of the episode is Peter deciding to homeschool Meg and Chris. It's kind of funny, I guess.
Yay, learning! Chris, A. Meg, F.
Under excellence in broadcasting. Terrible one. I like the part where they're so shameless in not being able to fill the episode length that they play the entire music video for Dancing in the Street. I am not joking. It goes on for 3 minutes. This is the last Star Wars parody, this time being a parody of Return of the Jedi. It opens with the characters being as uninterested as I am.
We're about to do Jedi, aren't we?
Let's just get through this.
Even the scrolling text talks about how much of a cash grab this is. Look, it's the third Star Wars, but Family Guy. The novelty is worn off. It's still funny, what more is there to say? Season 9 sucked dick. You really have no idea how much I'm beginning to dread this. The show is becoming so repetitive and awful with the characters becoming more unlikable by the episode. Can't wait to see it get even worse. I like the little switch up with the intro in this one where a dancer comes down to tell Peter she's pregnant. That was funny. I love how every episode now needs to open up with the family watching TV so they can have a lame-ass cutaway gag that adds nothing to the show. So Peter takes out a second mortgage on the house so he can buy a lot of lottery tickets. And what do you know? They end up winning. I like that the fucking first one they grab is the winner. Amazing. They just go through the typical ideas you could do with a story like this. Peter starts splurging and then becomes a power-hungry asshole, abusing his friends in exchange for money. Very funny. I just don't care. I'm sorry, it's terrible. There's a scene that's like a minute long of Peter and friends singing the Troll song. Tells you what you need to know.
And I'm gonna dive into it like Scrooge McDuck.
This is hands down one of the most dreadful episodes of Family Guy, by fucking far. I don't understand. As a kid, I assumed it was super deep and one of my favorites, but now I cannot stand it. This was part of a big 3-web promotion all of Seth's shows were doing at the time. Family Guy, American Dad, and The Cleveland Show, where each of them would have an episode taking place during a thunderstorm. During this time, Brian decides he's gonna take mushrooms, and we see the writer's desperate attempt at showing you his bad trip. I don't give a shit about this one, it's just trying to be creepy and gruesome for the sake of it. The main focus here is the A-plot, where after getting nothing but shit on all night, Meg finally decides to stand up for herself, and tells the family off for how big of pricks they are. We're then just watching a genuine family argument, and it's like, this is sad. Like, yeah, these characters are now terrible people. Do something about it. This then leads into the family getting at each other's throat, which causes Meg to realize that she needs to be able to take the abuse from the family and act as a lightning rod, teaching us the wonderful message that you should stay with your abuser, because they might get upset if not. I understand people are going to say that Family Guy is just a comedy and so I'm looking too hard into it, and not accepting it for what it is because I'm soft. But no, I wouldn't mind if they weren't actively trying to tell a serious message here, with sappy music and slow zoom-ins to boot. Fuck this one, it's miserable to sit through. The family shitting on Meg can be funny, just like Homer strangling Bart is funny. You know what would make it less funny though? Them making an entire episode focused on Homer abusing him.
You guys all think you're so much better than me.
Oh, Meg, that is the least fancy thing I have ever heard.
Okay, that is the one single funny joke. Oh my fucking god, really? Not only did they decide to have one episode about abuse, but 2 episodes about abuse, and better yet, they're airing them one after the other. Fucking brilliant. Does this one manage to have a better moral at least? It is so fucking confused on what its message actually is, I can't tell. Quagmire's sister is getting abused by her boyfriend, and the gang try to convince her to leave him, with her not wanting to do so. Don't want to waste any fucking time on it. The message is basically, if you're getting abused and do nothing about it, then you're weak. What a fucking joke. Quagmire of all characters should not be giving a speech about respecting women. Stick to fucking comedy, Family Guy. I hate Peter's new voice. I know I'm just nothing but complaining at this point, but I hate it. It's gotten so exaggerated over the years. He talks like a baby. It's so annoying. He can't pronounce words anymore. So Peter meets Ryan Reynolds, who moves next door. But things start to take a turn for the worse when he worries that Ryan might be gay and likes him. So he tries to find out the truth. Meanwhile, Stewie crashes Brian's car and freaks out when he's about to tell Lois and Peter. Honestly, it's kind of charming seeing Mac like a little kid not wanting to get in trouble by his parents. And they bring Consuelo into it in a nice way too. Both of these plots are incredibly simple and not much goes on with them, but I think that they work well. Just sit back and enjoy the humor.
Hey, Lois, what's going on here?
Oh, it's my book club, Peter. Come, join us.
Oh, okay.
This episode ain't so bad. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to the shit by now it makes average ones seem better, but either way, it's at the top of the list so far. What a fun and creative episode. I'm genuinely so surprised this came from season 10. Why does it feel like Family Guy has 10 writers and only like 2 of them are good? So Brian and Stewie go back to 1999 to find a ball that he buried in the yard, which just so happens to be the exact day that the pilot of Family Guy aired. So we see Brian and Stewie cause timeline shenanigans. I love how they attempted to emulate the crappy season 1 style, even if they still use the generic newer Family Guy stock poses in the scenes. But either way, it's a super creative concept and we got a lot of good jokes out of it. Like them just sitting there during a cutaway.
Can I please get collagen injections?
Meg, you don't need to change the way you look. You know, most of the world's problems stem from poor self-image.
Oh my god, what's with Meg's voice? She sounds like someone who's about to give up a huge opportunity.
There's another jab at Lacey Chabert to put in the counter. I don't care as much when the latter half focuses on Brian stopping 9/11, but we still get a lot of cool animation segments during that section. The CGI part actually looked really cool. I remember as a kid I had wished they did a whole episode like that. One of the best Brian and Stewie stories. Glad to see they still try with these ones. Top of the list.
Whoa, crash ahoy.
Good, Family Guy. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength here. During a Thanksgiving dinner, Joe's son returns. Remember him? Kevin. I kind of forgot to mention that he, died off screen 3 seasons ago. It's cool seeing everyone in the main cast interact in a room. There's some funny moments here, but I start to lose interest when it actually becomes about Joe hating his son for abandoning his army position.
No dentist appointment for this guy.
This one starts well, but after a while it just becomes a boring family drama. Other than a couple funny bits, I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be putting Thanksgiving, which is a shitty name by the way, in between Lottery Fever and Stewie Goes for a Drive. After about 8 minutes of Peter going on a diet so that he can ride a new roller coaster at Six Flags, the family find an old Amish town and need to stay there until the car is fixed. It's just a bunch of drawn out jokes about the Amish, and I don't know, I don't find it interesting at all. Never mind how they try to mix this in with yet another Meg falling in love plot, really, who gives a shit? I'm gonna be putting this one under Thanksgiving, it's just boring. It's neat to see Cleveland again for a little bit, I guess, even if they are incredibly blatant about it just being to increase the Cleveland show's ratings. The gang realize that they haven't done anything adventurous in a long time, and so head out to New Orleans, having a run-in with the law and being arrested in the process.
I can't believe this. 2 weeks in prison on trumped-up charges. That trial was a total sham.
Yeah, I knew we were in trouble the minute I saw the jury. Well, at least they're a jury of our peers.
I don't think they see it that way, Peter.
For what it is, this is a fine little adventure. I'd put it about on par with the one about the dirty joke, going above Thanksgiving. After a crash, Lois's dad gets his driver's license revoked. It causes him to realize that he's old and he should think about retiring. This leads into another riveting Carter episode, where he spends more time with the family and gets on all their nerves, eventually moving into a retirement home, and then realizing that he likes working. Oh boy.
But let's see who's really under there. Ah! A skeleton!
I don't give a shit. Oh no, he's boring when retired. How awful. Putting it under Amish guy.
Causing all this traffic.
Oh boy, yep, there's the problem. Not drawn yet.
Why is the only thing they can think about doing with Meg have to do with her being in love with someone? Do something new! It's Meg's 18th birthday, which means Quagmire is finally gonna try and fuck her. What a likable character. Respects women too, I hear. It doesn't work because he's intentionally coming over with the intent to fuck her. The only way I could see this being somewhat decent is if it happened naturally, but no, he's just a prick and it's weird and creepy. And Lois, like, encourages this for some reason. The best part is honestly just it being nice to see Peter care about his daughter again. The scene at the end where he screams at Meg is genuinely cathartic. I don't know, I don't want to waste any more time on such a shitty concept for an episode, but that was definitely the highlight, other than the Teen Choice Awards opener.
I tell you, every year I recognize fewer and fewer names.
Lombard Montague, Grace McLady, Andy Colorado, the Mondo Twins, Purple Stuff, Tank Top Gay Face.
Gonna put it above Screams in Silence. The family decide to get new stairs, which causes issues for Peter as he keeps slipping on it. Yes, this is a plot. It's the funniest part of the episode. Meanwhile, Peter gets a new deaf co-worker, which causes Quagmire to invite a ton of disabled women to the bar. And of course, naturally, Brian falls in love with a blind woman, where everything is going fine until she admits that she hates dogs, not realizing, you know, Brian's a dog. It's just the same as all these other fucking stories. Brian comes to Stewie and he gives him some advice that ends up messing everything up. Once again, I wish they'd just stop the Brian love plots unless they did something new with it. The Peter stuff is alright as a fun little side story, but it doesn't make up for the boring mean one. I'm gonna drop it below Thanksgiving. I'm not sure what the intro to this one is parodying, but it's animated well. So Stewie ends up making a new friend at daycare, who comes over to the house. But he ends up going unconscious, and after they go to the hospital, they find out he has cancer. The whole dilemma here is that the family of the kid already know he has cancer, but are choosing not to take him to the doctors because they think they can heal him through prayer. And so Lois and Peter have to gotta try and kidnap the kid so they can take him to get better. It's fine, I guess. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, I suppose, but it isn't very funny either. The only real part that got a chuckle out of me was the heist with all the different Peters, but other than that, I could barely hold my attention.
I am so happy for me. I deserve this. When do you think the Queen's gonna die?
I'm putting Living on a Prayer above the last one. Boy, this season sure does suck so far, doesn't it?
Good evening, I'm Michael Myers.
Peter finds out that Tom Tucker used to be a big Hollywood actor, and so becomes his agent, trying to get him back on the scene. In the meantime, Chris finds a new girlfriend, which puts everyone off as she looks exactly like Lois. Well, everyone aside from Lois, who doesn't even seem to notice anything off about her. Jesus, they're like fucking addicted to romance plots. They're in every other episode at this point. They really can't find any other source of conflict here. We just follow along the exact type of plot you'd expect them to do. It's just the opposite of the Jesus episode. Peter starts to get too big for his boots and becomes the agent for James Woods, who it turns out has survived after being stabbed, until something happens that makes him come crawling back to Tom to apologize. It's tough because I want to say this episode is alright, but then I realize that the only reason I feel more positive to it is because the rest of the season has been so shit. And when I look at it more objectively, it's just extremely boring and unfunny. Putting it above Cool Hand Peter, it's like the third highest on the season 10 list, but it is very low in the overall ranking. I cannot believe how much it sucks. Let's hope it gets better in the second half. I like the part where instead of showing a cutaway gag, they literally put a scan of the script on screen for you to read. That was kind of funny, I guess. Brian starts to realize that Stewie's daycare teacher isn't treating them well, but when he goes to tell her off, he accidentally falls in love with... This plot sucks. Brian just starts to dismiss everything bad she's doing to the kids just to try and fuck her. Surprise, surprise, doesn't work. The much better side to the story is Peter befriending a dolphin, voiced by Ricky Gervais. The character isn't all that memorable and they don't really do much with the concept. I mean, what could you do, really? I just think it's a funny contrast to have it be voiced by Ricky Gervais. He adds a lot to the character. It's nice for them to make an actual character around it, and not just have him be the actual guy. You ever seen the Ricky Gervais show? Go watch it. It's great. Much better than what I'm subjecting myself to right now.
We're working on something.
I'm gonna put be careful what you fish for under Cool Hand Peter.
Hey, Elmer.
Wait a second, this guy's name is Elmer Hartman? As in Elmer Butch Hartman? Why have I never realized that before? Wow. So Mort's pharmacy is starting to go under ever since the death of his wife. So Peter and Quagmire help him set up this big insurance fraud scam. It's alright, they're mostly just trying to cover up what they did for the majority of the episode. It's weird this is one of the only episodes they feel like they didn't need a B story for. There are a couple funny moments, but for the most part I don't give a shit. I don't know where else to put this, but it just dawned on me that the reason they look so unnatural and cold now is because with widescreen they can have them all be spread apart. But earlier on they had to all huddle together to fit on screen. Made it seem more homely. Gonna drop it onto the blind side. Peter tries to get Chris to join a hot dog eating contest. During this, Stewie finds an old Queen album, where the cover seems to scare him, and so Brian abuses it to torture him. That is all. A majority of this episode just focuses on Chris going to fat camp, with Peter also getting coerced into it. Honestly, I'm surprised it took them this long to get to a story like this. Seems like something they would have done ages ago, a fat camp story. One of Steve's friends from American Dad is here for some reason too. Did it just run out of fat kid models? He has the same design as Peter. Anyways, it's just 15 minutes of fat jokes, and gets old real fast. After a while, it becomes this murder mystery where fat kids are being strangled all over. So they bring back the fat guy strangler from a few seasons ago. Not voiced by Robert Downey Jr. though. Need to see him again, but it happens way too late for anything cool to be done with it. It's going above the blind side. After Lois starts being bitchy and says to Brian that Peter and him aren't even friends, Stewie experiments by putting Peter, Brian, Quagmire, and Joe all in an abandoned world where they have memory loss to see if they naturally become friends. This is a really cool concept. Not sure if it's a parody of a movie or whatever, but it's a neat idea to do either way. And I like that they try to have a genuinely sweet ending, where Stewie and Lois are proven wrong and they do become friends with one another. It's nice.
That's annoying.
Thanks. I can't say it's all that funny, most of the humor is just based on them saying stuff about themselves that isn't true, but still, I love the concept a lot. I'm gonna put this one under Back to the Pilot. Can't believe it, a decent episode.
Can a fireman wear a hat?
No?
Yes!
Yes.
Can a policeman wear a hat?
No way.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, he can. I knew that.
Now you at home, tell me, who else wears a hat?
A very formal horse?
So Peter gets addicted to Jolly Farm's review, and so decides he's going to create his own live-action kids show, where he does nothing but badmouth Lois, which causes her to get harassed in public. Meg also gets an internship at the local hospital, and it's boring, so back to the Peter stuff. It's decently funny, I guess. That's all, it's okay. Putting it above Tom Tucker, the man who, I don't know, I forgot it was a long name. So Brian takes Stewie to the park, where he meets a young girl who's basically just the female version of himself. But him from season 1, she's a psychopath. Meanwhile, Peter and Lois are having an issue where he keeps crushing her in the middle of the night, and he needs to get used to them sleeping in different beds. It's funny enough. I like that Peter and Quagmire decide to sleep with each other platonically, so we can cuddle with someone. It's very dumb and charming. I also like where the Stewie stuff goes, with the girl trying to kill Brian from splitting them up. So he needs to come to his rescue. It's sweet and the fight scene has a lot of creative animation, putting Mr. and Mrs. Stewie under Forget-Me-Not.
Dearest Augustine, I do hope this latest damp has not aggravated your gray lung. Dip, 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 dip.
Meg goes to school in Paris for a semester and ends up getting kidnapped by a sex trafficking ring. So Brian and Stewie need to come over to save them. It's like a big Taken parody.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
It's just kind of boring. I don't know, I couldn't find myself getting invested. It's too out there of a story for me that I forget it's even a real episode half the time. They really want to start pushing this buddy cop thing here with the two of them now. It's way too exaggerated in this one of him knocking all the shitty tropes. Gonna put Lego My Mego above Burning Down the Bayit.
Hey, Mort, what's this thing?
What do you mean? It's a fucking open sign. Are you this desperate to force your characters into these dumbass scenarios? After starting a fucking store in his living room for some reason, Peter decides to join the Tea Party. And so after finding out Lois's dad runs it, he gets Peter to be his pawn and getting people to join him as a regular working man. I don't give a shit about these political episodes. They're boring. Under grumpy old man.
I'm very proud of you, Peter.
Oh, Lois, that means nothing to me. I only care what they say on the internet message boards. Aww.
Look, Peter is watching this very video. Why did it take them 7 seasons to get back to this concept? Was it worth revisiting that much? The first segment is just 7 minutes of British jokes. Aren't they polite? Don't they say funny words? Since it's a what-if episode, why not just bring in a British writer to do it? That would have been neat to see. The second is a parody of those ones where Peter can turn anyone into a certain thing by touching them. That thing being Robin Williams. It's decent, but it seems better for a 30-second cutaway gag rather than a full segment. Finally, we get to see a portion of Stewie's death from his point of view. The animation is cool. Never do one of these again. Under Lego My Mego. So to contrast against last season's episode, Joe has an affair on Bonnie here with some lady voiced by Anna Kendrick.
Well, we've all made mistakes.
I at least prefer that they're doing this one in Quahog so we can see how the characters are reacting to this, with Bonnie initially wanting to get divorced from Joe, so he needs to convince her to stay. But also, Bonnie, you want to take the stand on this? Again, last season. If anything, her one was worse because she went with the intent of having an affair. It was just a coincidence for him. But who cares, we got another giant chicken fight to draw our attention. They're really struggling to try top themselves with these, with this one just being this multi-dimensional and cloning thing. And it all just becomes noise. I don't really care, just retire this fucking gag already. Bad episode. Extremely bad season too. Do you really think it can get worse from here? I hope not. To try and one-up another family, the Griffins decide that they're going to climb up a mountain. And so they climb Mount Everest.
This is probably a terrible time to remember this, but I think I might have left the weed whacker on.
It's an alright premiere, I guess. Better than a majority of the last season, at least. It's a fun little adventure, and they make some good jokes about the scenario they're in. I don't know, it's just nice to have them all together and act like a family for the first time in years. There's even a sweet little moment with Lois deciding to go back up the mountain to save the family they were competing with. What a decent start to the season. I mean, anything better than last season is a blessing.
Hey, Chris, you think it's safe to drink from a fire hose?
Why not, Dad? It's just water.
All right, well, turn it on. I'm very thirsty. Nice job, Chris. You got my shirt wet.
The Griffins become a Nielsen family, and so Peter has fun screwing around with the TV stations. Although this backfires once everyone begins to hate him for messing up all the shows. This one is pretty boring. A majority of it is just us seeing the different TV shows that Peter's changed, and we don't actually see him try to do anything about it until like the last 3 minutes of the episode.
Guys, I broke television, and now you have to help me fix it.
Yeah, looks like this is one we beat you to.
Stewie calls Brian a libtard at one point. Moving on. After a mishap at a baseball game, everyone in town finds out that Quagmire is bald and wears a wig. So he decides to embrace this and go bald permanently. They do such a simple and boring thing with it though. For some reason, him being bald causes him to act boring like an old man. Why? It's not really that funny of a concept. Definitely not enough to warrant an entire episode. And that's why it doesn't. Halfway through, it randomly becomes about Brian finding out Carter has 2 weeks to live as he's got cancer. So now we have another Brian and Stewie adventure, where they try and find out how Carter managed to immediately get better. They both say imposter like 10 times in this episode. It was very distracting.
Imposter.
Ass ahoy.
This one is very boring, not into it at all. Bottom of the list so far. After Brian starts using Stewie's time machine to pick up women, he causes a time thingy. I think that's the scientific term. But now time is constantly moving backwards instead of forwards, and so Brian and Stewie need to do something before Stewie becomes unborn. There's a lot of neat visuals here. Takes what could have been a boring episode and made it more interesting. It was something new to do with the chicken fight at least. And it's cool getting to see them relive past episodes again.
Oh, he's so cute.
Oh my god, we're getting closer to the beginning! You're Lacey Chabert!
There's like I want to say 4 jabs at Lacey Chabert in the show so far. What have you got against her? She was in Mean Girls, for God's sake. This is a solid one. It's nowhere near as good as most other Brian and Stewie episodes, but I still like it a lot for the concept alone. We find out that Joe lied about the reason he was put in a wheelchair, not being the Grinch who did it, and instead some guy called Bobby Briggs. So Peter, Quagmire, and Joe all set out to take the guy in after he escapes from prison. For what it is, it's another fun adventure with the gang, but it never manages to be all that funny at any point. I at least appreciate how they're getting a lot more creative with these concepts, and it's not just the characters standing around the same 5 locations over and over again.
Meow. Purr. Purr. I think you're dreaming.
No, I'm not.
I like the subplot with the Griffins having to take care of Quagmire's cat and Brian being jealous of it. That's as far as they go with it, but there's a couple funny moments.
Watch.
So, big deal. Dogs do that too. Here, go ahead. Do what you just did, but with me.
Oh! Oh!
Ass ahoy.
Gonna be putting Joe's revenge under into fat air. After experiencing a midlife crisis on her birthday, Lois decides to try and act young again, going out all night and partying. It's not awful, but at the same time I can't stand Lois at all. She becomes insufferable, talking like what the writers think is a stereotypical teenage girl. And it goes through the exact plot you'd expect from it. At first Peter likes the new Lois, but grows tired of it and wants his old wife back. Who would have guessed it? Also, a big plot point revolves around Justin Bieber, so it's already dated tremendously. Q Conway Twitty Gag number 6 or 7, it's like a shitpost at this point. Stewie has a subplot where he finds a little turtle and keeps it as a pet, only to find out that he's evil and trying to kill him, and it's much better. Nothing much goes on with it, it's just as simple as that, but it's pretty humorous. Most of that comes down to the turtle's design. He's got a really funny expression. Hey, look at this. Lois's arm breaks for like 5 seconds. What a fucking oversight. Overall, it's a decent episode, I suppose, with its biggest issue being the S story is the weakest aspect.
No! No! No!
Oh my god, Super Mario! What are you doing here?
I jump on a turtle, Stewie. It's not an exciting life, but is my life.
What a shitty way to end a plotline. That sucks. Finally, just what the show needed, another Meg love plot. So Meg admits her love to this guy in her class called Kent, but it turns out that he's gay and is in love with Chris instead.
The person I'm attracted to is your brother.
Who the fuck talks like that? Every character is written in such a way that's only purpose is exposition. I hate it. The rest of the episode focuses on Meg trying to convince Kent that he's not actually gay and then trying to make him fuck Chris so she can ask him how it was. She's a real bitch here. The best part of this one, again, is the Stewie side plot where he thinks that the guy's in love with him. It's pretty funny. This one's whatever. It's harmless, I guess. Meg is a huge bitch, but that's to be expected at this point. It's going under Joe's revenge.
You're very precious to me.
So for their next Christmas special, Peter decides to tell his own version of the Nativity with Family Guy characters, in place of Jesus characters. Do I call them Jesus characters? I don't fucking know.
Wait a second. It's coming. There it is! Huh?
It's something, but you still got a leftover R.
This was hard!
It's whatever, not all that entertaining. They're just going through the nativity scene by scene, and there's only ever a joke to start and end a scene. I do not fucking care. It sucks. They try to make it all cool and edgy. Whoa, Stewie as Jesus turns his creel into a ship and starts shooting all the enemies? Whoa.
So random.
So try hard. Putting it above the old man in the big sea. This one opens with a random parody of the Monty Python's intro for some reason. The Griffins go into space. I mean, they waited longer than The Simpsons, at least. This, along with the Mount Everest one, just comes off like they're running out of ideas and are putting the family in wacky scenarios.
In fact, just yesterday, he tried to pass this drawing off as his advanced art project.
Oh my.
I'm very embarrassed.
Oh shit, nice. I can't believe we've finally gotten to our first pathetic job at Bob's Burgers. It becomes very obvious how jealous they are of them later on. Aside from the plot, it's just not very funny or interesting. How do you make a plot about the characters going into space boring? How is that even possible? By the time they get into space, there's only 7 minutes of the episode left. What could you possibly do with this? I'm dropping Space Cadet under ratings, guy. It's shit.
Hey, Brian, check it out. Meg's poking around the cargo hold. I'm gonna give her a little scare.
So we're back to the Brian writing plots, with him writing a play that actually managed to be a huge hit with people loving it. Things can't be all good, however, because of course not. So Stewie ends up writing a play that turns out way better than his. So Brian, being awful, hides this fact from Stewie and tells him it's bad.
Excuse me, that's my seat. We'll talk about this at home.
Actually, though, I don't mind this episode at all. It's mostly because they actually give it all room to breathe. There isn't a dumb 7-minute intro leading up to Brian's play, it starts with it being a huge hit. Because of this, you can actually understand why Brian is so upset and does what he does. He finally got what he's always wanted in life, and now there's a chance of it being ripped away from him. It makes sense why he'd be jealous. It's really wild what Family Guy can do when they actually give a shit and commit to a story. It's nowhere near one of the best or funniest episodes of the show out there, but it was so surprising to see that this one tries to be genuine. It's going at the top of the list so far. I enjoyed it a lot. You can make Brian do bad things while still keeping him likable. It's fucking possible, writers. After having a wild night over in Boston, Quagmire wakes up to find out that he's married a hooker. Yep, this is just the Simpsons episode. So now Quagmire needs to try and convince the lady to leave him, as if not she'll get all his money. So he pretends to be gay and has to fuck Peter in order to prove it to her.
What the fuck is going on with my life?
It's fine, I guess. She's not interesting in the slightest. Every character is disgusted by her. That's all they do.
I need you to have sex with me while she watches.
I have some demands.
I'm gonna be putting it above Joe's Revenge. Here we are, the big 200. What special thing did they decide to do for this occasion? It's a Valentine's Day special, where we followed the dads of a few characters in the show, so it at least has an excuse for its lack of plot. I actually enjoy this one. It's fun getting to see everyone be nice and sweet towards one another. Even something as simple as seeing Lois and Peter staying in bed all day is cool. But we get to see Brian have all his previous girlfriends come back in a single room to talk about him. Stewie goes back in time to the summer of love and Meg's boyfriend ends up trying to sell her liver. Feels like a really long one too because it's constantly starting and stopping new stories. It never loses its momentum.
Oh my god, Stewie, what happened?
None of your fucking business what happened!
Jeez, you kiss your mother with that mouth?
They're also simple and quick. They're able to just tell whatever jokes they want then stop the plot there, and it's all entertaining too. There wasn't a dull one in the bunch. I'm putting this one above Into Fat Air. Solid. I like this one. It's alright. So Chris decides to steal money from Lois's purse, causing Meg to blackmail him like the bitch she is. I don't give a shit about this portion despite being the main plot, Meg is just irredeemable. But the part where Chris goes to live with Herbert can be pretty funny. I also like the Stewie B story a ton, where he gets obsessed with some singer I forgot the name of and tries to get Brian into her too, with both of them going out to meet her.
Are you whistling Snowbird?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's just sweet. I like Brian's flashback when he's listening to the song, and the ending is funny where they realize she doesn't even write her own music. It's not great. Again, I think Meg brings the whole thing down, and has no real realization that what she did was wrong, she just suddenly feels bad. But the other stuff makes up for it. I'm gonna also be putting it above Into Fat Air. You can always tell they aren't confident in their episode when it starts with 7 minutes of Peter getting something random. This time it's a falcon. It's not very funny. So after coming into money troubles, Lois needs to go out and actually get a job. Guess they forgot all about her piano teaching stuff. They haven't even done that since season 3. This all goes awry, however, when she finds out that she's working at a phone sex line, with Peter calling it up and realizing it's her, which causes yet more marital issues. We haven't had one of those in a while. I hate the relationship now. They come off like they absolutely hate each other. There's constant jokes about how much they want to get a divorce and how their marriage is on its last legs. It's just so miserable to watch. Not a fan of this one at all. At this point, I just want them to get a divorce already because they're fucking awful to each other all the time. Putting it under Space Cadet.
I even held my tongue when he went through that anime phase.
Hey, Lois, me make drive time to a super fun clam with Noble Quagmire and Wheel Monster Joe. Go Force!
So for this episode's first 7 minutes, Peter gets obsessed with skydiving. Okay. After an accident, Peter becomes Muslim. I just don't know how they come up with this stuff. This more than any of them just comes off like they're trying to offend people. It's nothing but stereotype humor. And the worst part is it isn't even succeeding in its offense. Because it comes off as so try-hard and desperate that I can't take anything they're saying seriously. They should be embarrassed to have written this. I'm dropping Turban Cowboy at the bottom of the list. If you're going to be offensive, at least be funny.
you motherfucker! Get out of here! I'll kill you! But come back tomorrow, same time. I get very sad on Sundays when you're not here.
I heard good things about this episode, so let's hope it's a breath of fresh air. Mayor West is sent to court over being accused of a murder, and so the episode features all the jury sitting in a room trying to decide whether or not he's guilty or innocent. It's a neat idea, especially since they can't leave, all because Brian is the only person who's undecided. I get it's just a parody of 12 Angry Men, but I'd rather them parody something good than tell a shitty original story. Not every character has something entertaining to do, there's a couple who only get like 2 lines each, but for the most part it remains as a fairly interesting mystery story. I like it a lot.
Hey, Quagmire, you gonna write something funny? No, Peter, I'm not. I'm starting to think all you do is dick around.
It's so weird how much this season is flip-flopping so far. Also, I'm noticing an issue with the humor now. They're starting to do way too many jokes that are just, alright, now I'm just gonna do this weirdly specific thing that you're gonna find relatable, and it's never funny and it's always drawn out. This one has such a weird short opening, with the Griffins meeting the American Dad cast. I always wanted a proper crossover with these two shows as a kid, so this was just a huge fucking tease.
Hey, Lois, what's that fat man doing in our bed?
Within the first 3 minutes of this episode, they reference American Dad, King of the Hill, and South Park. What the fuck is going on here? They got so carried away. Peter, Quagmire, and Joe head to Canada in order to go to a strip club, but they end up crashing their plane on the way, where Peter goes further into the woods and gets lost. When they find him, he's a ravaged beast who's out of touch with society, and the family have got to try and reacquaint him with modern times. By the time they find Peter, there is 7 minutes left to do fucking nothing with this. Why does it take them so long to get into the actual plot? I don't understand. It's just a slightly different variant of the Amnesia episode. Below Call Girl, it sucks. This one starts with a pointless parody of Modern Family. I'm sorry for feeling the need to point all these out, but it's the most interesting thing about these episodes now. So Stewie's bear Rupert gets recalled, and he dislikes this, obviously. That's it, they don't really do anything with it. They just sneak into the factory to get him back. Meanwhile, Peter tries to get sick, as Lois believes it makes him sexier. But because of this, Lois has to fill in for Peter at a bowling tournament, which she turns out to be great at and ends up replacing him as the third friend.
Is this Friends?
This one is simply mediocre. It's a solid idea, but not much is done with it. I'm putting it underneath Joe's Revenge. Drill makes his return, and while playing softball he accidentally kills Horace, the owner of the Drunken Clam, so the guys have got to find a way to keep it in business. It's an alright one, I suppose. It has a couple good moments like the 80s romance movie parody, but they waste way too much time with nonsense like the Meg subplot where she works at a morgue.
All the greatest moments of my life I spent right here in this booth. Maggie's first word, Bart jumping that canyon, Mr. Plow, all the greatest moments of my life.
In a season like this, Sea of the Clam is one of the better ones despite just being okay. I'm putting it under Crisscross. After noticing that the town of Quahog has gone to shit with an influx of crime, the family move away to become farmers. Just like the Simpsons episode, hooray! Eventually they realize there's a meth lab under the farm, so they start selling drugs. Just like the Simpsons episode, hooray!
You guys, I think this is a meth lab. Oh my god! You guys, there's a fully functional meth lab in our basement.
I love that. Lines that's only purpose is to give exposition for new viewers after a commercial. It's not very funny, but it's not all that offensively bad, so that automatically puts it above half the other ones. After Road to the Multiverse, it really seems like they know they're unable to top it, so these ones have all been super small scale. But I actually like the idea behind this one a lot. So Stewie splits Brian and him into 2 different versions of themselves. One pair that has incredibly good luck and one that has very bad luck. The rest of the episode is us seeing both of their perspectives throughout the trip to Vegas, and how either way both of their trips end up in disaster.
Dog, pick which one of you two is gonna die.
What? You can't ask me to decide something like that. I mean, the life of every being is sacred. Just like the life
Fine, I'll kill you!
No, kill him! He's a baby! He won't even remember he was alive!
You son of a bitch!
It's just a very creative and fun plot. I love how dark it gets by the end. Go check this one out. This episode sucks. The first 10 minutes is Peter farting with a harmonica up his ass, and the rest is about him trying to get Carter back in this country club that he's in. I just don't care, it's so fucking boring. We get another shitty Carter and Peter plot, mixed with another shitty Chris being in love story that they just don't even do anything with. Like, just stop, I get it, he's not gonna get with anyone.
Whatever you do, don't say his trigger word. What? Ah, that's his trigger word! Ah!
It was nowhere near as bad as last season. Honestly, it'd be very impressive to make something worse than that. But this one was mostly a mixed bag. There are only like 3 episodes I would consider anywhere near good, with the rest either being mediocre or complete shit. I'll say it again despite knowing it's not gonna happen, but I hope it improves with the next season. Oh cool, it's taken 12 seasons, but I finally think this is the first episode I'm watching that I've never seen before. Just what was I missing out on? So Peter's breath really seems to smell bad for some reason, and he goes to the dentist to find out what the problem is. When he finds out what's been causing it, he learns about some treasure buried in Rhode Island and sets out to find it. Wait, what? This episode sucks, it's so shit. It all becomes this town-wide frenzy to try and find the treasure before anyone else, and oh boy is it boring as hell.
You have to believe. Say you believe.
Okay, I believe.
This is worse than the time we were in the clam right now. Yes!
I usually hate these kinds of episodes. I just don't care. You know the writers won't commit to anyone important getting the treasure, and there'll be some lame cop-out ending, so I just can't find myself getting invested. And worse than that, it just isn't very funny. And the fucking sappy emotional ending is not earned at all. Peter fucking hits his son for Christ's sake. What a shit start to the season. I can already tell this is a sign of things to come. So after like 7 minutes of the exciting plotline of Peter and Lois go shopping...
Hey, let's consult the map. Okay. Uh-oh.
He finds a lump on his neck, which when opened up shows that he actually has a vestigial twin living inside of him, who they accept as a member of the family. This is probably the most gaggiest plot yet. I mean, he comes out of Peter wearing tiny little glasses. Where'd he get those? This starts to become an issue when Chip, they called him Chip by the way, wants to go out and do stuff all the time while Peter wants to stay at home. And so Peter separates completely from Peter, whom the family start to like more than him, so now he's gotta try get rid of him. Chip has a funny design, that is the only pro of this episode. I also like the part where they sing the theme song. I'm gonna put it above the last one, but that doesn't mean it's good at all. Also, everyone looks so lifeless now. Even more so than before, the animation is starting to suffer a lot. What an interesting concept for an episode. Quagmire gets in a relationship with a woman, but as a surprising turn of events it turns out that she is the abusive one to him, which ends up being way too intense for him to handle. Honestly, if you just have to do an episode about abuse, this is the way to go about it. Take a character who's usually in the position of power, and knock him down a peg to see how he handles it. They have things start normally, she isn't automatically super abusive, there's only hints of what's to come, it feels very natural. Props to the writer for making the most natural Family Guy abuse episode. It's not something I'm sure you would be proud of, but hey, you can put it in your Twitter bio. I also like the B story, with Stewie finding the bear he had before Rupert not knowing how to process this, trying to act like everything is fine when he knows it isn't. I always enjoy when they treat Stewie like a baby, and it's funny to see how much he considers his feelings for Rupert an actual relationship.
Says the guy who freaks out every time a fire engine goes by.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Peter, you hear that? I'm matching the sound. Is what I'm doing helping?
This one is decent. There are a few good jokes and the plot ended up being better than I thought. Top of the list. Look at Peter's face, he's so expressionless now. He's always completely straight-faced. Is it really that hard to draw a smile? Anyways, it sucks. I like this little dog plushie. It's the highlight. Peter realizes that Brian can't stand seeing him naked, so for the entire runtime he tortures him with his nudity.
Peter, would you give this to the nurse?
Uh-huh. Robots in disguise.
Meanwhile, Meg gets in trouble with a local bully who thinks she's a boy. Feels like forever since they've tried to do a simple school story, wow. Neither of these stories are entertaining or funny. There's like 2 bits I even find remotely entertaining. But I don't give a shit, there's nothing to talk about. Apart from Neil, who randomly has another speaking role here for the first time in like 6 seasons. And he does not look good in the modern style. Under Vestigial Peter, there's this part where they try to imitate the NES art style and it looks fucking dreadful. And the winner for most random episode title goes to... The Griffins are going to Italy. And while there, Lois gets pissy about Peter not really wanting to do anything, which causes him to become very stereotypically Italian to win her back. There's a fucking Alan Gregory reference of all things. This episode is okay, I guess. It's not terrible. A majority of it is just jokes about Italy. But it's nice seeing Peter actually try to do something for his wife. Don't even mind that it temporarily turns into one of those, we're gonna have to stay here forever until something happens that causes us to go back home episodes. I'll be dropping Boop-a-dee Bap-a-dee above Vestigial Peter. Not good, but it's alright for what it is.
Mario!
kinda came out of nowhere, but here we go. Life of Brian. The episode where the writers decided that they would permanently kill the lovable family dog, Brian Griffin. Forever. Forever.
Brian, look out!
Oh, crash ahoy.
It is fucking terrible. Killing off Brian could have been done good. It isn't inherently a bad concept, but like I've mentioned in my video about it, it's about the execution. Brian is presented as this perfect character who can do no wrong, in an attempt to make you care about him dying, despite him being the literal opposite of a perfect character. The pacing is a big issue too. It takes like 10 minutes for Brian to actually die, and the next 10 minutes is spent with Stewie not being able to handle the new dog the family got. Meaning there's barely any time to spend taking in what happened, so you literally don't give a shit that part of the main cast died. There isn't even any build up to his death, it just happens. Why not just have him die in a more meaningful way? Would it have been that hard?
None of you people came to my funeral.
This is really funny, but I should not be laughing during a funeral for a main character. Talked about it enough in my other videos. Shitty episode. Bottom of the list because of how poorly they executed on this idea. It has a couple funny moments, but it doesn't make up for the ratings trap at all. Let's see how much the family dynamic improves with Vinny as the new family dog. So Peter and Quagmire realize they're a pretty good singing duo, and then become a popular singing duo, with the theme then going to Peter's head, splitting them up. Vinny isn't even a main character! By the next episode, spoiler warning, Brian is brought back. What was even the point in Vinny at all? They don't even utilize having a new dog, I don't understand. Some of their songs are funny, that's all. It's going above a fistful of Meg. Christmas Guy is just a 22-minute backtrack. Well, sorry, a 12-minute backtrack. The first 10 minutes is just a pointless, unneeded story about Carter and a Christmas carnival. If you start the episode with them at the carnival, nothing in the story changes. Saying that, it is clever how Brian is brought back from a cutaway from 2 episodes ago. It's a neat idea. But apart from that, I can't give this a pass. I don't buy this emotional moment between Stewie and Vinny, because he literally does fucking nothing. You know what we needed? It needed to be a road to, so we can actually have a while to see the two of them interact and believe their bond. But no, just bring him back, whatever. What a waste of fucking time. And fuck you, Seth MacFarlane, for trying to act like this was meant to be some sort of genuine message about taking things for granted, and not some desperate ratings trap to gain relevance again. But I'm so happy to see Brian back. Wonder what they're gonna do with his character now that he's back. I'm sure they'll get him back on track to being a likable person. We're finally seeing Peter back at work. God, it's like they forgot he even had a job. Anyways, Peter ends up getting fired from the brewery again, meaning that Lois now needs to get a job to provide for the family again, causing Peter to start acting more feminine. Again! It goes in a slightly different direction, with this making Peter impotent and needing Joe and Quagmire's help into getting his groove back, but for the most part I don't give a shit because of how unfunny it all is. I mean, this is the episode that contains a minute-long scene of Peter mutilating a wheel, so the writer was evidently on the rag game that day. Also, why would Lois tell her kids that he's having trouble in bed? Why does everyone know about that? This is the part of the segment where I play a silly, funny, out-of-context clip from the episode, but there was none. I'm also getting really tired of these build-ups, like I mentioned before. It takes 7 minutes just to get to the simple concept of Peter is fired. I wouldn't mind so much if it felt like they could just benefit from the extra time. It's going below vestigial Peter. Finally, just what this shitty season needed. Another anthology! This time we're seeing 3 different fairy tales told using the Family Guy cast. The Jack and the Beanstalk one is alright, it has some creative shots except for the shitty looking hills. The Red Riding one sucks, so he just constantly makes sarcastic remarks to every little thing and it gets so annoying. Also, Brian's wolf design is terrible.
Open up, I brought strawberry shortcake and Cool Whip.
Fuck off. Fuck off. Cinderella one is also shitty. The characters just do nothing but point out what's going to happen in the story. It's so lazy, being meta all the time isn't funny. It's going above Christmas Guy. Please stop doing these.
Good night, Stewie. Good night, Chris. Good night, Meg.
The first of many episodes that makes me wish they hadn't brought Brian back. So first of all, let's get the B story out of the way. Peter shoots Quagmire for no reason, and so he wants to shoot Peter in return. They'll create people.
I mean, if we're doing things fair here, then...
Meanwhile, Brian's son Dylan finally returns, who Brian wants nothing to do with despite him liking his son by the end of that episode. This leads into Brian only wanting to use Dylan so he can get a writing gig on the show he's an actor for, Brian is just so incredibly unlikable and selfish. Why do they insist on making him such a prick? Best part is there were scenes where they actually try to make Brian more sympathetic, but they fucking cut them out of the episode for no reason. Probably to make more room for shitty cutaways. What a shit episode. But sadly, it's not the worst Brian gets. Bottom of the list.
When I grow up, I want to stick my head through a circle at the beginning of movies and roar.
What's up now, bitches?
What is even the joke? After a 5-minute story about Peter shitting himself, he learns that his mother has sadly passed away. What fucking whiplash. I think the biggest issue with these character death episodes is that they're never treated with any kind of severity. They're used as a plot device. The rest of it features Peter just meeting and befriending some other old lady at their retirement home who was friends with his mum. Remember the build-up and emphasis that was put on Pearl's death in Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows? Is it just so hard to have a death like that again? They just do the exact same fucking thing as the Peter and his boss plot, where she molests him. She says it's because she's lonely, and then he also apologizes. Why? You had a chance to correct yourself, Family Guy.
I mean, this wouldn't be the first time you thought someone was hitting on you.
Would you like to add chips and a drink?
Here we go again.
I much prefer the subplot where Stewie has to come to terms with the fact that he's gonna die, with Brian trying to show him the benefits of a different religion. It isn't very funny, but it's neat, I guess.
Now where are the gays?
Over here.
No, the really cartoony gays.
Yoo-hoo!
There you are. We're gonna need you guys all week.
Well, at least they're honest about it. So Peter thinks that God is messing with his football games, so they have to go tell God to stop it. Alright. I don't even know what I'm to say. They barely commit to this idea. They draw it out with so many long gags that are only occasionally funny. But it's hard to even give the episode credit for that. It seems like they just have like 1,000 cutaway gag ideas written down and just throw them in episodes willy-nilly. So if an episode has like 2 funny cutaways, I feel like I can't put the whole episode up in the list for it, since the comedy doesn't even derive from the plot. I don't know, it's so hard to describe. Either way, this one is super forgettable. It sucks. Under Christmas Guy.
What the is that?
So Chris is getting a big inheritance from Carter, and so that he can get some of that money, Peter decides that he wants to marry his son, which Chris goes along with, knowing that Peter only wants money, because he just wants to spend time with his dad. I can't believe an actual human wrote this down, and then a group of other humans approved of this. This episode isn't worth giving any kind of attention, it's just trying to be edgy and uncomfortable for the sake of it. There is a scene where Chris jacks off his grandfather, putting it under Life of Brian.
And I guess I learned it's wrong to take your son to Vermont under false pretenses to try to marry him for his inheritance.
You should have known that.
So Peter ends up becoming a smoker. Pretty sure we already had a concept similar to that, but okay. Meanwhile, we have another school story, with Chris getting bullied at the school. So Stewie comes in to help him out, eventually having Chris become a prick himself, forcing Stewie to go to school with him and help. It's not the worst of the season, in fact it's one of the better ones, but it doesn't make it good by any means. I'll be putting it under Boopa-dee, but okay, I'm not saying that again. Did they really just drop all the worst Brian episodes in this one season? This is definitely the worst out of them all. Brian gives Stewie and Chris herpes. Why? He just felt like it. Sure, I'm glad he was brought back. I don't even know what I'm to say at this point. Brian is just terrible the whole time and shows no remorse. His lesson at the end is that Brian learns not to lie. Perfect. That was the issue here. He lied.
Hey, Dad, that's a cool whip.
After misplacing Stewie, Lois calls Peter an idiot, which seems to greatly upset him despite being called that many times. Because of this, he tries to act intelligent for once, expanding his horizons and becoming more cultured. This takes the exact route you'd expect, where the family initially like the new Peter, but come to miss the old one. Who would have guessed? It's whatever, I felt nothing watching it, under a fistful of Meg. Chris gets in a relationship with Jerome's daughter, but he doesn't want her dating a white kid. However, after they run away, Peter and Jerome have to go out looking for them. It's decent, I suppose. There are a couple good gags, and Peter's Thank the White songs is nice. They haven't done one of those in a while. I mean, it gave us the iconic Quagmire toilet scene, so that's worth some merit.
So I saw Chris is dating Jerome's daughter. Looks like they've had some pretty hot dates.
Don't look at my kids when they're off doing their private lives.
A fine episode in this awful season is a fucking godsend, putting it under Quagmire's Quagmire. So Meg is still trying to go to college. Pretty sure that I did that back in like season 2. But her and Peter start to bond over the trip. Brian also gets spread by a skunk, meaning he's forced to stay outside and needs to grow accustomed to it.
Hey, Uncle Brian, let's go check out that noise.
I don't know, Scrappy Brian. Might be better just to stay put.
I'm not afraid. Let me get him. Let me get him.
I actually really like the idea behind this one, isolating Meg and Peter to the point where he actually starts to appreciate her. I love the scene of the two of them at the diner, where they have this one-on-one talk about Peter never achieving his aspirations. It felt genuine. Sadly, they don't develop it much beyond that. Meg gets tired eventually of being friends with him and needs to break off the friendship, but it's still solid. Not bad at all. I'm putting it at the top of the list, but that really isn't saying much.
God, look at Lois picking food from her teeth with her nail. Someone should tell her she's a pig.
Mom, you're a pig.
No, you're not supposed to actually do it. We were just talking here.
I didn't know what the context for half of these are. I just wrote them down while I was watching the episode. Whoa boy, Cleveland makes his grand return to the series after his show got cancelled, which they spend the entire opening making jokes about, even being able to throw in another jab at Bob's Burgers.
Wait, don't you have a show to do? Oh, that's right.
I mean, hey, at least they made a new gag to insert Cleveland into the intro again. In actuality, the plot is about Cleveland's wife hitting Chris, and so Lois bans Peter from seeing Cleveland. It's fine, it's nice to have him back, I guess, although his personality has evidently changed a bit, he's a lot less monotone.
You guys touch peepees or something?
Patrick Warburton saying the word pee-pee is the most I've laughed at this show in the last 5 seasons. So Stewie keeps getting his show interrupted by his family, and so he goes back in time to stop Peter and Lois from meeting, so he grows up in a British household instead. It isn't very funny. The butler has the exact same design as the butler from The Prince, and it gave me some bad flashbacks.
Oh, that's right. This isn't my room yet. Wonder what they're using it for. Oh my god, he had a public access show?
He literally had one last season. It really isn't all that amazing. This is without a doubt the worst fucking season of the entire show so far. The best episode is just alright, with the rest being either mediocre or terrible. I sincerely hope it gets better. And honestly, I think it will. It would be pretty impressive to make a season worse than this. The characters are at an all-time low. It just comes off like they're all miserable living with each other. And it makes for a show that, watching it, just feels uncomfortable. Here we are, the long-awaited crossover with The Simpsons. I've already made a video on this one, so I'll just summarize my overall thoughts on it. And by summarize, I mean not very summarized. 1. They waste way too much time on the opening skit. Why have a 44-minute crossover when 7 minutes is wasted on a storyline not involving the other show? 2. When it finally does start there, again, there isn't any consistent story. There's like 3 or 4 minor ones that start and stop in 10-minute intervals. It's like they couldn't decide what idea they wanted to go with. 3. The biggest flaw is that The Simpsons and Family Guy could not be further apart from each other. It's simply uncomfortable seeing the more grounded characters of The Simpsons with the writing style of Family Guy. I don't need to see Homer drink gasoline or Lisa react to Meg cutting herself. It's just uncomfortable. They also spend like 10 minutes shamelessly trying to defend themselves and being a clone of The Simpsons. Like, why in your crossover with a show would you spend an entire storyline shitting on said show, saying that it hasn't even been good in 15 years? Not surprised a lot of The Simpsons staff refused to be a part of this episode, which is actually why Ned Flanders and Mr. Burns didn't appear in it. Harry Shearer didn't want to be a part. Too little too late. What a shitty crossover. It's not a good sign when Peter's comic strip plot was the funniest thing about it. So Peter finds out that Joe is working on a children's book and tries to help him publish it, by posing as the author. Then it becomes like the Special Olympics episode except the roles are reversed. Peter gets too big for his britches and starts to act like he owns it. I like the artwork of the squirrel though, it's got a very authentic children's storybook style. But again, I feel like I've seen this episode a million different times from this show. Same plot, different characters. The Brian side plot sucks though, where he pretends to be a runner to get with a girl, but then starts to actually get really into it and starts working out like crazy, where predictably, he becomes a pretentious jerk and it blows up in his face. It has some cool visuals however, I like Brian's running montage. Can't say the same about the rest though, the scene of the girl running looks terrible. Boring. At least the Simpsons guy was interestingly bad. Breaking Bad is like one of the worst, most Facebook mother type titles I've ever heard.
That's still you, Peter.
Oh. Well, if I gotta donate, he's gotta donate too. You, get in here! Ah, sucker! Son of a bitch!
So Stewie gets addicted to cough syrup, and it's pretty boring. Oh no, it turns out that it's bad for you and he needs to get off of it. Who would have guessed it? Lois also, predictably so, opens up a bakery, and so to make sure they're making money, Peter turns it into a strip club. That's just a bunch of nonsense. It can be funny at times, like the scene of Peter and Lois trying to get their loan, but apart from that, it's just obnoxious. Like, you know exactly where it's going. You're telling me turning the cookie shop into a strip club was a bad idea? Under the Simpsons guy. Brian the Closer is yet another example of how far Brian's character has gone to the toilet. At first you feel awful for him. Peter fucking breaks all his teeth. Even Quagmire feels bad enough for him, and pays to have him go to the dentist because Lois won't. Because she's a bitch. But it completely shifts and somehow makes you despise Brian, as his new teeth allow him to become a realtor, in which he scams Quagmire, who paid for his new teeth by the way, and makes him buy some shitty ass house. It's really like they don't care anymore about having likable characters. It's like they assume that because the series is episodic, you'll forget about this happening next week just like the characters. But it doesn't work like that, Family Guy. Throughout the span of 2 seasons, you've turned one of your main characters into a fucking antagonist.
Oh, that's ahoy.
Bottom of the list, I hate this one.
You have to decide who gets to ride in the cart and who has to push it.
Well, I'm smaller, so...
The decision has been made. Oh, now I want that one.
So after eating the Thanksgiving turkey, Peter and Brian have to set out to find another one before the guests arrive. And so the two set out on their journey. And you know what? It's actually pretty solid. I didn't mind it at all. It's weird, but the idea of a small little road trip type thing with Peter and Brian actually ends up being one of the better non-Stewie and Brian episodes. And I think that's because they do a good job at giving them proper arcs. Peter does the shame shit as usual where he screws every single thing up, but you don't mind it as much because Brian directly calls him out on this, where then Peter makes up for it and apologizes. I'm aware that's like basic fucking storytelling, but you'd be surprised how many episodes don't even do that. I don't know why I like this one. It just has a few funny moments and a nice dynamic. Top of the season 13 list so far.
Oh, look, a tie. Perfect.
Jesus returns. Actually, it turns out that he's been living on Earth the whole time, and so him and Peter decide to catch up.
Mr. Griffin, this is the Office of City Planning. You requested a variance to build a hot tub off your garage?
Oh, yeah. Did I get it?
No.
I will kill your son!
This is until they find out that Jesus is a virgin, and so set out on a mission to help him get laid. Meh, it's not awful and has some funny moments, even some really well animated parts, along with a couple poorly animated ones like the slow transition between expressions. But I don't know, it feels like every time they do something to get me into it, they immediately do something else that takes me out. Like, I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but I'm really not a fan of all the constant jokes they're starting to do about Peter and Lois constantly cheating on each other. I get it's just a quick gag, like they barely think about it, but it takes me out of their marriage so much. Why should I care that Lois is gonna fuck Jesus? Peter admitted to cheating on her a ton like 5 minutes ago. Whatever. Say it's just a dumb comedy and that I shouldn't care, but imagine if The Simpsons or something made a joke like that. It just takes you out of it and makes you stop caring about the relationship. Putting it under The Simpsons guy. A lot of under Simpsons guys I've noticed. Chris is struggling with school, and if he doesn't pass his next history test, he'll have to repeat the 9th grade. So Stewie and Brian decide to take him back in time to help him.
And Italy before pasta.
Hey!
Oh!
Foul sound!
They were always a ridiculous people.
Hey, isn't that Vinny's voice actor? Glad to see he's still got a more Family Guy. It's okay, I suppose. For being a Brian and Stewie adventure, it's quite boring. They're mostly just going to a time in history, telling one joke, then moving on to the next place. Some of them feel quite repeated and not very funny too. Like the one about Australia and shit is the exact same as the Ireland joke they did. Stewie's blow up at Chris also felt quite forced. I don't know, I see what they were going for, but I wasn't interested at all. The ending of the Titanic was pretty cool though. Had some neat visuals.
Maybe you've seen a blonde teenage boy?
Who's asking? Yeah, who the hell are you? And I'm the baby!
Putting it under turkey, guys.
No, man, I've never felt better, beef stew. Bazinga!
Like what the gay scientist says.
It's pretty good. Meg wants Brian to take the SATs for her, and after he ends up failing, he starts to believe that he's an idiot. This ends up being better, however, when he starts to embrace his dumbness acting like Peter. It's like, whatever, I guess. Brian acts extremely obnoxious as an idiot, and the whole Brian tumor thing comes out of nowhere. It's dumb. Under Simpsons guy. Meg becomes a model for a foot fetish website. Yep. Brian and Stewie also go on a gap month from his preschool, and are about to have a three-way with some girl. What random stories. I don't know what to say really, it's just kind of boring. I don't really care about either of these plots, not much happens here. Peter's humor is also starting to really get on my nerves. They do the exact same thing with him every time. Character says something relating to the plot, Peter says some random non sequitur, then character continues with the story. It's so lazy. This is going under our idiot Brian. Peter finds out that his real name is Justin, which apparently is big enough to warrant an opening plot. But so this makes him act like a whole new person, what a Justin would be. The only thing worth noting here is the cutaway gag that is literally a minute-long build-up to a song with both characters standing still. Lois doesn't even blink.
Lois, can I play Angry Birds on your phone?
Okay, but only with the sound off.
Fine, I'll just do it with my mouth.
Quagmire has to go to court for fucking a high school girl. And to prove why he is the way he is, he tells the story of what his mother was like, where we find out that she was an even bigger sex pervert than him. I don't know, it's not great. His mother comes back for a total of like 5 minutes to talk about Jesus, then she comes in to save him from jail at the last minute before the episode ends. Like, not much of a presence there.
Ah, Quagmire got away with it and learned nothing. That's great.
Yeah, pretty much. What a nothing episode. Peter and gang start up a children's detective agency for some reason, and it's boring. When we finally get into the plot, it becomes about Chris creating a fake girlfriend who makes Lois jealous as she realizes that he treats his fake partner better than Peter treats her.
Do please pass it.
That joke is fucking shit, but it's the only time I laughed in this entire episode. Peter, again, just acts like such an oblivious asshole the entire time. I don't buy his forced apology at all. And nor do I care at all that much, because Lois is also acting like a bitch, by trying to hurt Chris instead of just telling him the doll wasn't real. I'm gonna put it below the Simpsons guy. I gotta say this though, at least it was interestingly bad. So because it's the 2010s, Peter and his friends try to make a viral video, and Stewie gets pregnant with Brian's babies. Wait? Oh, fuck off, really? This plot started off kinda sweet, with Stewie feeling sad about the fact that Brian doesn't have the time to hang out as much anymore. But as soon as he comes to the conclusion that he's gotta have a baby with Brian, my interest was gone.
You're pregnant with our baby? How could this even happen?
It comes off like the herpes episode of the Fresh Air one where Peter marries Chris. It's just shocking for the sake of shocking, and I hate that style of writing. I'm not spending much time on this. Brian just spends the whole one complaining about how fucked up this all is, and they're clearly aware about it. I just don't see how you can be this desperate for ratings. Glad to see this was the last episode they aired on Adult Swim too. Cool to see they went out on a bang. Putting this at the bottom of the list. Meg gets a new job at the airport and finds herself to be quite popular. People get jealous. Cleveland also becomes a therapist, who Lois begins to see, believing that Peter is actually the problem in their marriage.
I joined the TSA.
End of the show, Banana Family Guy. Nana, start the credits. Lots of little names. Guy.
We just had an episode about Peter and Lois's marriage troubles. I don't really think we needed another. It's just Peter watching her do mundane tasks, and then going to talk shit about him to his wife. How entertaining. I'll be dropping it underneath this little piggy. Find it interesting that both The Simpsons and Family Guy have episode titles referencing YOLO. Remember when that was a phrase? Also, I feel like the past 3 episodes have all started with the 4 of them at the Drunken Clam. Really pushes that shitty sitcom vibe. This is a cartoon, you can do literally anything you want.
Sup, ladies?
Oh, we're not ladies, you.
Joe quits his job as a cop, and leaves Bonnie so that he can live life to the fullest without thinking. This leads into a group road trip to Niagara Falls. I like the idea that this is because he's trying to kill himself when they arrive there, but they don't really do much with that. Just leads into a big action scene where Joe needs to save his friends, which makes him realize that he does want to live. Could have, had a neat little character study there, but alright, I'll take a boring episode instead. They played Grandma got run over by a reindeer on part. Confused me. Can't believe it's taken them 13 seasons, but Chris and Neil finally befriend each other. They do nothing with this. Peter also has to give Brian a suppository, and to get him away, he bites him. For like the 3rd time.
Whoa,
since they focused on it, they could have actually done something interesting with this. But no, Brian just starts to act like a Chad and needs to go to obedience school. That's it. Sucks, he's such a prick. Also, this season so far has had at least 3 cutaway gags with a setup. We're a better team then. It's just so lazy, it's like they couldn't decide on which one to use, so they just decided to throw them all in different episodes. I'll be dropping Once Bitten under Breaking Bad.
Yes, looks like someone's gone at him with a whip.
That is a perfectly valid way of saying that. Bravo, master.
When will it end? Peter wants a roast for himself, but when everyone roasts him, he gets upset. And so he decides that he's gonna go out and find other friends, which leads him into hanging out with some women.
Peter, I'm your conscience, Jiminy Cricket.
Ah, bug! It's decent, I suppose. He starts to worry that they're talking shit about him behind his back, but they don't really do much with it beyond that. Could have turned it into a Mean Girls type thing where he tries to dismantle the group from the inside, but no, we have like a minute-long cutaway then.
You were right. Those women were talking about me.
Oh, dear. What did they say?
I don't even remember. There was such a long cutaway, but I know it was really mean.
Yeah, okay, this isn't worth my time. Starts at the clam again, not a good sign. Stewie gets jealous Lois is spending time with other kids at his preschool, and Peter tries to fight Liam Neeson. It's boring. The Quagmire stuff they interrupt this with constitutes to nothing. It feels like they added it afterwards to try and fill the length.
Be deader than the first man to die in the Battle of the Boyne.
Normally, when we do those, there's like a joke.
I'm not your clown.
Besides a couple funny jokes, I don't have anything to say, really. It's boring. I don't care that you got Liam Neeson to cameo. Doesn't mean you have to write an episode all about it. All the couples go away on vacation, while Carter takes care of the kids and Brian. I love that there's like a 7-minute build-up for this. All you really need to do is start the episode after the commercials.
Lois, I can't believe you tricked us into coming on a couples counseling retreat. I do not like being lied to.
Me neither. I mean, wives conspiring against their husbands. What's next, huh? Freaking Cheney back in the White House? Gah!
It's whatever, a more interesting setting at least. The Carter stuff is boring, but the couple shit is okay, I suppose. Still nothing I would call good. They could have had a more interesting, grounded story here. But instead, once again, turns into some dumb action thing with the island natives. You know, it's an improvement at least. Topping Season 12 wasn't hard, but at the same time, I don't think there was a single good episode in the bunch. A majority of them were just mediocre, with the rest being so try-hard and edgy that I couldn't care less about it. I want to say I hope it gets better, but let's cut the fucking act, it's not. Random detail, but it's weird to me how it's taken them 14 seasons to make a consistent Stewie preschool set. So Stewie's having trouble paying attention in class, and he'd start taking ADHD medication. And yeah, call it a hunch, but I think the writers really don't care much for this. I don't care about it either way, but it's just kind of filled with so many meta jokes about how kids are just annoying and putting them on medication is bad. Gets old real fast. Brian is then a hypocrite and takes them too. That's the joke. Never seen that done before. Quagmire also goes in a cooking show, with Peter being his sidekick and butting heads, who recreates epic relevant memes such as the Cinnamon Challenge. I remember that. As premieres go, it's pretty run-of-the-mill, there's nothing inherently wrong with it, but I don't know, I feel like tomorrow I'm gonna have no recollection of anything that happens here, it's just whatever.
Say the word? Right now? Yeah. Together. Ready? You bet.
You could have just quit the show.
The gang get curious about who Joe's dad is, and try to track him down, realizing that he's actually ableist and is unaware that his son is in a wheelchair.
I never told him!
Oh, Joe, don't cry. It's gonna make me cry. Ah! I cry like Snoopy. Ah!
Stewie also goes to the hospital again for no reason, and finds out that he's going to grow up to be 5'1", which makes him run into Tom Cruise, who tries to teach him how great it is being short. Because that's what Tom Cruise is known for, right? Being short? Apparently, I didn't know that. This episode is okay, I don't mind it. The Tom Cruise stuff is whatever, he's weird, that's the joke. But I like the parts involving Peter pretending to be Joe. His design is pretty funny. Also has a nice ending. Glad it ends with his dad accepting him. Hope it continues to get better. Stewie gets pissed at Brian and decides to replace him with a robot boy called Lyle. It's fine, I guess. Goes through all emotions you'd expect, where eventually the robot starts doing stuff that makes him second-guess things. But for what it is, I didn't have an awful time watching it, and that's something I can't give a majority of these other ones. I'd like to bring this up, though. When Brian gives his forced apology, he says this.
I'm really sorry I stole your jokes. It was a rotten thing to do.
I couldn't understand why this sounded familiar to me, but then I realized it.
I guess I was just too embarrassed to admit I had herpes. It was a rotten thing to do. It was a rotten thing to do. It was a rotten thing to do.
That's embarrassing, like genuinely embarrassing. Also shameful on my part that I can remember specific random Family Guy lines.
We'll be right back with more Laverne and Shirley.
But I want it now!
Peter and friends decide to make a horror film, while Brian gets a new pair of glasses. Yep, that's the plot. It's a creative episode. I like the fake horror movies they come up with. Very good visuals too, they're really committed to the horror movie theme. Makes up for the shitty Brian sub-story. Gonna put this at the top, just because I can tell they were trying.
Sorry, guys, somebody emailed me a video of a sheep screaming.
Well, mostly trying. Peter finds an old VHS tape from his younger self, which causes him to realize just how much of a failure he is. So now he vicariously lives through Chris to make sure his life is better. It's not great. I'm getting really tired of these episodes where a character has a major personality change, and you're just waiting for the point when they realize that they want to go back to the way they were.
I'm sorry. I can't do this.
That's just the same as the hamster dance joke. Honestly, the comedy is my biggest issue with this one. It's either repeated jokes we've seen the show do 50 times, or extremely long cutaways that aren't funny at all. It's going under Guy Robot. Jesus Christ, another Thanksgiving episode? Do they really need one every season? Peter has a sister apparently, and she's coming over to visit. To Peter's utter dismay, she's a complete bitch to him. It's just super mean-spirited towards him. It's weird how Peter goes from being this super hateable to incredibly sympathetic character between episodes. If you want to shit on him endlessly, then do it in the one where he's actually acting like a prick to begin with. I guess it does make it all the more satisfying when he starts to finally fight back, with a fight scene that is some oddly fluid animation. Still though, I don't like this one at all. I'm putting it at the bottom of the list. You know what though? They didn't reset the apology to Meg, however, so I wonder if this is finally the end of the shitting on Meg stuff. Doubt it. The opening is that Peter gets addicted to using toothpicks. Okay, the well must have been running dry at this point, surely.
Oh, look, there's Quagmire and his transgendered mother, which is now great.
Glad their change in attitude is so apparent. After like 10 seasons, they're finally returning to the plotline of Quagmire being in love with Lois, except this time Peter actually finds out about it. You know what? Not bad at all. I enjoyed it. I'm not that into where they went with it. It's too extreme. Quagmire leaves and Peter realizes he misses him. But I don't know, I just feel like this issue could have been handled with a bit more of an upfront and less simplistic resolution. Still though, it's alright. Just think it could have been way better. And the most clever thing they've done with Brian in the past 5 seasons, he decides with a girl that he's gonna pretend to be their dog so they can fuck while her husband is around. How have they never thought of that before? Joe also becomes completely paralyzed after an accident, causing Bonnie to leave him for the 30th time. I despise her so much. It's boring, it's just them making small talk with Joe the whole time. It sucks. The Brian stuff is a little better, but it doesn't make up for it. Peter becomes a part of the neighborhood community watch and ends up shooting Cleveland Jr., which Donna thinks was because of prejudice, believing Peter to be racist. I think this would be more interesting if it were left more ambiguous, but we already know that Peter did it with no ill intent. Or go in a Homer Badman direction, and go for the approach of how much the media will lie to push a message without proof. But no, they do nothing with this, it's just Peter trying to do random stuff to impress the black community. It's just a miserable experience. Especially all the weird domestic abuse jokes, that shit just makes me uncomfortable. I hate seeing Lois in general now, she's so always bitchy. Worst one so far. Everyone feels so out of character, especially Cleveland. I just know this is the K-pop episode. I remember once on a flight there was a guy watching this in front of me and I was extremely confused by the visuals. Quagmire and gang head over to Korea so that they can see a TV show or whatever, but he ends up getting with the girl he once knew there. And so Peter, Joe, and Cleveland have to convince him to return home, which involves singing an epic K-pop song that is honestly very catchy. I think about it a lot. It follows the predictable plot you'd expect, waiting for the moment where one tiny thing goes wrong that makes him want to go back home. But you know what? It was a fun episode. Neat change of pace. Perhaps I'm just glad to see a new location for once.
We really gotta figure out a better way to budget for this family's future.
Bitcoin.
What?
I don't know.
Damn, they were pretty ahead of their time. Peter and Lois are trying to save for Stewie's college fund, and so have him audition for peanut butter commercials. This one sucks hard. It just becomes them being abusive towards him, yelling at him for messing up and failing auditions. They're really unbearable. Putting this at the bottom of the list, it's the first downright terrible episode of the season so far. Peter and Carter team up yet again. This time they go to Africa so they can get their money back after being scammed through an email. Brian also falls in love with one of Meg's friends. You know, an 18-year-old, and starts to pursue her.
Kevin James, why'd you have to come back to television?
I ate Adam Sandler.
Yoo-hoo! I'm in here with the pizza!
I have nothing else to say. The Peter stuff is boring and Brian is a prick. Meh. Peter gets obsessed with using apps. So Chris sends a picture of his dick to a girl in school and needs to take a sex offenders course. It's boring, I don't know what else to say. Chris gets castrated and he becomes really odd. That's all that happens and it isn't very funny. Stewie and Brian also play tennis. It's the height of their subplot. After doing anything for $10, Peter drunkenly destroys some property, and so Mayor West makes the new drinking age 50 years old. First of all, wasn't it established Quagmire was like 60? Why is this an issue? But despite that, I actually like that they acknowledge Brian and Peter never really doing anything together anymore, making Stewie jealous. Cool to finally see something done with that character change. Or at least I wish they did that. It quickly shifts into Peter throwing Brian under the bus and him needing to fix the law. Should have played more into the friendship triangle.
Having a heart attack! Is anyone here a doctor?
I have a 13-inch penis.
Pumpkin pie?
What the hell? Put him on the bench.
Wait, please! No, I just wasn't ready!
I actually liked this one a lot. Stewie had his first nightmare with this creepy, shadowy figure, and decides that he's never gonna sleep again. Peter also sets up his own room in the attic, and some stuff happens there. I don't really care, I mostly like the nightmare stuff. The visuals are super cool. I like him and Brian trying to figure out why he's having them. I enjoy those types of stories. It might just be the best of the season for how creative it is. So Bonnie cheats on Joe with Brian. We're really just mixing and matching now, aren't we? Again, I cannot stand Bonnie now. The only thing they ever do with her is make jokes about how miserable she is living with Joe. But I guess it's at least somewhat better they're trying to handle it seriously this time. I feel bad for her voice actor though. It sounds like a Marge situation where it's such an incredible strain to do now.
What the hell happened? Ah! How do I walk? Are these forever?
Meg taking care of the old lady is also boring, goes nowhere. Shit episode overall. Instead of focusing on what actually happens, it just becomes about Joe making Brian's life a living hell. Just feels like the easy way out, and use it as an excuse for lame gags and not a genuine story.
As rich as Ray William Johnson.
Lois takes a job at the post office to pay for Stewie going to a new preschool. That sounds boring as fuck, but it goes in a somewhat interesting direction, with her finding a letter from Peter to a woman a week before their wedding. So she tries to find out the purpose of it. The Stewie stuff in comparison is so fucking generic. He's worried his friends won't accept him if they find out he lives in a shitty house, so he tries to make himself look rich.
Then I suppose your wife is entitled to know that you were still in love with me just days before your wedding.
Blackmail! Thank you, Cleveland.
It's a fine episode, I guess. I didn't mind it. It's weird to me how they keep trying to push this stuff about Lois and Peter really deeply caring about each other, paired with jokes about how miserable both of them are with their marriage.
Gretchen, I am already happily, moderately relative. I am married.
But when you ignore that, it's an alright one. I remember this is the episode that for some reason uses a parody of the Sonic 06 box art in the background. Background artist, whoever you are, you're pretty cool. Peter tries to help Tom Tucker seem more young and handsome, to rival the new news anchor. Tom is a really boring character to me, so I don't really give a shit about any of this. Their skateboarding montage was animated well, but that's about the height of it. Stewie and Brian also help Chris to shit. Yeah, okay. Pretty sure we also had a title called Run Stewie Run, or was it Go Stewie Go? Fucking whatever. Chris runs for Homecoming King, and surprises Lois when she finds out that he won. Meanwhile, Cleveland and Jerome start to become friends, which upsets the rest of the gang. I mostly just know this episode for the part where the guys play NES and they rip some guy's YouTube footage, and then went and copyright struck the guy from using footage from the episode, even though it's his footage. YouTube sure is a great platform. It's whatever, it's not bad, but I have no desire to watch it ever again. It is super bland and forgettable. Finally, another Road 2, and at the time of writing this, it's actually the most recent Road 2 episode they've made. Wonder if the series is retired. Hope they ended it out in a bang. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but it's awful. It is the worst Road 2 by far. Even if we ignore the Peter story where he begins to get obsessed with bingo of all things. Oh yeah, that sure sounds entertaining. Besides that, it's just fucking boring. The other ones have such a grandiose feel to them, but here it's just another shitty Brian love plot that you know won't work out. India is shit, that's the only joke they tell. I'm glad they stopped doing the Road 2s after this one, so we don't have to watch them continue to disgrace what was once a great little series. This season was whatever. I feel like a week from now I'm not going to be able to remember a single episode that came from it. For as bad as season 12 was, hey, I can at least remember some of those episodes. We premiered the season with two very original plots. Chris needs to get a part-time job, never seen that before, and Stewie and Brian try to write songs. They've literally already done this with Stewie before, never mind a ton of other characters.
Huh, maybe. You have any references?
Cowabunga, swing, yada yada yada.
Fucking Olivia comes back out of nowhere. I completely forgot about her. That's definitely the most interesting thing here. Sadly, though, they've simplified her character so much. She just acts nice to Stewie up until a moment where she needs to act mean to him and reset everything. So they turn her into some generic villain who wants to split them up. Wasn't she like a huge bitch that always wanted to one-up him? She would try to demean his band, not want to join it herself. I guess that's too complex for modern Family Guy. The episode randomly brings back a lot of stuff from the first 3 seasons actually, like Cheesy Charlie's and Bob's Funland. That's neat, I guess. Still a shit one. Although I gotta admit, Vinny's reappearance did catch me off guard.
Oh my god, Chris is out of control!
I know. Must be all the violence in movies and sex on TV.
To continue with this theme of bring back shit from years ago, Frank Sinatra Jr. returns to open an Italian restaurant with Brian and Stewie. Chris also joins a baseball team. Wow, remember the time where Chris would have maybe one episode focus on him, but now we're seeing him all the time. Anyways, this one is boring. The song they sing was nice. I miss when they do these big bombastic orchestral songs. Feels like I haven't gotten one in ages. But it doesn't make up for how unnotable the rest is. Oh boy, Family Guy is starting to catch up with modern times. We have our first joke about the Trump presidency. Can't wait to see those increase for the next 4 seasons. So Quagmire becomes a meal stripper, and Brian gets a job at some hardware store.
You know, Rupert, Brian's douchiness should infuriate me, but the truth is he seems happy. So I guess I'll just do nothing, and that's that. Can't do it. Let's get him fired.
It's alright, I suppose. Definitely the best so far, but it's nothing amazing. Brian is obviously pretentious, and Peter becomes a huge prick once he starts being Quagmire's pimp, but other than that, it's fine.
Whoa, ass ahoy.
This one is just a complete copy of that one Simpsons episode where it's a documentary about the family who are actors and the show isn't actually real, even being hosted by an in-universe celebrity.
Hi, I'm James Woods. You might know me from banging your niece on a pile of your brother's pool equipment, or from Salvador.
Like, come on, it's not even subtle at that point. The thing I like the most about this one is all the references to its original run. With a lot of the props from early seasons, it's cool to see them in the modern style. Gotta say, didn't think it was funny at all, but it's something new. It kept my attention at the very least, which is more than I can say about most of these other ones.
Some animals give me boners!
Peter becomes an Uber driver because why not? And Chris asks Stewie for advice about dating like always, which ends up getting him into Taylor Swift music. And coincidentally, he ends up going on a date with her. To follow this trend of Family Guy episodes that feel like Simpsons episodes, this just reminds me of Lisa Goes Gaga. Everyone just sucks Taylor Swift's metaphorical dick. It does at least get somewhat better when she writes a hate song about Chris so everyone makes fun of him, but isn't this all like 5 years too late? Was Taylor Swift that relevant in... what year was this? 2016? Well, yeah, no, she wasn't. This episode isn't very good overall. Not bad, but, you know, whatever. Very culturally relevant episode right here. Lois doesn't want to get Stewie vaccinated after seeing it could give him autism. Then the town goes into quarantine. Where are the articles claiming Family Guy predicts the future here? It's got the exact same plot progression as the Brian Weed episode. They go to the park, no one listens, Sidekick says they need to spice it up a bit, they get what they want, but has an almost immediate turnaround. How great. Another anthology. This time it's just 3 random books they're parroting. Really running out of ideas, aren't we? It's awful, really, really awful. They're getting way more blatant with the meta jokes, calling out shit before it happens. There is such a thing as being too self-aware. If you don't care about telling the story and committing to it, then why even bother?
We died. So wait, we didn't die?
I don't know, it's all just jokes.
Dude, someone in the writer's room must have just found out about what Uber was, because they've mentioned it in like every episode of the season so far. Anyways, Carter becomes the new owner of the brewery, and Peter tries to report about the shady shit he's been up to. But then that doesn't even go anywhere, because they ditch that and go for a Carter leaving his wife for Trisha Takanawa story. Again, just pairing up random characters and expecting things to be interesting. It's just the same as the one where Tom becomes his new dad, Peter goes to like his new parental figure and acts like a child, that's it. The Brian plot is also shit. He needs to get his license back so Stewie helps him and it's very boring, I don't care, it's not funny. Another Christmas special. This time Peter becomes a mall Santa and the power begins to go to his head. For a Christmas special, it doesn't really feel all that Christmassy. Brian and Stewie just break into different company parties and ends up with Stewie getting a full-time job, while Peter just acts like a prick to Santa the whole time. I have nothing else to say, it's just really unfunny.
Great! Hey, can you make us X-Men?
What a surprise.
After a trip back from San Francisco, Quagmire's plane gets hijacked, so they gotta figure out what to do to stop the situation.
I'm joy.
I'm sadness.
I'm anger.
I'm disgust.
I'm poo.
Oh, I need to use the bathroom.
It's just so lazy. This one started off fine, but I stopped caring once the hijacking actually happened. It's so forgettable. Moving on. Stewie becomes a beekeeper and tries to sell honey with Brian. Hilarity ensues. Also, one of the New England Patriots move into the house beside Peter, and so he tries to suck up to them, slowly learning that he's actually an asshole. I really don't know. It's not bad by any means, but it takes forever for things to actually start happening. He's loud and he throws parties late. Couldn't have seen that happening.
Rid of that bastard, just like I helped kick the British out of America. This tyranny shall not stand. For without liberty... Ah, crap, he's even in the cutaways! Ah!
I'll be putting it under How the Griffin Stole Christmas. It's weird, this season hasn't been as bad as the others, but the show definitely feels a lot more generic and safe now. It's like they're not even trying anymore. Peter and friends decide they're gonna start a podcast. It sucks, it takes way too long to actually get into the plot. They go from the podcast shit into him getting a DJ gig. By the time he goes deaf, there's only like 5 minutes left. Who cares at that point? Lois also thinks that Brian is causing her allergies for some reason like 15 seasons into the show, so he's gotta stay in Stewie's room now. They do nothing with this fun idea. After one scene, Stewie wants him out again. Who gives a shit? This is going near the bottom of the list. It's such a nothing episode. What is wrong with this season?
I hope you and your ferret are happy in here together.
Well, now that you're moving out, I'll probably just drown it in the tub.
Ah, Brian! Brian!
Brian becomes Carter's seeing eye dog after he becomes blind for a little bit. He likes the rich life and wants it back. End of. Peter also tries to make a band with his friends after learning his love for the violin.
This is gonna be a blast.
It's too simple. You're just thinking of the first basic scenario to come to your head and putting the 4 of them in and expecting it to work out. But it's the same thing every time. They kick him out of the band so he tries to get better at it, then they let him in. In the last episode, didn't they all become DJs but Peter cuts the rest of them out of the group? Like, it's the same fucking thing, just reversed. I wish they'd stop with these group endeavors, at least for a little bit. Every episode now is becoming Brian and Stewie's story with a Peter and Friends B story. It's repetitive and boring.
Now I see that none of that matters if I don't...
Brian, hold on.
Looks like we've learned a lot, and my face is better.
Why even bother? After 7 minutes of nonsense, Quagmire learns about Tinder and starts using it to fuck girls. It's just really cringy and feels like they're trying way too hard to be culturally relevant, but it comes off like it was written by some 45-year-old man, and the shitty Tinder song didn't help that very much. That was the worst Family Guy song, I think. Stewie gets scoliosis as well and he needs to wear a brace. That's all that happens with it, it's not very funny. He likes wearing it for pity points and wants to keep it, wow. Peter finally calls out Joe on the fact that he used to be presented as some cool badass cop, but is now more of a joke. Although it doesn't seem as self-aware as I wish it were. His character is so one-note now, every joke is just about him being pathetic. It's kinda cool to see him actually doing cop stuff for the first time in a while, with him and Peter going on missions together, but it's nothing incredible. Look, for like 30 seconds, Brian's little yellow thing in his collar is missing. Boy, sure hope somebody got fired for that blunder. Stewie also tries to act really manly and join football because of being mistaken for a girl, and what the fuck did they do to him? He's so fucking generic now, he just acts like a regular little boy. They do nothing with the fact that he's some little baby genius inventor anymore. Isn't that what people liked about him? Not the worst episode so far, but it is not memorable at all. Fucking swear to God, it's the same thing every time. Meg once again gets pushed for some random activity. This time it's roller skating. You're right, it is boring. The Peter plot is at least a little more interesting. After trying to eat healthy, he opens up a roadside food truck.
I'm going downstairs to find something good to eat, and then I'm gonna fall asleep watching transvaginal mesh lawsuit commercials.
There's nothing.
Thank you, son.
It's okay, just a nice little Queen episode.
Keep everything running
Sure, gotta have
smoothly.
boundaries.
And I may assign
That's
a
great,
chore or
Meg.
two because it's actually more
Sounds
fun
like
when
you got it all
everyone
worked
pitches
out.
in.
Hey, by the way,
Peter and Lois head to Boston for baseball camp after winning a raffle, leaving Meg in charge of everyone else. I like this one quite a bit, actually. It's a neat detail that Meg would become overrun with power, scaring Stewie to the point where he wishes to run away. Makes sense for a character to get like that. The Peter stuff sadly isn't as good. Everyone likes Lois, but it was supposed to be his week. Who would have guessed?
Okay.
Stewie and Brian buy a bed and breakfast because why not at this point? And Peter also becomes the principal of the school. What job couldn't he have by now?
Lois, I'm done with my gum.
I don't want it.
But I'm done with it.
Peter, shh.
I'll take it.
The B&B stuff just has the same progression as the bakery episode. Stewie turns it into some prostitution thing. And Meg just becomes overrun with power after realizing Peter can punish her bullies. So whatever, I didn't hate it. The brand pizza gag was funny. But that's about it. This Mexican girl is in love with Chris for no real reason. She only ever really saw him act like a creep towards her, so why does she like him? Eventually, she gets deported back to Mexico and Chris is stuck taking care of her 2 kids.
I'm gonna call you Juan, and I'm gonna call you 2.
Good. He's been reading the book.
It's okay, I guess. Not a bad one by any means, it has a couple humorous bits. Near the top of the list, but again, it's a very low fucking bar. Lois worries Peter might have an illegitimate child and tries to find the truth. Then it just turns into that Vince Vaughn movie where he has a ton of kids.
I have just one question for you. What are the...
I actually enjoy this one. It's simple but fun. I like seeing all the Peters. Probably the best of the bunch. This show is becoming fucking joyless to watch. At least with the bad ones I was feeling something, you know? But here it's just so forgettable. They're just doing random sitcom stories now with the same interchangeable characters. Just go back to being bad again, please. Now this is just fucking desperate. The whole gimmick reminds me a lot of a plot Teen Titans Go would do. They're annoyed at the fact that they haven't an Emmy, and so spend the entire episode parroting different shows they think will get them an Emmy.
Bazinga, Father. Assuming father is still the appropriate designation.
Again, it just comes off as desperate and bitter, ignoring the fact that Family Guy has literally already won an Emmy for Brian Wallows and Peter Swallows, which Seth didn't even want to end up the way it did. You know what? This episode is super petty and not funny, but it was something different and kept my interest. That's more than I can say for all the last season. Hope to see more like this, unfortunately.
You know, later we're going to have to take one of those forced happiness family photos that come in the restaurant's tacky frame.
Why are you so negative all the time?
Peter befriends a cool medic guy and starts to ignore his other friends. Once again, this feels like an episode that never really gets the chance to start. Like halfway through, the guy dies and Peter needs to make it up to his friends for ignoring them. Then we find out it was all a dream. Cool. I really hope this season isn't beginning to fall into the same boring stories as last time. Guess we gotta find out. Peter gets a bunch of goats and predictably they mess up the house. And so Lois's parents hire a nanny to take care of the kids and Peter.
Well, I guess we can all agree this was a great idea. The end. Banana Family Guy.
Enough!
I like that this gives Peter and Lois more time to reconnect with each other. And I even kinda like that it turns them into bitches. Rubbing their marriage in their friend's face seems like something they'd do. This is going under the Emmy episode. I don't like that out of nowhere they start to get bored of each other. There is literally no progression to that. But I enjoyed them being pleasant while it lasted.
Kids still lining up around the block for those piano lessons?
Thank you! So this is like a special in which we follow the route of this dollar that Carter gives to Chris for his birthday. It's unique to say the least. Actually, now that I think about it, no. It's just the Simpsons episode where we follow the story of Moe's bar rag the whole time. It's fine, I guess. We get to see a Lois chicken fight. That's pretty cool, maybe. I'll be putting this one under the Emmy episode as well. It's okay, I suppose. Just a weird idea that I wouldn't think Family Guy would go with. However, there are a lot of cool references to past episodes, too. The main issue is we don't really even follow the dollar the whole time. Sometimes they just cut to characters who aren't relevant to what's going on, so like, why bother at that rate? Another experimental episode. Wow, someone was getting bored. Anyways, this is the same episode about Peter being fired from his job, except being told by 3 different directors. So the joke is that they're parroting the directing style of each director. It's pretty boring. I know of all these directors, but I don't really know their styles well enough to get anything out of these jokes making fun of them. Doesn't even seem like they're trying to imitate the directors. It's still all mostly in that flat-angled Family Guy style. They're just using references to their movies a lot. Those aren't the same things. That's not imitating it, that's copying it. Feels like it's all just half-hearted attempts at recreating the style. Sometimes they do it well, like the Wes Anderson one, but even then, it's only most of the time. You know what would have been cool? If they were all done in different art styles to further differentiate them to each director. But I guess that would have been too much effort. I don't know though, some of the action scenes were cool. Effort was clearly put into this. I mean, hey, at least they're trying to do something new again, and I can appreciate that at the very least. Just didn't succeed very well this time.
That is, when they're not looking down at their phones.
Brian becomes an epic tweeter obsessed with the hashtags and political humor, except things backfire once he makes a tweet that people deem racist. Yep, we're at the cancel culture episode. You know what though? I actually like the moment of Brian sitting down to watch the movie and having all the outrage on around him with him being completely unaware of what's going on online. That's very realistic. I think the biggest issue here is how the rest of the world reacts to this. The rest of the family are ostracized with nobody willing to even hear them, not even their friends. Another case of a good idea but too simple of execution. Like, did we really need a 2-minute long action scene of Meg and Chris killing all the kids in their school? That came out of fucking nowhere. Whatever, it's fine overall, but it could have been so much better. Everyone just acts like too much of a stereotype. Interestingly though, it seems that things don't reset. Brian moves out of the house and stays there. Wonder if anything interesting will be done with that.
And tweeted. I am back in the game. See? Up, you're gone. And the crowd is gone. And the animators are gone.
Yeah, okay, cool. It begins with Brian still living there. I'll see how long they can stick to this for.
Let's see. Talladega Nights, everywhere. Ladybugs, classic Rodney. A Million Ways to Die in the West, no thank you.
Brian needs to get a job to pay the rent for his new apartment. And not much happens with that. He tries to get with a girl who works next to him. Peter also upsets Vladimir Putin, who then comes to Quahog to fight him in person, with them eventually becoming friends. I'll be putting this one under Nanny Goats. Once again, it feels like it takes forever if not much happening.
Everything you say, I say something little bit worse.
You got Simpsons?
We have Family Guy.
I did it to myself.
Why the fuck is the season so bitter? Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm actually kinda into this new direction the series is going in. Doesn't seem like they intend on resolving this Brian stuff anytime soon. Again, hey, it's something new. Actually, never mind. The fucking end of this episode resets everything and Brian is back home now. Spoke too soon. It's kind of the exact same as the Simpsons episode, though. Brian has a broken leg and is in a wheelchair, and when looking out his window he thinks he sees his neighbor committing a murder. Literally, we fucking see him. Meg also gets addicted to alcohol, and Peter's gotta try get her off it. It's not the best episode, but it was okay. I didn't have a bad time with it at all. I like how Peter and Meg are able to relate to each other, it's sweet. Glad they stopped making her the punching bag.
Ah, son of a bitch! What was that?
I don't know. Someone must have messed something up.
The ghost of Patrick Swayze comes to visit Peter to show him the true meaning of Christmas. It's actually one of their better holiday specials. Again, it's not a high bar though. I thought it was sweet that Brian lays on the foot of Peter's grave. That's all I enjoyed.
Yes, it is time to get romantic.
This one stands out because Brian actually meets and falls in love with another anthropomorphic dog. Took longer than I thought for them to do that. I like this plot a lot actually, with him needing to win a dog show so he can fuck her. It's cool seeing Brian do actual dog stuff. Peter and Lois's plot isn't anywhere near as good though, it's pretty unremarkable. Solid episode overall though.
Where's Stewie?
He ate me! I ate him.
He ate Stewie, holy crap! Family Guy will be right back!
The big episode number 300. And wow, this is the one that I hear about a lot. I wish that I liked this one as much as I should. If you look at it as a self-contained show, it works really well. Brian kills Rupert by accident, and Stewie goes to throw his ashes off a mountain. I like this plot a lot. Especially when Brian finally asks him why he cares about Rupert so much, revealing that it's because he knows Rupert will be there with him forever, while Brian will die soon. That's sweet and very realistic for a kid, but it doesn't work well when applied to the rest of the series. For the past 5 or 6 seasons, Stewie has been a non-stop prick to Brian. They've gone so far that I no longer buy their friendship together. It feels so forced. I don't see them as being genuine best friends. I don't know, maybe that's just me. I'll give it the props for trying to tell a serious story. Again, in context of the episode, it works well, but it's just way too late into the series. They've pushed these characters too far in how mean they are to each other. This comes off as incredibly pretentious. Sand in Stewie attempts to be a big episode by taking place in a therapist office the whole time. Stewie is having issues relating to other kids at his school, with the whole thing kind of breaking down his character, and going into him just being a bit of a fraud and putting on an act for others. I just don't care though. I know nothing revealed here will ever apply to the series again, and also comes off like they're trying to present Stewie as this ultra deep badass. Again, I can appreciate them trying to do something new, but unlike Dog Bites Bear, it doesn't work as a standalone. It's mostly just boring and try hard. So this is like a successor to the Road Twos, I guess? This is a Sherlock Holmes parody starring Brian and Stewie. I don't know, it's boring. I like the South Park gag. Peter and friends pretend to be veterans so we can get handouts. After this backfires, they're all forced to actually join the Coast Guards.
Next case on the docket, the People versus Ted 2.
Okay, come on, let's get out of here. Let's go.
Again, what's with all the self-deprecation? Is someone checking up on Seth? Is he doing okay? It's fine, not much happens though. That's not very funny. In fact, some of the jokes are downright awful, like the Leroy Jenkins bit.
Leroy Jenkins! Oh my god, he just ran in. Let's go! Stick to the plan! Let's go!
It's weird to me how many jokes they make about things being outdated, but then do outdated jokes anyway. I genuinely don't know if I only think this one is alright because of how boring these other ones have been. Again, it's their issue where a mediocre episode in the early seasons seems worse than a mediocre episode in the recent seasons. It's getting tough.
Among Us.
Brian starts to invest in the stock market, and Peter and friends also get their millionth job. This time they're running the clam while Jerome is out. It's a fun little episode. I like seeing Brian and Stewie frivolously spend their money, it's dumb fun. I mean, the episode plays life as a highway for like a minute, it's gotta be an alright one. Jesus Christ, another experimental episode. This is a what if one. Going through a bunch of different versions of Family Guy, each from a different point in time. Again, it's another case where I can see a lot of effort was put behind it, I just wish it were pushed further. Like, what if this were all done in different art styles representative of their eras? I would've found it neat to see Family Guy done in a UPS style. Or hey, even just do it in fucking 4x3, I don't care, that's the minimum effort you could've done.
Oh my god, Chris ships out in the morning! I gotta get him out of there! I thought this war would be fun, you know, just go over there and fight the Donkey Kong!
Donkey Kong wasn't even out in this time period. Why even bother if you didn't want to put in those basic level of research? Still though, it's okay overall. Didn't mind this one at all. After a 7-minute plot about Brian being in love with an Amazon Alexa, he and Stewie decide to switch bodies for the day so we can try to improve his life.
Go, Brian Doglegs!
I actually like this one quite a bit. They end up switching bodies with Chris and Peter too. I need to find a way to get back to the way they were. There are quite a few funny gags like Quagmire immediately knowing what's going on, and I just like these kinds of stories in general. I hope they do Stewie invention stories more. This one was good.
I guess that could work. But it's just so sad that young people can't pay attention to something longer than 6 seconds. What the hell, you guys? I was talking!
This is the big millennial episode. They talk about the Twitters and vaping and trigger warnings, with Peter eventually wanting to act like one too. Yes, just like the Simpsons episode. It's nothing but jokes about millennials. I have nothing to say about it.
You remember Leroy Jenkins?
Yeah?
Right.
You already did this joke! Brian and Stewie try to look for Mort so they can get his bounty of 10 grand. Meanwhile, Quagmire gets his dick bitten off by a shark and now he has to deal with his sex-free life.
There's no easy way to put this, so I'm just gonna come right out and say it. He's black.
It's standard enough. Didn't like it, but didn't hate it either. It was decent. And to end off this season, we have Peter sitting on the chair doing nothing for so long that he fuses in with it. It's boring. I like the idea behind the second half of Peter being trapped in an elevator with God and just making small talk, but nothing really interesting or meaningful is done with it. What a weird season. This is by far the most experimental one yet, with a ton of episodes that try to switch up the formula for the series. And you know what? It was more entertaining than the last couple seasons, so I'll give it that. I still would never call a majority of these episodes good, but it's something different and that engaged me for like 5 minutes, so that's worth noting. Wonder where they're gonna go from here. You have no idea how fucking awful this is getting. I'm in Canada right now on vacation, and I gotta sit in the hotel room for 7 hours a day watching Family Guy. It's terrible. Send help. Much like Season 3, this one premieres with a 2-parter all about Brian. That's gotta be a good sign.
Or as young people say, #yes.
It sucks. So Brian gets with a girl who's dying of cancer, and one of the last things to do on her bucket list was get married. So he figures, sure, might as well since she's gonna end up dying anyways. But then ends up making a full recovery, what-oh. I like that Brian moves back into the apartment from last season. That's a neat little detail at the very least. It's shitty because I think it actually managed to be great for the first half. Brian is nice and not selfish at all. It has some funny jokes too. But predictably, the second after they get married, she starts automatically acting obnoxious and learns that she's gonna live now. So Brian wants rid of her and randomly she fucking chokes to death by the end. But in the last couple seconds, she's alive again. Wonderful, what a mess of an episode. I don't know why this needed to be 2 parts, but I guess we'll see where it goes.
And now, the current better than the pilot but not as good as Star Wars episode of Family Guy.
Oh, I'm not so sure about that. So Brian is struggling with married life, with Peter trying to show him how to handle it, which eventually just turns him into Peter.
Wow, that feels amazing.
Because of his weight though, Brian breaks his hip, with his wife deciding that she's gonna put him down. At this point I can't stand his wife at all and have no sympathy for her. Brian took care of her, but she won't do the same for him. Putting this under the previous one, it at least started good, it's just miserable though.
Well, Brian, I'm sorry that Jess died during the commercial break, but it was a very nice funeral service.
Really, that's how you're gonna end this? Fuck off.
Shut up, Dad! I'm watching Rick and Morty!
It's weird that this one starts off with Stewie trying to kill Lois again. What a weird thing to bring back. Anyway, Stewie befriends a kid at the playground who wants to convince him not to kill Lois and stop being evil. But like, Stewie hasn't been evil in like 10 seasons, so why even bother with at this point? Peter also goes to an empowerment speech and starts getting chased down by the host of it, Tony Robbins, to be more confident. But like, Peter never has been presented as unconfident before. Why does this episode have everyone so out of character? Still, though, it's okay. I like Stewie's relationship with the kid where he worries he might not be as much of a friend as he thinks he is. It's very innocent and sweet, and I like that story a lot.
You know, that reminds me of the time...
No, Peter, no more cutaways. Stay in the present.
So we have another episode about Stewie being short. They even bring back the tiny Tom Cruise. Yeah, what a memorable character. Also, Stewie shrinks Brian down to microscopic size, but ends up having to do the same to himself. So the two of them have to figure out a way of getting back to regular size.
How am I supposed to get down? That was the only baggie.
Use either the tampon strings or the discarded dental floss and rappel down. Which one did you go with?
Neither. I was hoping to kill myself.
It's a very good one, actually. Got some fun conversations between the two and impressive visuals when they're shrunk. You know what? This season hasn't been awful so far, aside from the first two-parter. I sure hope it continues to improve. So Carter gives Lois a gun for her birthday, which results in her shooting him in the head.
We now return to the Orville on Fox.
Why do you hate that show so much?
Because it's preventing me from doing my work here at Family Guy.
It's such a nothing episode. Again, I don't like Carter as a character. He's brain dead for half the show, and for the rest, he's just trying to be nicer and feeling. Wow, how interesting. Maybe I spoke too soon about the season being better. Chris has to go to a vocational school for extra credit, while Meg saves Stewie's life, causing him to start being nice to her and defending her when others shit on her. It's boring, I have nothing to say about it. The Chris shit is boring and the Stewie stuff is a neat idea but ends in a predictable way.
Who wants chowder? Okay, I'm off to go train for the Olympics.
It's cool that they decided to reanimate season 1 to 4 in the old art style. I appreciate the effort.
See? I've been training since I was Lacey Chabert.
Stop it with the Lacey Chabert jokes, I get it, she used to voice Meg. Meg joins the Olympics in a biathlon, and needs to pass the qualifiers. During this race, Meg even meets the actual Lacey Chabert, oh for fuck's sake. I don't have a ton to say about this one, it's mostly boring. There are a couple funny gags, but I wasn't all that into it. Was not interested in Stewie or Peter's B stories at all. So Brian and Stewie start befriending old rich ladies in an obvious attempt to get money from them. Herbert also hires Chris and Peter to mow their lawn, assuming Peter is also a kid. This one is just a fucking nothing episode, I have nothing to say about it. I like Herbert's song, but that's about it. This one starts with Peter's boss Angela dying, obviously because Carrie Fisher died in real life.
Smithers, who is that young go-getter?
That's a character from another show, sir.
Simpson, you say?
Pretty much, sir.
Jesus, they look fucking dreadful in this art style. Peter gets two new bosses, who want to make him the new mascot for the company. It's, whatever. Brian then joins in and immediately becomes more popular, creating conflict, and I'm sorry, I just don't fucking care anymore. I really don't. R.I.P. Carrie Fisher.
Remember what I said in 2009?
Bruce Jenner is a man.
No, Brian. That's what the press would have you believe, but he's not. Bruce Jenner is a woman. An elegant, beautiful Dutch woman.
Hey, that's what I pointed out. Peter's hair goes white, and because of this, he goes on the news to spread fake news, oh boy. While Brian and Stewie try to figure out if Chris is gay or not, since he doesn't want to go out with any girls around him. It's alright. The coolest thing it does, however, is end on a cliffhanger, with Peter being hired by none other than the then President of the United States of America, Donald Middlename Trump.
Lois, pack your bags. We're joining the Trump administration.
Bob's Burgers is on. This show speaks to us young people, apparently.
That show, and I mean no disrespect when I say this, but that show looks like it was animated in a moving car.
Family Guy writers, have you seen your own show? So just what important commentary did they feel like they could have added to this topic that they've already admitted to being way too late on? Trump has an orange face. He has small hands and a wig. Feel like I don't understand half the shit that's being said in this episode. It's all very specific references to American politics, and I just don't get any of it. This just comes off as extremely pretentious and irrelevant. Again, I know nothing about Trump, but there's gotta be some kind of joke you can make about him other than he harasses women. He looks funny. Also, I don't understand the commentary when Trump says that Family Guy is also offensive and they start defending themselves by saying they're just a cartoon. Like, why are you inserting yourself into this Family Guy?
Many children have learned their favorite Jewish, black, and gay jokes by watching your show over the years.
In fairness, we've been trying to phase out the gay stuff.
Oh yeah, but you mock everything else. Glad to see your priorities are in check, Family Guy. You're truly the hero we needed in these dark times. From an outsider's perspective, this just comes off as desperate for attention, especially the chicken fight. Whoa, I can't believe epic Peter Griffin beat up mean old Donald Duck. Freaking sweet, bro. So it's Brian's birthday, and just like Lois a few seasons ago, he feels like he hasn't made any kind of impact in the world. so Stewie builds up a robot duplicate to write his autobiography. This takes an odd turn, however, when Brian starts getting very close to his clone, to the point where he fucks it. Then, of course, he ends up getting incredibly annoyed at how unbearable he is. Again, if you're aware of it, then why not just make the effort into making him more likable? The Peter plot is also meh. Not much happens. He tries to work at a massage parlor and gets busted by Joe. Wonderful. There's a gag where Lois is cheating on Peter with another guy, and shit like this is what I mean. It makes this family miserable, and I don't want to watch them anymore.
Whoa, assohoy.
He says that a lot.
Okay, you get a point for that. Whatever episode overall, though. Oh no, I don't like the sound of this episode title. Yep, Family Guy are gonna calm down on the gay jokes, but trans jokes are open season for them. It's literally the exact same plot as the South Park episode on it, but worse. Peter wants to use the trans bathroom, and so he pretends to be transgender. I just don't understand how now they're able to take this subject seriously. Even Quagmire brings up how Peter is basically disrespecting his trans parent, but like, even in the recent episodes featuring them, Quagmire still calls her a he, so it's like, I don't fucking know what side this show is on anymore. This becomes an issue, however, when Peter is forced to have gender reassignment surgery. Now he has to deal with living like a woman.
That is one nutty hospital.
This shit is edited like a fucking YouTube video. Why do they do this? This episode sucks. Beyond the dumb premise, they're really ramping up on the amount of jokes that just consist of, alright now, this oddly specific thing is about to happen that is really funny because it's relatable to you. I'm putting it above Trump Guy. Don't fill an episode with non-stop jokes, then still try to end it with a serious message where Peter continues to interrupt the emotional speech with lame gags. Just be jokes the whole time at that point.
Well, that does it for our crossover episode. Thanks for coming, cast of Bob's Burgers.
We didn't get to do anything.
Show's 22 minutes long. Not everything makes it to air. But hey, you have the floor if there's something hilarious you want to say. I'll just sit here and be quiet. Give us 2 Emmys worth of amazing. Maybe a funny burger name? No? Girl in the bunny ears? Boy, I love it when characters are expressed by props.
I kind of feel like this is less of a crossover and more of a roast.
No, a roast is good-natured.
It's just so blatantly bitter. Stop it. So we once again have a story about Peter realizing he's fat and needing to lose weight. Lois also decides to write a romance novel about being unhappy with Peter, and so Brian decides he's going to use it to try and woo her. Yep, back to that again. Why is this episode just 2 different tired old stories they've done countless times?
Do my clothes make it look like I work here?
I think it's the overalls, yeah.
Hey, get back to work.
I'll see you back at home, Brian. I've got to finish my shift.
Nothing new or interesting is done with this. It works for a solid 30 seconds, but then they reset it immediately and he remains fat. Sorry for the spoiler. Wait a minute. They don't reset it? He's just fat again in the next episode, so it's like... It's just so goddamn lazy. They don't even bother having 3 acts anymore. The Brian stuff is also not very good. They find the guy who she wants to fuck and believe she's having an affair. There are a couple of funny gags, but that's about it. It's such a forgettable one, and it's because the story they tell is so fucking generic. So after a boring adventure of Peter and friends going on a party bus, they go to prom, where Quagmire tries to fuck a girl who turns out to be his daughter. Once again. Pretty sure we've done this already, but at least this one is a teenager, so she's an actual character who's got no personality. Perfect.
Sir, this line is reserved for emergencies only. Please end your clammy joke.
Okay, sorry.
The only difference is this time he actually embraces becoming a dad, which contrasts against him wanting nothing to do with her in the other one. But I guess it can be amusing at times to see this side of Quagmire, even if we've seen this more loving side like a dozen times at this rate. Still though, it's not awful. There are a couple good moments. Compared to the rest of this shit season, it's one of the better ones. Oh nice, another meta episode. So the entire gimmick with this one is that we're watching a normal episode we've never seen before, but with commentary from the main cast. It's a funny idea, I guess. I can see why they'd want to do something like this, and it definitely takes a ton of effort to make a full show that the audience isn't even going to see half of. But what they're saying just isn't interesting. It's boring small talk. There's not even anything to say about it. I'd actually recommend watching this one if you haven't before, because it is a neat idea that I can't believe they've gone through with, but they do nothing funny with it. They just try to be meta the entire time, like bringing up the fact that Disney bought Family Guy, and Family Guy wikis and such. Peter's Muppet song parody is the best part, and they fucking talk over the whole thing. Stewie also calls it season 16 at some point, but like, this is season 17, why even bother?
No need, Peter. Hi, sorry to interrupt. Seth MacFarlane.
Holy crap, it's the mouse from Sing! I'd recognize your voice anywhere.
Okay, settle down.
So I guess Thanos got the Mind Stone.
Wow, so now he's got all of them.
I guess so.
What does that mean for us?
I have no idea.
I knew it was gonna be us.
Brian and Stewie set out on a journey to find Garbage Island, so they can retrieve his big wheel which was thrown away. It takes a turn for the worse, however, when they end up stuck on the island, with Brian wanting to stay there forever. It's shit they barely spend any time on. You don't understand why Brian even really wants to stay, because the very scene after them getting there is him deciding on it. You're just going through the motions at that point. The Quagmire plot is also boring. Lois tries to help him pick up an older woman, not much goes on, it isn't very entertaining.
Oh, I can't be in stories for a couple of episodes. I'm real life pregnant.
Lois gets a new book that tells her how to have a better life, mentally, and starts to force this lifestyle among the entire family.
Oh, have you not heard?
Brian, no!
Everybody's about to burn.
She's such a bitch here. It really highlights the worst parts of her characters. I think this is the worst it's ever been. She just lectures and screams at everyone the entire time. The only part I mildly enjoyed was the shot of the Griffin's basement where we see a ton of callbacks to previous episodes. They didn't need to do that. So the Griffins go to VidCon. They literally put people like Logan Paul and Lele Pons on screen. So, Family Guy, I'm open if you ever want to, do anything together. Meg decides to become a social media celebrity, where she does nothing but eat food and becomes obese and gross. Brian also gets a Hummer and falls in love with it despite being so pro-environment previously. And so, you guessed it, he becomes a pretentious douchebag. This episode sucks, it's so desperate to be hip with the kids. It becomes hard to look at after a while due to the animation trying to gross you out as much as possible too. Oh yeah, I completely forgot. This is around the time when Adam West died in real life, sadly. They actually made a joke about him being dead a couple episodes ago, which is weird they make a joke about him being dead before even really acknowledging the fact that he did die. There's no real standard story for this one, it's mostly about characters standing around and talking about Adam West, with them trying to get the school renamed from James Woods High to Adam West High. For as sad as it is that Adam West died, this episode really doesn't do him justice. It barely even focuses on him, it's all about finding the next mayor for Quahog.
Oh, word?
Yeah, get used to this because this is going to become Brian's new catchphrase. Yes, seriously. What a shitty way to commemorate him. This episode sucks. R.I.P. Adam West. Man, this season sucked hard. It was a little bit better than the last one overall, but the worst of that ended up being way worse than the last ones. Shit like Trump Guy and the trans episode. They just need to get away from all this topical shit and focus on being funny. They're at least occasionally successful at that. Season 18 is off to a fucking dreadful start, surprise, surprise. The family, Feet Joe, Feet Cleveland, Feet Quagmire, go out on a cruise, which ends up crashing in a storm and now they have to try and escape before they all die. The only pro I can give this one is that the animation on the water is amazing. It is super impressive. That's the weird thing. Family Guy's animation is bland and stiff by choice. They have the ability and talent to make some really cool looking stuff, and very occasionally we see that come through. Very occasionally. The plots that go on here are either uninteresting or gross. Meg gets a boyfriend who ends up dying during the crash, so she just carries around his corpse the rest of the episode, which allows for such hilarious jokes, such as Chris trying to throw his head up for a minute straight. How funny. And worst of all, they don't even write a conclusion, it just cuts to them at home with everything fine and it's over. What a shit episode.
Man, that was crazy.
This one is actually not terrible. We revisit Brian's relationship with Quagmire's mother, Ida, with him learning to be more comfortable in being seen with her, and eventually trying to be more of a loving partner, even attempting to be a good parental figure to Quagmire. Wait a second. There's a modern episode of Family Guy that makes Brian likable? What could possibly go wrong? Well, the issue really just comes from them trying to reset things back to the status quo. Quagmire hates Brian and so gives Ida an ultimatum between him or Brian, and of course she chooses her son and dumps him. I feel like this should have went into another plot point of Quagmire realizing it's not fair to force his mother to follow only what he wants her to do, but no, it just ends there, walking out of the museum joke. Overall, this is an episode that I'm pretty mixed on. I basically enjoy everything up until the ending, but even then we still have a really unfunny opening story that goes nowhere, so really only like 10 minutes of it is good.
You know what? He's earned that.
After their house burns down, the Griffins have to go and live with Lois's parents. Honestly, not much is done with this idea, it's odd. After they get to the house, they mostly just use this setting as a background, while we go through our regular stories. The dynamic between Peter and Babs isn't all that interesting. They learn that they're pretty similar, but she's a boring character, so I don't really care when they eventually split her and Carter up for the 5th time.
You kids are too young to remember that, but your parents are gonna hate it.
You know, they do this a lot now, where they'll acknowledge kids being Family Guy's main demographic, and I think that actually plays a lot into why the show is written the way it is now. I recall in their 200th episode special, which I'm not doing because it's not a real episode of the show, they do interviews where the writers talk about how their kids and their kids' friends love the show, and I have to wonder, as the show went on, I have to believe it was written with younger teens in mind instead of adults. It would explain why they've completely given up on telling stories that adults would find interesting in exchange for silly, fast-paced baby comedy. I don't know, just food for thought. This episode was really boring.
You know what? I don't really get Family Guy.
What's so hard to get? You just need to have grown up in the 80s but still be a teenager.
Oh yeah, another meta episode. This time we have a Fox TV focus group watching a variety of different reboots for Family Guy, with the actual Peter getting more and more annoyed at the group for not knowing what they want.
Normal words, but a horse guy.
Can we please stop this?
You just asked for specifically that.
You know what? Not an awful episode. It has a couple fun segments like the Riverdale parody, and seeing the intro but only with Chris was funny. Again, I'd rather them just do nothing but nonsense episodes than some half-hearted attempt at a story at this rate. Also, by the way, I like that every episode has a unique outro theme not relating to the episode. That's neat. Quagmire opens up a cat cafe, which upsets Brian as doesn't like cats and wants to shut it down with no real motivation. Meanwhile, Chris, Meg, and Lois go to a Christian camp because they're having trouble in school. It's not very funny.
That's right, Tricia, and since I'm on local TV, I'm going to talk a little too loud, and then occasionally I'm going to turn away from the microphone to point at things off camera, so my overall point is lost.
I don't really know what else there is to say about it. Brian is a dick, but so is Quagmire, so I don't give a shit.
Now time to make my getaway.
Okay, so him getting hit by a small car kills him, but getting hit by 2 buses is fine. This is kind of like that 90s show from The Simpsons, where we see how Peter and Lois got together, except because of the moving timeline they now got married in the 90s. Only issue is the entire thing is a Friends parody, so you don't really give a shit about anything going on because nothing matters in the end. Again, I have nothing to say here. I feel like they commit way too much to the Friends parody only to completely abandon it halfway through, so them being dressed as these characters no longer makes sense. It sucks. Moving on.
You're right. Wood.
Okay, so, another anthology. This is a collection of 3 different love stories because, well, there's not really much of a setup for it. The first one is boring. It's like a Greek thing, and the only joke they really make is how it's the past, and things we have now did not exist back then. Again, this is literally the only joke they try to tell.
And now that we're owned by Disney, we can have Hercules here. No? They won't let us use him? What was the point of this whole merger?
The second one is Romeo and Juliet, and I just don't give a shit. It's the same structure every time. Peter wants to get with Lois but faces complications. Wonderful. And finally, we have a parody of Fatal Attraction. It's decent. This might be the worst anthology yet. It is so by the books and predictable. I hate it. Bottom of the list. Dude, they're really running out of ideas for Thanksgiving specials at this point. With this one being about Peter and friends trying to get arrested so that they don't have to host Thanksgiving, but instead they get accidentally sent to prison.
Swan son? Police Superintendent Chalmers.
My brother is superintendent of the schools in Springfield. Our parents divorced when we were very young.
There wasn't even a joke there. They just straight up use another character. I don't really have much to say. Almost none of it has to do with Thanksgiving. Peter is forced to shank Cleveland. You don't buy the forced message at all. And worst of all, it's not fucking funny. So what did they do for their next big Christmas special? Meg pleasures herself on Santa's lap and is now in love with Santa Claus. Yep. They've run out of main characters for Meg to fall in love with and have resorted to Santa. It sucks. What do you expect?
I can't tell you explicitly since we're owned by Disney, but let me just say that Santa made her Little Mermaid Moana.
Meg's a freak, there is no bright side to this one. Meg just sets out on a search to find the same Santa, while Stewie gets traumatized from it. That's it, that's the episode. What Brian does for Stewie is sweet, but his reaction sucks. It might be the worst Christmas special yet. Lois becomes the new music teacher at Adam West High, finally bringing back the fact that she used to play the piano. But oddly enough, this episode focuses on Connie D'Amico, and the fact that Lois wants to gain her respect. Such a weird idea. Connie hasn't had a proper speaking role in a long time. It's surprising.
Yes? Excuse me, folks. Do you have a daughter named Peppa?
Yes.
You're gonna want to sit down.
You know what? Didn't mind this one. Connie decides to get revenge on Lois for getting her suspended by making her life a living hell, so she's gotta retaliate. It's not amazing, but I didn't have a terrible time watching it. I was somewhat intrigued at where it would go at least. That's more I can say about the others.
Establishing shot.
Peter, you can't...
Establishing shot!
Brian becomes a town hero and becomes pretentious about it. And Lois also tries to get her hair cut to the dismay of Peter. It's alright. I don't mind Peter and Lois being so vindictive towards one another, because it's such minimal stuff. And the Brian plot ain't bad either, when it moves into him trying to decide whether or not to be neutered so he can be more productive. Again, it's okay. After Peter is caught lying to Lois about buying a new credit card, she decides she's gonna combat his childish behavior by treating him like a child and grinding him.
Peter, there's some salmon on the stove if you're hungry. Well, it's what I made.
I don't know what to say at this point. It's just fucking nothing. The show has no substance anymore. They all get trapped in a hole Peter dug underground and just sit around and talk to each other. There's nothing to say. Another gimmick episode, damn. In this one, it's the future and Stewie is now famous, meeting Brian for the first time in 50 years. You know what? Gotta say, I actually like this one quite a bit. It's a neat idea, with Brian and Stewie having to pick up each of the kids to bring them to Peter who's dying of cancer. It's cool seeing how everyone ended up, even if it is quite depressing, especially with the twist. It's pretty awful what they do to him. One of the better episodes of the season just for being something new. The episode isn't amazing, but I just enjoy the concept.
Damn it! Where am I gonna get another coach?
I'm on vacation!
Ah, darn, that would have been funny.
It's weird how much Family Guy uses the Simpsons characters for the jokes, but the Simpsons almost never uses Family Guy. It's kind of pathetic, actually. Peter gets to coach a baseball team and gets caught accidentally kneeling during the national anthem. It's fine, I suppose. Peter tries to convince everyone that he's an activist so he can get more praise from the town, so we just watch him being annoying for 15 minutes. I'll be putting this one under Peter and Lois's wedding. It gets really dumb by the end with the Black Panther parody, although the hamster dance ending was funny. Brian warns Stewie that once he hits puberty, he's gonna turn dumb, and so he creates an invention that accidentally turns him into a regular baby.
No.
Stewie too!
No.
That sucks. Honestly, I'm surprised they hadn't done a story like this before. It seems like an obvious one for them to do. Although I will say, it's not great. Once Brian turns him into the Gremlin parody, it starts to suck. He just runs around trying to figure out what to do. But in the end, just decides to go back in time to help him. What a cop-out. Why couldn't they just use the time machine at any point? Also, they end it with a short because they didn't have enough story to fill a runtime, and it's boring. The animation is neat, though.
I'm going to watch the older boys play Fortnite because I'm not old enough to play Fortnite myself.
Wow, okay, we are getting very recent. Brian starts a fake Kickstarter for a movie so they can pay a store $3,000 they owe. Meanwhile, Peter gets sweaty and needs to work from home. Yes, that is the progression.
Look, listen, look, listen.
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not fucking stop it, so stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
Completely middle of the road. I have no strong feelings one way or the other. After 10 minutes of Peter being obsessed with Van Halen, he gets put in a coma.
Meme.
Not a meme.
Meme.
Not a meme.
Jesus Christ, it sucks that The Simpsons started doing that meme, but Family Guy? Why? The whole episode is basically just whatever wacky coma-induced visuals they want to do. Mostly references to its past iconic scenes like the Godfather moment and the Toad part. Gotta say though, wasn't bad. Some of the jokes they repeat are a little meta and on the nose. However, I enjoyed a ton of the smaller moments, like Peter's chat with the guy about Coco, and the moment where he wakes up realizing Lois had pulled the plug on him. Lois is really awful here. Another Meg episode. This time, Joe arrives at the family with the news that Meg has been hit by a car and died. Only issue is Meg didn't actually die, and now runs away after finding out how little people were impacted by her death.
And I leveled up on Fortnite this weekend, but you probably only care about the first two things.
What's with all the Fortnite jokes? It's okay. I like the idea behind it a lot. I'm happy to see them getting a lot more creative with the concepts. I'm gonna put it under Disney's The Reboot. The concept is good, but the humor itself isn't all that funny still. While stuck in a motel during a hurricane, Peter decides to read the family the Bible. Pretty sure we've already gotten Family Guy Bible stories before, so I don't see what the point here is. We hear the story of Adam and Eve, which is boring, Noah's Ark, which is boring, and the story of Easter. Surprise, surprise, it's boring. I feel like all I can say about a majority of these episodes is, it's boring, and that kind of comes off like a cop-out. But there is genuinely nothing to say about some of these. It is just fucking no substance anymore. Genuinely thought that season was getting a little better, but let's hope they at least end on a bang. After feeling the morning announcements, Chris gets fat-shamed by the principal, and so now the family have got to try and get some justice, which results in him needing to live with the Griffins for some reason, even though it's all their fault.
Hey there, Stewie. Finally cutting that grass, I see.
Well,
why is this guy back again? What the fuck are they doing? Who is he? Meanwhile, Brian finds out that Stewie has written a children's book about him, where he's presented as a dumbass. I love the illustration a lot. That's a great Brian design. Honestly, I think it should be his main one. This episode's okay, which is how I'd sum up this entire season, actually. It's definitely getting better, but I would not call it anywhere near good at all yet. Well, we have one full season left. Let's hope it starts getting better. But I feel like I've been saying that for the past 15 seasons. Gotta say, unlike Carl and Dr. Hibbiter in The Simpsons, I actually don't mind the fact that they replaced Cleveland's voice actor from this season. Mostly because he does a near-perfect impression of the OG guy. Could barely even tell he was different. So Stewie says his first word, which ends up being a swear, and because of this, Lois goes on a quest to find out who taught him said word. Honestly, it's not a bad premiere. It's got a couple good moments like Peter falling down the stairs, and the animation is getting more impressive at times. I love the moment when Lois realizes it was her and the shot of Stewie being so wide-eyed looking up at her. This show can look great at times when the shots are more varied. I wish they'd do it more.
And we don't know how to end these shows anymore, so we just do nonsense.
I feel like it starts to fall off once it becomes Lois leaving to relax and the family needing to cope without her, but it's still a solid first episode.
Oh, I was such a cute puppy. That's not you, that's Snuffles. He got hit by a car.
Oh, word?
Brian, stop trying to make O-word happen. It's not going to happen. What a weird one this turned out to be. It starts off so quaint, with Stewie getting upset because Rupert used to belong to Chris, but then devolves into him kidnapping Chris after giving Rupert and torturing him. Overall, it was a decent one, but I wish it had stayed more in the grounded place it started. Once Stewie starts traveling the world trying to find inner peace, I stop caring. Gotta be putting it under Stewie's first word. Still though, this season so far is a big step up.
Peter, what is it?
I forgot to record young Sheldon.
After an 8-minute intro of Peter playing with a chainsaw, which by the way, very, very nostalgic, really took me back to the memorable times of season 12, but it just turns into another Stewie and Chris episode where they have to take care of an injured squirrel. Wow, what a Stewie-centric season so far. Peter also goes to a chiropractor and becomes taller, and now faces the issues with being taller.
It's Slender Man!
Kill yourselves!
Peter!
Come on, it's just a goof!
This episode is boring. It has a couple neat ideas like Brian eating the squirrel, but they don't do much with it. Genuinely shocked they hadn't gotten to this level of desperation before. This is an entire episode about Peter and Lois getting stuck inside a cutaway, and having to travel to different ones to find a way out.
Excuse me, Doctor?
What?
Pancakes aren't people. We need this wing for COVID.
Oh my god, has it really been going on for that long? It's honestly not all that entertaining. It's a fun concept, I guess, but they don't do much with it. You don't even really get to follow that many creative cutaways. They don't even follow their own rules, since there are points where they show cutaway gags within the cutaway gags, but Peter and Lois don't get traveled into cutaway land, and You know what, fuck it, let's just move on. Peter becomes a godfather, which is boring. That's all I gotta say. There is almost no plot to even speak of. He just becomes a mobster and it's non-stop gags. Bottom of the list. So, like, Peter gets a vest. This is up there in the list of dumbest opening stories. This then leads into one of the dumbest continuation stories, with Peter losing both his arms and needing to deal with it now. The Meg story is also pretty weird, with her and Bruce of all characters getting together, and so Lois has to try and prove that he's gay, despite us already knowing for the past 19 seasons that he's been gay. It's not been hidden. It's so weird. There are these episodes where they occasionally just expect you to have never seen these characters before. This one sucks, it's boring. They get engaged, but surprise, surprise, it doesn't go through. Who could have seen that one coming? Putting it above the last one. Seriously, just go back to the Stewie plots, please. Lois decides the librarian should run for mayor after Adam West died. Yep, back to this again. So Peter goes out to get Adam's cousin to come in and be the new mayor.
Big Garfield fan, huh? Me too. Not this big.
Yeah, a lot of people think I'm obsessed, but I think I'm pretty normal.
Okay, you reeled me back in.
I really don't have a ton to say here. Lois eventually falls in love with his cousin and now Peter hates him. Jesus Christ, this season really nosedived, didn't it? It's fallen into the same issue as the last couple where it's just basic and uninteresting. Again, at least when it was aggressively bad, there was something to say, you know? After Brian becomes a pretentious journalist, he comes to find out that much like the Simpsons episode about Jebediah Springfield, it turns out that Pawtucket Pat is a fraud, with him stealing his beer recipe from Native Americans.
Pawtucket Pat was a phony! I remember you.
I actually don't mind that it's a moral dilemma with Peter and Lois wanting his statue to stay, but for different reasons, while Brian wants it taken down. Completely middle of the road. It's just boring, I've got nothing to say, they do nothing interesting with this concept. Christmas episode, I don't know, I want to say 18? Boy, I feel bad for whoever gets assigned these episodes. They must really have to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Lois leaves for Christmas after being fed up with how nobody is helping her, and so the family now need to cope without their mum, upsetting her when it turns out they're completely content without her. It's fine, I didn't love it, but it wasn't bad at all. The Grinch parody was animated well at the very least. Hey, that's something. Brian does a DNA test and ends up finding out that he's 1% cat, and so he starts to act like a cat for some reason. Peter also becomes a nurse to help out with a flu epidemic, and we're basically just seeing whatever random funny gags they can do with that concept, that being not very funny gags. He refuses to help the giant chicken who's dying. Oh no, I really care about what he's gonna do. Is the giant chicken gonna survive?
Not a cat.
We're finally back to the amusing Brian romance stories. I missed those.
Oh, hey guys, what's the word?
Bird. Bird is the word.
I want to die. I actually don't mind this one. It turns out that she is a kid and Brian has to try and relate to him, with them eventually becoming friends. It's sweet. The Peter shit is way worse. They're just going for a joyride in Joe's new car, and now they gotta cover it up when they crash. Still though, alright episode.
Touch my feet! Touch my feet!
Stewie gets Botox to make himself look younger, while Peter and Chris decide to scam people with fake memorabilia for money. The only thing I liked about this one was the running gag with Meg being this danger to society. It's funny that they never even explain what horrific thing she did. Other than that, it's pretty uninteresting. Not the worst, but it's clear they're just desperately trying to fill up time. Like when they played a 3-minute clip from some old show I forgot the name of. It sucks.
This isn't Big Mouth. You're not gonna see it.
We literally saw it back in season 4. Another experimental episode. Look, it's even the first time in ages that we've gotten a new intro. That's neat. This is one big Terminator parody. And it's okay, I suppose. I appreciate the effort they put into it, but I have to wonder why they thought 2020 was the perfect time for a Terminator episode. This is also the second episode in a row where they've acknowledged the fact that they can't use perverted jokes with Quagmire, and so now he lacks any kind of comedic angle. Way to just throw your arms up in the air and admit it. I'm going to be putting it near the top, but still, don't really see why this was done. Even if I am thankful to finally have an episode again where it seems like they tried.
That's not your normal time pad. Where'd you get that?
I borrowed it from Rick and Morty. They borrowed plenty from us.
The highlight of this episode is it starting with them singing the Muppet Show intro, even if it is completely irrelevant to anything going on. So the family head out to New Orleans for Mort's wedding, and it causes Stewie to want to get married too, with him ordering a bride from Ukraine.
Hey, Stewie.
Hey, Doug.
Who are you? This one sucks, it's just boring. We're just seeing Stewie act like a normal adult with his new wife. There's nothing to say.
All right, on three, everyone say their favorite Spider-Man. All right? 1, 2, 3.
Tommy
Garfield.
What? Here we have another episode that shows Lois at her absolute worst. We see her descent into madness as she wants to become customer of the week at the coffee shop she frequents. I gotta say though, they at least do a good job at showing us why this means so much to her. They show how awful her life is at the start, so it makes sense. I just think it goes too far by the end with her kidnapping people and getting chased down by the police. Again, much like the Terminator one, I can appreciate the fact that this plot indeed does fill up a whole 22 minutes. Really makes it feel like a normal show. Shouldn't be a compliment, but it is.
So long, Lois, and lady I accidentally called sir.
Brian finds out that he's been chipped, only to realize that he had a different family as a puppy. It's not great. We barely even see his new family. There's like one scene of him talking to the dad, and now he suddenly hates the Griffins and wants to move in with them. It's a shame because it's actually a super cool concept, with him living with a new family. But nothing is done with it. They treat him like a dog, which upsets him. Amazing.
I found your vibrator and I was holding my thing up next to it. I thought they should meet each other.
Look, Lois turns on the light, yet he still has a shadow. $2 million, people. You're looking at it.
What did you say?
We can't have pie without Cool Whip.
That's not how you're supposed to say it! You said it weird!
Peter and Lois get in with the younger parents at Stewie's preschool, and so they try to fit in and seem young too. It's weird. They move out into an apartment with Stewie, but leave Chris and Meg at their old house. Not sure how they can afford two places, but whatever. It's boring. Chris and Meg come in to try and catch him out and not much else happens. It's weird that there were like 2 episodes in this season that actually felt like they were trying, and now we're back to this. Meg finally goes to college after setting up that plot point back in season fucking 2. But Peter also decides to stay and run amok around the dorms until she's suspended. Meanwhile, Bran realizes that he's getting older for the millionth time, and gets a personal trainer, which ends up being Stewie.
Here's the mail that never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want a whale mail.
Alright, I like how well that was animated. It's okay. Wasn't a completely soul-crushing experience. After a very funny story about Peter and friends starting a house renovation show, they decide to keep a cat who wanders in for some reason.
I don't know. Can she set up a cutaway?
Can I help you?
They don't do fucking anything with this. I know I keep saying that, but it's true. Meg befriends the cat, but then it turns out it can talk and secretly hates the family, so Bran has to expose it. Another boring episode to add to the pile.
Yeah?
Oh, word?
Brian, stop trying to sound young.
Okay, booger.
Ugh, boomer.
Boomer.
Thank you, Meg. And we finally end the season with an anthology. This one is a collection of stories featuring one of Peter and friends as famous sports figures. It's boring. This season was incredibly inoffensive. I wouldn't call a single episode good, but I also wouldn't call any of them bad either. And I think that's gonna be the best case scenario for now. And here we have it, the final season. The big 2-0. Let's see how this shit manages to end. After Lois shits... Did I really write shit? After Lois hits Doug with her car, she gets LASIK eye surgery and ends up blind. But she then finds purpose through vlogging her experience on YouTube. I actually really like her speech here a lot. Things can't be all good, however, as it leads into her being able to see again but instead choosing to scam people for sympathy. Perfect. What a nothing premiere. I really wish they'd stop doing shit with Doug. He is such a boring character. This is another anthology episode all about music. The first one being about The Doors, the second about Muddy Something, and the final about Elton John. I'm sorry, I just simply don't care. It feels like we're going through the motions. Did this really warrant an episode? Music? Oh boy, another Halloween special. It doesn't really have much to do with Halloween. I like Lois's Marge outfit. Although it is weird to me how she's playing a character who she has also canonically met. Whatever, I'm just nitpicking at this point.
What are you dressed as?
I'm the oh my god reaction gif.
Fuck off. We're finally back to a story about Quagmire, trying to get with a woman. This time it's a lady who really loves dogs, and so we asked her to try and pretend Brian is his dog to impress her. You know what? Wasn't awful. I enjoyed their interactions quite a bit. It's one of the only times I don't mind Brian being a dick, because Quagmire is also a dick to him. The Stewie subplot was alright too. After Stewie gets tired of being one-upped by Doug, yet again, he decides he's gonna climb a jungle gym to impress the other students. Actually, I don't mind this story. It's very simple, but it works well. Chris also gets exposed to quote-unquote problematic films from the 80s, and so Peter needs to learn to let the 80s go because of how problematic it is. It's a fine episode, I guess. I'll be putting it under the last one. I just really don't get what the point of the Peter stuff is. Once again, Stewie gets a new teddy and doesn't want to upset Rupert. Pretty sure we've done this plenty of times. I do like where they went with it though, with Stewie and Doug both deciding to murder each other's stuffed animals, with it turning out he actually wanted Stewie to kill his cat. That's a fun twist, it's decent. Not a fan of the Peter plot, however. He puts on Quagmire's underwear and so starts to act like him. That's it, they're just acting like each other the whole time and it isn't very funny.
Hey, you want to end the show with a to be continued meme?
I don't even know what that...
That's not even how the meme works. You pause at the frame before he gets shot. Another Brian birthday, and once again he gets upset that he's getting old. Taking the show in a bold new direction for season 20, aren't we? Stewie also fears that he has cooties, and Peter likes Bonnie's cooking so much that he stays there every day. Just like the hotel breakfast one from last season, yes. It's alright, I suppose. Middle of the road. This season sure has been boring so far, though. After the wonderful intro story of Peter owning a pitching thing, they once again have to stay with Lois's parents. They at least attempt to go in a new direction with it, with Peter turning the matter into a hotel, but it's still super fucking uninteresting, although the Lois subplot is actually alright. But I just wish it were more focused on that. Honestly, I'm just ready to be done with this shit. I'm getting so fucking tired. There are only 2 episodes left. 2. Stewie has to go to elementary school to have detention. Again, it's weird, for the first 10 seasons they did nothing like this with Stewie, but now they do it all the time. I guess it's alright though.
Oh, that is such a load of truth! A wonderful load of truth!
The Peter plot sucks though. For some reason he's always been obsessed with office parties and needs to get them back after they're cancelled. Fun. Alright, here we go. Let's see what we're going out on! It's a parody of Chinatown. I don't care. And that's it, I'm finished! Let's just get it over with and rank this shit already. I'm fucking done. Herpy the Love Sore, Seahorse Seashell Party, Screams of Silence, the story of Brenda Q. Stewie is in Brian's a bad father, Fresh Air, Life of Brian, Trump Guy, Adam West High, Brian the Closer, Trans Fat, Throw It Away, The Peanut Butter Kid, Girl, Interneted, Tales of Former Sports Glory, Regarding Carter, Dead Dog Walking, Part 2, A Shot in the Dark, Turban Cowboy, Megan Quagmire, Brian writes a bestseller, The Fat Man Always Rings Twice, High School English, Rock Hard, La Familia Guy, Lottery Fever, Peter Assman, Foreign Affairs, Holy Bible, The Birthday Bootlegger, 3 Acts of God, Excellence in Broadcasting, Peter's Sister, The Marrying Kind, Passenger Fatty Second, Tea Party, Spies Reminiscent of Us, Grumpy Old Man, Heartburn, Christmas Guy, Shanksgiving, Meg's Wedding, Peter's Progress, Mom's the Word, Grim Job, Road to India, Yacht Rocky, Moving In, Principal Shepherd's Song, Island Adventure, Christmas is Coming, Undergrinded, Catfight, Pawtucket Pete, Stand By Meg, Send In Stewie, The Juice is Loose, Finders Keepers, Internal Affairs, Peter's Def Jam, V is for Mystery, Amish Guy, Hefty Shades of Grey, HTT Pete, Not All Dogs Go to Heaven, Fox in the Men House, Hot Shots, Burning Down the Bed, Brian Griffin's House of Peeing, Family Guy Viewer Meal Number 2, Love Blackshly, Lego My Mego, The Former Life of Brian, Play It Again, Brian, Quagmire's Dad, Absolutely Babulicious, Family Guy Light, Peter Schmidt Manor, The Book of Joe, Married with Cancer, Part 1, and I'm Joyce Kinney, Bry Robot, The Old Man in the Big C, Carter and Trisha, LASIK Instinct, The Blind Side, The Most Interesting Man in the World, The Dating Game, Killer Queen, Living on a Prayer, Bees, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Big Fat, Once Bitten, A Fistful of Meg, Call Girl, Into Harmony's Way, Cop and a Half-Wit, Peter's Problems, No Country for Old Men, How the Griffin Stole Christmas, The Finer Strings, The Boys in the Band, Chap Stewie, Baking Bad, Vestigial Peter, The 2,000-Year-Old Virgin, An Apide, Brokeback Swanson, The New Adventures of an Old Tom, Quagmire's Mom, Dr. C and the Women, Scammed Yankees, Hashtag Jolo, Fighting Irish, This Little Piggy, Space Cadet, Our Idiot Brian, Roasted Guy, Encyclopedia Griffin, Take My Wife, Bookie of the Year, The Griffin Winter Games, You Can't Handle the Booth, Con Eris, The Simpsons Guy, Thanksgiving, No Chris Left Behind, The Heartbreak Dog, Moving Out, Brian's Song, Ratings Guy, Piling Them Softly, American Gigolo, If I'm Dying I'm Lying, Jungle Love, The Peter Principle, Tigs for Two, Three Kings, Chris has a date. Is it in the rhythm with the song? Apparently not. Peter's Lost Youth, Dearly Deported, Steroids, Secondhand Spoke, Saturated Fat Guy, A Picture is Worth $1,000, Welcome Back Carter, No Meals on Wheels, Boys Do Cry, Bill and Peter's Bogus Journey, Lois Comes Out of Her Shell, Underage Peter, Forefather, Friends with Benefits, Farmer Guy, Total Recall, The Father, the Son, and the Holy Fawns, Perfect Castaway, Joe's Revenge, Papa Has a Rollin' Son, The Giggity Wife, Run Chris Run, Peter, Chris, and Brian, Boop-a-dee, Bap-a-dee, Inside Family Guy, A House Full of Peters, Mind Over a Mutant, The Sun Also Draws, Damn It Janet, Baby Got Black, E. Peter Bus Unum, Quagmire's Baby, Guy Robot, Cootie the Blowhard, The King is Dead, Partial Terms of Endearment, A Hero Sits Next Door, Chitty Chitty Death Bang, Ready, Willing, and Disabled, I Am Peter, Hear Me Roar, Brian Goes Back to College, Believe It or Not, Joe's Walking on Air, Long John Peter, Brief Encounter, Extra Large Medium, Peterotica, I Never Met the Dead Man, Be Careful What You Fish For, Peter's Got Woods, Friends of Peter G, Drome is the New Black, and then there's Fraud, Baby You Knock Me Out, Young Parent Trap, The Splendid Source, Cool Hand Peter, Tom Tucker the Man in His Dreams, Wild Wild West, Fecal Matters, He's Black, Pawtucket Pat, Family Cat, Take a Letter, Three Directors, Boys and Squirrels, PD4, Are You There, God? It's Me, Peter, Edie's Guy, You Can't Do That on Television, Peter, Nanny Goats, Veteran Guy, Go Stewie Go, The Unkindest Cut, Business Guy, Follow the Money, Start Me You, The Wolf of Wall Street, Crimes and Meg's Demeanor, The Movement, Family Guy Through the Years, Boy Dog Meets Girl Dog, The D in Apartment 23, Emmy-winning episode, Dewey, Chris, and Brian's Excellent Adventure, Into Fat Air, Peter Normal Activity, Lethal Weapons, Blind Ambition, Big Man on Hippocampus, The Kiss Scene Around the World, 8 Simple Rules for Buying My Teenage Daughter, Dial Meg for Murder, Holy Crap, Peter and Lois's Wedding, Baby Stewie, Airport 07, The Hand That Rocks the Wheelchair. Shortcuts, Save the Clam, Who's Brian Now? Meg Goes to College, Better Off Meg. Customer of the Week, Disney's The Reboot. Connie's P-Terminator, Coma Guy, Rich Old Stewie, The First Noel, Boy's Best Friend, Must Love Dogs, Brida, The Big Bang Theory, Don't Be a Dickens at Christmas, The Talented Mr. Stewie, Turkey Guys, Peter Caviar Eater, Peter's Two Dads, Model Misbehavior, You May Not Kiss the, Guy Who Receives, Deep Throats, Crisscross, Cutaway Land, Quagmire's Quagmire, Hot Pocket Dial, Stewie's First Word, Candy Quahog Marshmallow, Love Thy Trophy, Meg Stinks, Let's Go to the Hop, Running Mates, Sibling Rivalry, Whistle While Your Wife Works, There's Something About Polly, Mr. Griffin Goes to Washington, Mr. Saturday Night, Stewie Goes for a Drive, A Lot Going On Upstairs, Brian and Stewie, Road to Germany, I Take Thee Quagmire, and Mission Impossible, 420, Ocean's 3.5, Prick Up Your Ears, Barely Legal, Big Trouble in Little Quahog, Valentine's Day in Quahog, Family Guy, Family Guy, Brian's Got a Brand New Bag, 12.5 Men, Yug Yilmif, Switch the Flip, Dog Bites Bear, Death Has a Shadow, April and Quahog, Wasted Talent, New Kidney in Town, Baby Not on Board, We Love You Conrad, Trading Places, Brother and Sisters, German Guy, Foxy Lady, The Cleveland Loretta Quagmire, Tales of a Third Grade Nothing, I can't say that one. Brian the Bachelor, Saving Private Brian, Padre de Familia, Breaking Out is Hard to Do, Family Guy Viewer Mail #1, I Dream of Jesus, Don't Make Me Over, Hannah Banana, Roads to Vegas, Mr. and Mrs. Stewie, No Giggity No Doubt, Pal Stewie, Brian's Play, Brian, Portrait of a Dog, Brian Does Hollywood, Halloween on Spooner Street, Forget Me Not, Da Boom, He's Too Sexy for His Fat, 15 Minutes of Shame, The Thin White Line, Peter Griffin, Husband, Father, Brother, A Very Special Family Guy Freaking Christmas, It Takes a Village Idiot and I Married One, Fast Times at Buddy Clancy High, Bango Was His Nemo, The Fat Guy Strangler, Patriot Games, Stewie Be Good, Stu and Stewie's Excellent Adventure, Hell Comes to Quahog, Chick Cancer, The Tan Aquatic with Steve Zio, Stewie Griffin, The Untold Story, Stewie Kills Lois, Road to Rupert, It's a Trap, Road to the North Pole, Back to the Woods, The Man with Two Brians, Untitled Griffin Family History, PTV, European Roadshow, Stuck Together or Torn Apart, North by North Quahog, One If by Clam, Two If by Sea, Petergeist, Something Something Dark Side, Blue Harvest, Peter's Daughter, Death is a Bitch, Mother Tucker, Fish Out of Water, The Courtship of Stewie's Father, Mixed Stroke, Screwed the Pooch, Stewie Loves Lois, Dog Gone, Lois Kills Stewie, Death Lives, Brian Swings and Sings, Back to the Pilot, Road to the Multiverse, Meet the Quagmires, When You Wish Upon a Weinstein, To Love and Die in Dixie, And the Wiener Is, And Then There Were Fewer, Road to Rhode Island, From Method to Madness, Brian in Love, Brian Wallows, and Peter Swallows. This was torture. You know, for a brief moment, like in the first 5 seasons, I was like, you know what? I actually think I really like Family Guy. But that very quickly faded. This was a fucking slog. I always thought that I'd rather watch Modern Family Guy over Modern Simpsons because it was at the very least interesting, but no, it was just as, if not more painful to sit through. There was a period where it was so bad that there was always something to say about it, but after around season 14 it falls off and just becomes the most generic thing imaginable. Fuck you, Family Guy. I'm glad to be done with you.